nonsense next time, you will not like it. I am telling you the fact. I'll keep. Stop telling me your own house all the time. Are you crazy? Are you mad? Are you stupid? You keep on telling me. Okay, now they follow me. They talk nonsense. And they follow you. They talk. They tell me your house, your house. Your house meaning what? Your house meaning what? Is she your wife or what? Is she your wife? Is she your wife? You're telling me your house, your house. Are you stupid? Because I let her to stay in this house. You're not passing your boundaries. You are doing baby shower for who? Who? For the street girl you brought into this house. For the street girl you brought into this house. You are doing baby shower in the same house that the children you have children inside. For the same house that your children are inside. For the same. Are you hearing what I'm telling you? But you're beginning to pass boundaries. If you want to do your nonsense, you want to do it. I've told you and I've warned you several times. Go far away. Go to far distance and do whatever you want to do. If you try this nonsense next time, you will not like it. I am telling you the fact. I'll keep. Stop telling me your own house all the time. Are you crazy? Are you mad? Are you stupid? You keep on telling me. Okay, now they follow me. They talk nonsense. And they follow you. They talk. They tell me your house, your house. Your house meaning what? Your house meaning what? Is she your wife or what? Is she your wife? Is she your wife? You're telling me your house, your house. Are you stupid? Because I let her to stay in this house. You're not passing your boundaries. You are doing baby shower for who? Who? For the street girl you brought into this house. For the street girl you brought into this house. You are doing baby shower in the same house that the children you have children inside. For the same house that your children are inside. For the same.
Welcome to Trends Reality, your go-to channel for trending social political updates. Subscribe, like, and leave your thoughts in the comments.
Father's life misery.
All right, everybody. You're welcome to another episode of Ladies Hangout. Yeah, we promise we're gonna do this today, and we are right here. First off, let me know if you can hear me, please. My boy messed up with my roadcaster, and I have to rely on my earpiece to do this. So please, if you can hear me, drop one in the chat, please. Drop one in the chat if you can hear me. Welcome, everybody. Can you hear me, please? Okay, thank you, Comfort. That's good. This is just part of what we're going to talk about today, raising kids. If you remember when we had our segments, the men hangout, and I asked my brothers to tell us what are the things they wish they knew before they got married. When it got to my turn, I actually said that for me, two things. First, I didn't know that marriage is going to be a lot of responsibilities on the part of both parties. And secondly, I mean, a lot of responsibility financially, okay? And secondly, I don't know kids will change the dynamics of marriage. So I can't use my roadcaster today because apparently my son is now dragging my home office with me. And the boy just mess with everything when I set up. So please bear with me. I'm using my AirPods right now. So I hope my audio is clear. Simbi, what's up? Can you hear me, Simbi? Hello, Simbi.
Hello, Uncle Ben. Good evening, sir. Hi,
Good
Rimam.
evening.
Good evening. Happy Friday. Happy weekend.
All right, so you can hear me very well, right?
Loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Let's get into this conversation. I know we're going to have a lot of deliberation today because we actually planned this one and now we are here. I remember what I said. Today, we're going to look at some other areas of why women are scared of marriage. And if you're watching us for the first time, please subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you will know whenever we go live. And again, this is Uncle Beno's channel. I love all the sisters and brothers here because they already know our rules. Simbi, I'm muting you right now. I'm getting some feedback from you. So everybody already know our rules over here. Here we don't tolerate trolling. We don't tolerate name calling. We don't tolerate insult, okay? You are free to contribute. You are free to disagree with opinions and viewpoints, but please don't call anybody, don't insult anybody. I don't tolerate that. I don't like it, okay? Other than that, we are cool. We are always cool. And again, like I've always said, I'm an uncle, upcoming uncle. I'm still trying. I'm learning to be an uncle. And I'm learning from great men, elders who have lived life and they are willing to share their experiences with us. I'm learning from my aunties, sisters, friends, everybody. So if I give an opinion, that is my personal opinion. It does not represent the opinion of everybody who is going to be part of the show. It doesn't represent the opinions of my panelists, okay? And again, let me warn you beforehand. Now, I'm a coconut head guy, okay? Sometimes, as a traditional coconut head man, I might say some things that doesn't align with you. Please don't take it personal, okay? That is just me being my usual coconut hair shenanigan guys, okay? Now, having said that, let us first of all establish what we're going to be discussing on today's show. As you can see from our tumbling, we say ladies hangout, scared of marriage, part 2. Whether we want to accept it or not, there are many younger folks out there who are scared of marriage. Don't blame them. I don't blame them. Even me, with my 15 years of being officially married, and if I look at everything I've passed through, everything I survived with my partner, things happening around us, sometimes I wish that I'm just single, okay? Marriage no be moi moi. And I'm saying this with a full sense of responsibility, and I'm also saying it with respect. If people say they don't want to be married, it's their choice. I have nothing against that. But at the same time, marriage is a beautiful thing. I've seen both the fun side and the tough sides of marriage, and I enjoy both. Now, there is a thin line between having a beautiful marriage and having a toxic marriage. And that thin line is contingent upon conflict. Okay? Conflict. There is nothing like a perfect relationship or a perfect marriage where the parties involved don't get involved in conflict. There's going to be argument, there will be disagreement, there's going to be diverse opinion, there's going to be different approach. Sometimes as a man you want to go right, your wife want to go left. Sometimes your woman feel like, okay, this is how I want my family to be, this is how I want my home to be. And you, the husband, you might feel like, no, I'm the head of this house. This is how I plan my life to be. This is how I plan that my marriage is going to be, So there's always going to be conflict. You can quote me wrong. Show me one marriage that ended in divorce and the roots cannot be traced to difference in opinion, difference in how they manage their affairs, difference in what both the husband and wife wanted. Whenever you have this disparity, whenever there is this, no, we can't, no, I want it this way, no, you want it that way. What you are having is conflict of interest. And if you don't manage the conflict of interest, it's going to escalate. When it escalates, that is how people end up in divorce. Now, the center focus of our ladies hangout today is going to be on conflict. How do you intend to manage conflict? Do you expect there's going to be conflict in your home? And when there is conflict in your marriage or your relationship, what are your plans to tackle conflict? Okay. And I'll be asking many of our young girls out there, especially, what are their expectations when it comes to conflict management and resolution? So that is the center focus of our ladies hangout today. I started with that video of a lady slapping her husband. Pa, bo, bola, bee. And I'm like, blood of Zachariah, what is going on here? I will play the video again, and it's because we are talking about conflict and conflict resolution. That's why I brought that video in. So I would like to hear from you. And please, you know me now, I am very good at listening to advice, instructions, and direction. I've told you guys when I created all these my channels that I'm not doing it alone. We are doing it together. So whenever people bring suggestions, I like to embrace it. So during our last show, my sisters, I think Sister Natu, Sister Didi, Marriott, they were like, hey, Ben, let's just leave celebrity out of this. Let people share their own personal experience as far as this ladies hangout is concerned. So please, we're going to do it differently today. When you come in, please speak from your own personal experience. Now, please hear me out. You don't have to tell us everything about you. This is social media. But just speak to us from a place of experience. If there are one or two things you can relate with, okay? So thank you very, very much. Without much ado, let's get down to today's business. Uncle Beno don't call. Make una no punch me, oh, hey.
Welcome to the African Podcast, your go-to destination for infotainment, trending updates, and thought-provoking social commentary. Be sure to subscribe to our channel, hit that thumbs up button, and get ready to join the conversation.
All right, let me recognize everybody and then we'll start this conversation. Okay, don't plenty here. Modano. And I know to see men for here. Mr. Dayo, stay around the corner in case when my sister then begin throw punches. All right, thank you, AJ, Princess, Comfort, Juliet, Netizen Global, my Mercy, Kendra. I love that Kendra part of your name, man. You're welcome. Sanusi, Mr. Dayo, my sister Zainab, thank you. Comfort. Comfort, I may end up hiring Comfort too, if Comfort is free to work for me. I like people who are always punctual. Comfort is always like my number one person that shows up all the time. Thank you, Comfort. And of course, I got my Sissy in the building. Sissy, this one go hot, Sissy. We are talking about your generation because you are neither Gen Z or millennial. I don't even know where you stand. But welcome, my sister Sissy. God bless you. I got my sister Natu. Wow, lovely sister. Simbi is here already. And then I got Jay in the building. Jay, how are you doing? Juliet, thank you. All right. People don't plenty. My D is here. D, may we not fight today. Just bail me out, okay? Thank you, my D. And of course, my sister Marriott is here. Then my Adama, my sweet sister Adama, thank you for coming. All right, I think we got a full house. Yes, Honey Babe, the baby with the honey. My sister Honey Babe. I saw Honey Babe and Sissy picture. Honey Babe there for the background of the picture. Can't keep calm, quiet. I say, hey, this is not Honey Babe. Honey Babe no gentle like this. Honey Babe is just like, Sissy, you want to put me in that picture? Okay, let's get down to this conversation. I'm going to start with my girls. I see Sister Natu is in the studio. Sister Natu, how are you doing, ma? Happy Friday. Oh, yeah. All right. My Sissy is in the building. Sissy, what's up, mama? How you doing?
Happy Friday. I'm doing great. How are you, Uncle Ben? And Natu, how are you, sis?
I'm trying to survive, Sissy. I'm trying to survive.
I'm doing well, sis. Thank you.
I didn't know we're doing cameras on. I should have got my wig on.
Don't mind it. You know, Sister Natu is now becoming a content creator. My sister, I don't explain anybody again.
I didn't know. I didn't get the memo.
I actually had an appointment this morning, so I came back. Let me just show my fine face.
Oh, right. Okay. Tosin, how are you doing, Tosin? Tosin in the building. Tosin, can you hear me?
Yes,
Ah,
sir. Good evening, sir.
Hey, Tosin.
Good evening, sir.
mm,
Good evening,
yes.
everyone.
Please don't let Tosin's voice deceive you. Tosin speaks like this girl that you want to cuddle. You want to feel like, hey, this guy no like wala. Don't let her voice deceive you. Tosin na wala girl. Eh? Tosin, my
Everyone.
longest staff. Tosi, is it 5 years or 6 years you've been with me now? I know her
No,
very,
it's
very
not.
well. It's not up to five
Is it up to
years.
5 years? I
I'm
think four
thinking
years.
since okay, but I'm thinking since sharing is caring. All right, no wahala.
No.
So this is what we're gonna
No.
do. We're gonna start with Tosi and Simbi because they are representing the younger generation, and then my sisters in the house, we will now get your own opinion. So here's my question to you. I'm starting with you, Tosi. Tosi, when it comes to conflict, as a young lady who is going to be married very soon, what were your expectations regarding conflict? Did you ever imagine that there's going to be conflict in your marriage, and how you intend to handle those situations when they come up?
For me, I think just like we all know, human beings, we are social animals, and we relate, we interact with each other. While doing that, there's always going to be conflict. So in marriage, inclusive, there is definitely going to be conflict in marriage. We are not perfect. Nobody is perfect. So when conflict arises in marriage, for me, if I'm going into marriage, I am going with the mentality that I'm not perfect, but I'm going to make sure this marriage works. So with that mentality, I'll be able to resolve any conflict that may arise in the marriage. So that's my own take on that.
So, do you have like a mechanism you already worked on that,
Yeah,
okay,
for me.
um, all right, what are some of the mechanism
Yeah,
you
for
already
me, mine would be regular communication with whoever I'm settling down with. Like we have to communicate everything. We have to iron things out. We are not going to bed without resolving any issue between us. So for me,
okay?
it is a regular communication between us. That would be the mechanism I would use to resolve any conflict that arises that may arise in my marriage. And another thing is that I'm a very emotional person.
Mhm.
Because I have that mentality of making sure this marriage works. I would always sit back. Maybe I've had a conflict with my partner. I would always sit back, reflect on what happened, then ask myself question, am I the problem? Was I the wrong person? Even if I am not wrong, I will go back, I will go back to the my partner, discuss it, and then we settle things amicably.
Hmm. It's sweet the way you put them now, but I'm gonna put you on the spot. You see this video, right? You saw this video. Let me show you.
Go far away. Go to pass this distance and do whatever you want to do. If you try this nonsense next time, you will not like it. I am telling you the facts. I'll keep. Stop telling me your own house all the time. Are you crazy?
All right, Tosin. That's where I'm gonna put you on the first on the spot. You saw what happened in that video.
Okay.
They are obviously
Yeah,
having
she's
arguments. I don't know whatever is going on, but from what I can deduce from what the lady is saying, it seems that the man brought another lady into the house, and it's like the wife tolerated that, and then the man was growing stronger to the point that he impregnated the lady, and now he wants to do baby shower for the lady in the house. And then I think the wife lost it, and when they were having this argument, and the wife was telling the man what she cannot take, the man now said, in my own house. And as a result of that, the woman just give the man total whoop and one heavy slap. Would you ever get to a point, or can you get to a point whereby you are so angry that you have to land this man a heavy slap?
for me, I don't believe in. I am not a crusader for domestic violence either way. from each partner, I would not resort into doing that. But the first thing the woman did wrong was allowing the man to bring in the girl in the first place. That for me, I would not allow. In the first place, nobody is coming in with us. No party is allowed in our marriage. So that one, I would not have even allowed it in the first place. So
All right, all right. That's your point. I like your take. Let me quickly ask Simbi this. Simbi, same question. Have you ever imagined have a plan for how you're gonna resolve conflict in your marriage as a young lady?
Yes, boss. Um, I think when it comes to conflict, we
It's
need
like
to
you're not using your earpiece, so you are so far away from your speaker. We can't hear you well.
Can you hear
Or
me
maybe
now?
okay, now you sound better. So, what's your plan for conflict resolution? Are you expecting there's gonna be conflict in your marriage?
Okay, first of all, I'm going to start by saying that there is no perfect relationship anywhere. Let's be honest. Let's establish that fact. No relationship is going to be perfect. But then, for me, I'm big on communication. I like expressing myself. I like to be honest with my partner. I need my man to know that this is where I draw the line, or this is what I like and this is what I do not like. I'll be honest about that part so that he knows how to treat me better. And then I'll be honest, I don't used to be a very good listener, but I know that that's very important when it comes to relationship. Yes, yes, I'm saying it. But with the guidance of my dad, may God rest his soul, I began to learn how to listen and understand. It was my dad that taught me how to listen to understand and not just reply. Try to understand what the person is saying, try to comprehend, don't just reply. You understand? So that is also part of it. And then emotional intelligence. Okay, you've mentioned this like a billion times.
Mm-hmm.
Managing your emotions and making sure that you're empathetic towards your partner's feelings. If your partner is saying, this is how I feel, maybe in terms of finances, you made a bad financial decision, and your partner is trying to let you know that, okay, this is how I feel about this. You were not supposed to take money out of that account, blah blah blah. You know how all these things can go. And then you're
Mm-hmm.
like, and then and then you go and say, you know what? I don't really care how you feel because I took out the money and I used it for the house. I think that would be something that for the relationship.
We really
So
can't hear you very well again, no. But I think I get your point anyway. So now coming to the
can you hear
video
me
that
now,
I
sir?
played. Okay, now I can. Now coming to the video that I just played now. What's your take on that? Do you think the slap is justified?
Hmm. Uncle Ben, let's be honest here. Like I said, you don't know how you're going to react until you find yourself in a certain situation.
All
The
right.
man disrespected her by bringing in a side chick. That was his mistake. And then on her own part, she allowed it. Because
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm going to allow one woman stay in my house for 1 hour. No, sorry, scratch that. 1 second. There will be problem. You cannot stay in my house. Because I
It all
listened to the
depends.
part where he kept, yes, I listened to the
Wait,
part where
though.
he kept emphasizing that this is his house.
Mm-hmm.
He kept emphasizing this is my house. And then she slapped him. She said, stop saying that. You're always saying this is your house. But then
So
you brought your
you
side chick
think
and you're,
so do you think that slap is warranted?
yes, it is. He disrespected her. She
So
slapped
that
him.
slap is
If I were
warranted.
her,
Okay.
if I were her, one slap and then I'll just walk away so that I don't get too physical. with him. One slap, then I'll walk away because you disrespected her. Why are you bringing another woman into our matrimonial home and then you're planning a baby shower? What's that? Let's
Okay.
not let's not just talk about her reaction. Let's talk about what he did to trigger her. I'm sorry, but that's how I'm going to react. Although I'm not the violent type, but that first slap, you will get
All
it
right.
before I walk away.
All right. See, because this is ladies' hangout, I will let my sisters address the situation, having listened to everything you guys have said. But I'm just gonna say this before I move to my sister Nato and all the sisters in the building. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm just gonna say this first. See, conflict is part and parcel of relationship. I know we used to say that you cannot offend somebody and try to control how they react. But when you hear say, that man buying him wife, you don't buy him wife, wife don't buy him husband, that one slap might send somebody to the grave. I will leave it at that. Sister Natu, you are the first in the studio, Sister Natu. What would you say so far about conflict resolution in relationship, and what should young ladies bear in mind with respect to conflict, expectation, and resolution, man?
Baba, let me ask you one question. When
Yes,
you
man.
went to nursing school, from all the theories that they taught you guys, by the time you reach hospital, how did things take be for you?
The theory and the practical is not the same thing. The theory is
Thank you.
just there to give you foundational knowledge, but when you get to the
Exactly.
floor, you go come see say you are learning all over again.
Exactly. So for me, that's how I would say in most cases, or that's how like I would define marriage as. So sometimes some of the things that we know before we enter is just something that will give us an idea. By the time you enter, it might be a different ball game. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like a woman that wants to get married will be like, oh, you know what, we're gonna enjoy ourselves. I have one girl that is close to me. She and the husband plan that they will not have kids until they enjoy for like a year or two. After 1 year, 2 years, now so they start to be fine picking the no city to reach year five. Do you understand what I'm saying? So sometimes you
Yeah.
might say, I will not handle this, I will do it this way, but Allah used to say emotions not be your mate. Emotions not be your mate until you find yourself there. And if you remember the last this thing that you did one I think last week or 2 weeks ago, that you asked that what would you advise young girl, and I say prepare yourself for love. See, we can never ever underestimate the power of emotional and social intelligence. Wallahi. I think following Ola and TB has taught me plenty things, especially man of person that deals a lot with relationships. Emotional intelligence, I think, is the currency that will make everybody enjoy life, not even marriage, life in general. Because the way you handle some situations depends on the outcome. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now,
Yeah.
because she has given this guy slap and somebody is recording, she has bruised his ego. So he might tend to react in a way that he does not want to react. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And today I went to the doctor's office, and in passing, you don't see how coincidental this thing is. In passing, there was a show, there was a guest that was invited on the view, and the guy was talking about masculine and feminine energy. And he said both women and men have both energy, both the masculine and the feminine. But
Mhm.
sometimes the problem is that for some women that have dominant masculine energy, when they're around men, they find it difficult to like lean into their feminine energy and exercise it more and enjoy it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So sometimes you
Yes.
say, oh, I'll never ever allow anybody to come into my house. Nobody can say, but situations happen. Like that one that lied and said his niece. Do you know what the niece will be tomorrow? Do you know, like I have affinity for children. If you won't use me get anything, you use picking, use me, you go just get her. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the person might come through your weak point and get you. After I don't swear, say I will never ever ever tolerate this. The people that have said never ever ever ever, by the time they start telling their story, you see that they tolerated that thing 1 million times. So in a
Yeah.
nutshell, what I'm trying to say today is that you might say this or that and that. But when you get there is when is when it will be determined if you can or you cannot, if you tolerate or you will not. Somebody will say I'm entering for nursing. By the time they tell all the prerequisites, they will change and go and do political science. And you hear say bachelors in political studies, like, bro, I think they want to come nothing like, oh man, reach there, see, say, don't be like that. Yes, yes, they don't be like that. So
Yep.
honestly, that's the way it's easier said than done. Do you understand what I'm saying? This year is going to be my year 9. Have I said there are plenty things that I will do, I
Congratulations.
will not do? Thank you. I've said. Did I do some things? Have I done something worse? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when my cousins got married and came to our house with their wives, my sister-in-law is living in heaven. The way we treat her, she's your queen. She does no wrong in our eyes. And I thought it was going to be the same thing when I get married. And then I have some people that I do amazing well with them. I have some people that will not even see eye to eye with them. Waiting you do the person nothing. Waiting the person do nothing. Now blood just not. You understand what I'm saying? But you in your head
Yeah.
don't calculate. Say, oh, I'll give my in-laws heaven, blah blah. When you reach, you realize that some people it's better to love them from afar. So most of the things is easier said than done. But one thing I would say, equip your emotional intelligence and social intelligence cannot be underestimated because until you find yourself there, you don't know how you act because see that emotion.
Mhm.
Oh, you're gonna
All
mess
right.
with you.
So, Sister Natsu, this slapping escapade we see here,
No,
what's your take on it?
no, no. I do not approve it. I do not approve it. I will never approve it. And let me tell you why.
All right, man.
Unless say you attract who you are. If you
Mm,
don't want anybody to lay their hands on you, don't lay your hands on anybody. That's my
mm,
point of view. Because if the guy had done anything to her now, everybody would start castigating the guy. Oh, he's using her, even though she did. Madam, don't start nonsense. I hate what I don't like. I don't approve of it. I don't encourage anybody to because I mean you don't know. You just don't know. Somebody might be a working, taking time bomb, you just touch the person, fight, you don't go. They go say now you fight the person. You understand what I'm saying? So
yes.
this guy might probably never forget this thing, especially if there's somebody there that was watching. You see, men, when they say men are delicate, when they say women are delicate, men are delicacious on long. See that their ego. If one pig touch am like this, ooh, Lord, my man, but that day they go talk am. So that's just what you, there are things that there are ways that you handle things differently. Some men don't need rush. But Ben, I don't lie to you. In handling conflict, I think I just learned it not more than 1, 2 years ago. In almost
Mm,
9 years of marriage. I'm just
mm.
telling you guys, point blank period. I'm not gonna hide anything. So all the time
Thank
I was
you.
like, yep, before I would shout, scream now. I'm like, no, we're not gonna do that. I'm training myself not to talk to my husband and raise my voice. And he knows that okay, this is where I'm going. Once you start getting angry, we just move away from each other because you cannot talk to me like that and I don't want to catch myself talking to you like that. Chicken. And you find yourself in a situation where you train yourself not to do that, but you're married to a coconut head that derive pleasure in doing it. Well, the throne room is your help.
This video that's on the screen right now, I don't think this is the first time this lady is slapping this man.
No, it's not.
The man
No, it's
is
not.
completely wrong. Oh, please don't get me wrong, people. The
No, it's
man,
not.
whatever that man did, he's so wrong with whatever he did. But that slap, this is not the first time this lady is slapping this man.
And this is
And
going to be to people that are not married, brother Ben, right? Sorry to interject.
Mhm.
One thing that I've learned, there are ways that you will get a man in his blockhouse without touching him and screaming. Wallahi, if you know that heaven is your abode. Wallahi or no. You don't need
Thank
to
you.
scream and
Hmm.
touch.
Thank you, Sister Natu. Thank you for that honesty and sharing your experience with us. God bless you, man. All right, Sissy. Same question, Sissy. Um, Thank God, I love you, Sissy. You are the bridge between Gen Z and
Please,
millennia,
please,
and
please.
at the same time, you are in
First,
the edge.
don't start with the love before somebody says we're having an affair. Please,
I
let's
I was
keep
love
it
you,
just about to
Sissy.
personal.
say that, Sisi. Sisi, I was about to say that.
Please,
Sure, be
please,
very
Uncle
careful.
Ben, I'm
What?
taken. Mind
Ah,
yourself.
Sissy, we are having an affair from US to
No,
London.
I
Oh
don't
my
do long. I
God.
don't do long distance relationship. Thank you. In case
All
that viewer
right.
is watching, go on. Give me the
So,
question.
Sissy, Conflict, expectations, and resolution. Have you ever thought about this? That okay, in my marriage, there's gonna be issues, so definitely conflict is part of what I'm signing up for. But at the same time, for to keep this marriage going, we're gonna figure out how to resolve it whenever this conflict arrives. So, in your experience, what are like the best way you think people should tackle conflict in their marriages?
Okay, so I'm not married, so I can't speak on marriages, but in terms of relationships and being in a committed relationship, I can say that you have to be considerate of the other person's feelings, right? You need to get to understand your partner, know what are their triggers, how to calm them down, how to de-escalate things, you need to know how to tailor your responses to the person that you're with. And it's not a one size fits all. It's not, okay, I do this with John, and then maybe you're in a relationship with Paul and you're using the same tactics. No, you need to study your partner and understand what it is that they require from you. If they're the type of person who, when you've had an argument, they want to walk away, you'll know how to deal with it. If they're the type of person who they need to take a moment for themselves and then you'll come together and discuss, you need to take your time and observe that and tailor your response for those different people, right? For me personally, I'm big on communication. I think that is number one. I've always said it. I had a previous relationship and the communication from his side was always just, he's the type of person that he will just hold things in. And then 6 months later, he'll be bringing up something that happened like 6 months ago. And I'm just like, and I'm the type of person, I
I'm
can have a
sorry,
problem
I'm
with
laughing,
you.
my sister.
And
Sorry,
that
Sissy,
thing,
that I'm laughing. No, it's funny the way you say it.
no, and that thing for me is so frustrating because I'm just, I feel like I'm a straight shooter. If I'm upset, you will know. If I'm happy, you will know. I'm not really an in between, I'm not this type of passive aggressive person that I'll be having a problem with somebody. I cannot rest. I won't have peace in myself if I don't let you know what my problem is. And once it's out, I've literally moved on. We have moved past that situation. I don't hold things. So when people are that way, it just frustrates me because I don't know how to operate within that space. So an ex of mine, he used to be like that all the time. Would have an argument, would have an issue, or he would have an issue with me, or something has happened. He will not address it. And I'll be like, hello, let's talk about it. Like, let's resolve this issue. Because you can see it's kind of brewing and he's just not discussing. He's like, oh no, he's fine, he's fine. Uncle Ben, 6 months later, we'll be talking about something else. He'll bring up this thing that happened 6 months. And I'm just like, why do you keep on doing that? Like, if you have an issue, say it there and then so that we can, because I've already moved past it. I don't remember what that issue was or if you were offended or whatever happened. Allow me the opportunity to sort it at that time. But if you leave it 6, 7 months, 1 year, please don't address it with me again because I'm not interested anymore. That's just how I am, to be honest. And I find it frustrating. So I've always known that if I'm with somebody who I want to be married to, we have to be able to communicate. Tell me what the issue is. I'll tell you my issue. We'll resolve it calmly, respectfully. In my relationships, I don't do shouting. You can't shout at me. Raising your voice, no, it doesn't happen. I've put that as my like deal breaker from dating. From dating. I don't have men that will just, when they start getting angry, they start shouting. That is a massive turn off for me. So those are just ways that I protect myself because I know myself. If you provoke me, you will not get the nice side. You will see a very nasty side of me. And I don't want somebody to take me to that place where in the past, in my 20s, I used to be very hot tempered. I've calmed down a lot, right? So I don't want to
Thank
be
God
with
I'm not the
somebody.
only one.
Yeah, so I don't want somebody who will rile me up because I have a lot to lose. And I know when I go from 0 to 100, you can't get me back from that red cloud. So I've really worked harder on it. I'm maturing as well, right? So I don't want to be in a relationship that is combative. If you don't know how to communicate, you don't say what's on your mind, me and you can't work. And that's with everything, relationships, friendships, with my kids. If you have a problem, we talk about it. Have your moment, have your breather, come back and say, oh, mommy, I didn't like that you did this. Or I can come and say, you know what, I didn't like that you did this. And this is why. And we talk about it. And then best believe we've moved past it. 2 seconds later, we're laughing and joking. It's not that big of a deal. Do you understand? So for me, communication is number one. If I can't communicate with you, it's very unlikely that we're going to have a successful relationship. It just is not going to work.
All right. But communication in itself, it's a broader topic that I think people should learn how it works before they get into marriage. Because
Oh yeah.
we talk about communication a lot. Oh, communicate. But you can be talking and somebody is not listening, and maybe your partner is talking and you are not even listening. So I think it's broad, but we won't dive into
Yeah,
that
so
today.
communication, active listening. Communication for me is active, like listening, active listening.
Yeah,
Not just saying you've heard me, and then 2 minutes later, you're next week you're doing the same thing that I was offended, or I'm doing the same thing that you were offended with. No, it's
yeah.
being active listening, and then putting in practice that thing that will make the relationship better or will make the change. And I need to see the change if there's something you need to work on. But that to me shows me that you've taken on board what I've said, and you're not just doing lip service like, oh yeah, I've heard you, and you're reverting back to the same behavior. No.
Sissy, no open my yash here. I think just for me to be a little bit vulnerable, I think when I came to the United States, that's when my wife and I we started living together. And for the first 5 years of us living together in the United States, my wife used to have problem with that active listening. If I like to talk, I like to tell you how I feel, what I don't want you to do, and tell me whatever I'm doing wrong so I can fix it. But my wife is stubborn, even though she's the quiet type, but she's super, super stubborn. So that first 5 years, when something happened and I start the communication, the conversation, and I tell her, babe, I don't like it when you do stuff like this. So see, what happened? She'll say, okay, I hear you. Okay. Give my wife like maybe 3 months or 6 months later, she will do the same thing again. And then we'll be back at where we started. And when I say, well, babe, we spoke about this. Remember, I told you the other time that I don't like it when you do like, you say, when did you say that? Me and you, we have that conversation. I'll be like, something we spoke for almost 2 hours. You don't even remember. And she'll be like, okay, I don't hear you. They talk, and they hear. So we have it like 3 or 4 times like that until I started losing my shape. And she knows, she knows me way better than anybody. So she knows how I can get when I'm really angry. So the moment I started going from 0 to 30, she starts saying, I never reached me, you vex now. Which one you did? And me, once I get to 30, they stop. From 30, they approach 60 be that. Before you know it, 100 though. And that 100 things won't scatter be that. So later when she'll be like, just small thing, you don't provoke, you don't para. Come on now. Then I'll be like, this is the same thing we spoke about. Several times you still continue to do it. Are you trying to trigger me on purpose? And then that's when she started now listening actively to my complaints, because I'm good at listening to your complaint. If you tell me, because we're going to still talk about setting boundary, if you tell me, hey, Ben, I don't want you to go here, I don't want you to do this, I don't want you to do that. For me, if I know that those 3 things you're telling me is something I can avoid, I will simply tell you, okay, I won't do it and I won't do it. But if there is any of those 3 things that I can't avoid, I will simply tell you, this one, I think I will do this one. No. So let's handle it. So Sissy, I'm just saying that for you to know that you are not alone. I'm also like that. And when it comes to this communication thing, a lot of people don't really understand what active listening is all about. And I think active listening is more or less like, do you really hear what your partner is saying? And are you willing to adjust? I think that's just what it's all about. Thank you, Sissy, for that one.
Yeah.
Now, this slapping situation here, Sissy, you can do that slapping. Let's get it straight. That man has really provoked that woman. I don't see any woman taking any lady into their house. I don't know whatever excuse, He told the woman to bring the lady into the house, but impregnating the lady now you want to do baby shower. I know the man really pressed her button, but that slap, if you watch the full video, he slapped that man like 4 times. So, and he's slapping
Oh
him as if
wow.
he's slapping a baby. Your house. Which house? You bring up. Oh, I'm like Jesus. So, what's your take on that, Cece?
Physical violence is a no-no in relationships, because why can you not communicate without putting your hands on somebody? I just feel like that's a massive breakdown, and clearly they don't have the skills to verbally communicate. They go feel like, okay, I need to slap you, which is not, it shouldn't be your go-to response. And the way she slapped the guy is like the guy wasn't even phased by the slaps. To me, I'm like, how can somebody be giving you slaps, raining slaps on you? I don't know. Maybe it's because men are kind of trained like instinctively, even though somebody's slapping. Because in me, if you slap me, I'm slapping you back.
Yeah.
It's a
uh,
reflex, right?
I
So
want to
maybe
give the man
men have,
credit.
yeah, men have been
Mhm.
kind of, they've got that kind of desensitized to this women slapping them. They just kind of take it as nothing. But to me, no. Even as a woman, if you have the mind to put your hand on a guy and he slaps you back, I'm not gonna say anything. I don't think he's in the wrong. I'm not saying he's right, but he's not in the wrong, because you don't have the right to slap somebody and then dictate how they should respond in the moment that you slap them, right? So he has a lot of restraint, but maybe because he knows he's in the wrong. But physical violence in relationship is just a no. If you're resorting to physical violence, then why are you two together? That's already a toxic situation. And she's pregnant, having a baby. No, it's just, it's already a broken down. The foundation is already gone from when you need to slap. I mean, you need to slap an adult to correct them. Why?
Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Sissy. Yeah, thank you. All right. Based on the way it appears on my screen right now, I know Honey Baby was here earlier, but she had to change her device. And I still have Dr. Adama here, Assistant to Mr. Dayo. This is Ladies Hangout, but thank God for at least being here with me so that when he enter Bass Bros, you go fit bail me out. Let me quickly let us hear from Dr. Adama, the only babe we round up this segment for us. Doctor, please, my sister Adama, from your personal experience before getting married and now having been married for this long and everything, what were your expectations when it comes to conflict and conflict resolution? Hello,
Greetings,
Dr.
everyone.
Adama.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Sorry,
Yes.
I'm prepping.
Yes.
Yes,
Oh,
greetings, everyone. Greetings, Cece,
Hey,
Simbi,
Adama.
Honey Babe, Nato, are you there?
Hello. Hey
Yeah,
sis, I'm here.
yeah. Tomorrow my show is back on, so you know the
Okay, what
channel.
time?
Yes, 7 p.m.
Okay, I
Send the
got
link.
you.
Can someone put the link for it? Because I don't have it.
Okay, I'll
um,
put the.
Thank you.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
share the link, please.
I will. I will. Thank you so much, Uncle Ben.
You're
Yeah,
welcome,
that's a
man.
good question you asked. Conflict. How do you handle conflict? So for me, like
Doctor,
CC,
please continue. They just delivered something at my door. I want to pick it up. So please just continue. Thank you.
okay. For me, I we have a rule. When I met someone, I don't like going to bed mad. Like I don't, whatever the argument is, just like CC said, I like resolving anything and before I go to bed. And given the kind of work I do, I don't have time. I can't have things in my mind. I have to concentrate because I'm dealing with people's lives. So if my mind is somewhere, I cannot perform my duties at work. So for me and my husband, we have a rule. That rule was in place before we got married. Never go to bed mad. And no matter how mad we're at each other, let's not use sex. Like we cannot turn each other down when it comes to being intimate. So that's my own household works for us. So in terms of communication, I think communication is something. In order for you to understand how communication works, you have to listen to understand, and listen to understand means you are quiet when the person is talking, because when two people are talking, you can understand what nobody's listening to what they're saying. So I believe active communication is you have to listen to understand and be open to criticism. That is very important, because when someone is not happy with you, they're going to criticize you. They're going to speak from a place of emotion, how they feel. You don't have to like it, but at the same time, be open to their feelings and understand where they are coming from. And I think that's what I've learned from communication. I don't necessarily have to be right, but at the same time, how can I improve and do better and not have, have that thing repeat itself again? So that's what I have to say with communication. Communication is just know your partner. For me, I have known my husband for 30 years now, so I know who he is. He doesn't talk much. I talk a lot. So, but he talks with action. So I have mastered that. So now I talk with action as well. So we both know your partner. Take your time to study who you're marrying and communicate. Like, I don't know if you're dealing or dating or you're married to someone who doesn't talk a lot.
Yeah.
I am someone who married. Speaking from experience,
Our WhatsApp group. Our WhatsApp group. Adam, mommy and you are in the same WhatsApp group.
I married a man like that. He doesn't, because everything you're saying,
And
he's listening. He's a very good listener. And if I ask him, "Did you just hear everything I say?" He will summarize everything. Because and I told him, I said, "You've mastered your skills so much that he can be doing something at the same time listening to me venting." And if I say, "Could you stop and just listen to," he say, "Okay." What?
make una no vex. So you are describing my madam.
That's why when you say your wife said, and listen, I'm telling you, like my pet peeve is, we
Oh my
take a
god.
shower together, and I made intentionally the home we built. I want the toilet. As much as I love you, I don't want to smell when you're going doing number two. I don't. He will do it
You
just.
are lying. I will come to I will bring a conversation to the bathroom to you. That's what I do.
Oh my
But
god.
Yep.
no, but I like this conversation because when Nathan suggested that we should come with our own experience, I think it will give our listeners and the young ones an idea of this. Like Nathan said, marriage is not a fairy tale. Don't allow people to fool you, because I said I was not going to marry a man and I ended up with that person I said I was not going to marry.
Sister Dama, are you just here to do comedy today?
No, I'm serious. No, Ben, I said I wasn't going to marry someone with a child. I married a man that has a son. My stepson, I love him to pieces. I'm
Oh,
just
God
saying,
bless
just
you.
like Natu said, you don't know what you will put. I fell in love. He's a lover. I mean, you don't know until you meet, and I just have to be honest. We just don't know. He does those things, and I've learned to tolerate it. And at the same time, that's why I buy him a special air freshener, and I tell him, "Do not say any word to me." That's when he wants to talk. When we're in the bathroom, I said, "Just leave me alone. Close the bathroom." He said, "Babe, but I want to talk to you now. This is my time." I said, "No, I don't want to talk to you now." So, Ben, that's how my own communication work. I'm telling you the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Yo, Adama, you don't make me laugh. You're just bringing back a lot of memories. Thank you for sharing that with us. We really appreciate it, because it's like you just reinforced what I said during our last ladies hangout, when I said that many people who are in awesome marriages today, and even those who are in toxic relationship, 90% of us, we don't marry the person we ideally set out that we are going to be married to. But when you're looking for a husband or wife and you are praying about it, God listens. God knows the person that can tolerate you, the person that can match you. So he will bring that person to you. It was not in my wildest dream. I never thought I would end up with any other tribe except Yoruba. No, 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 no. I never thought of that. And two, I never imagine myself. I don't like people who are not very tall. Myself, I'm just almost 5'9". So I thought I was going to marry somebody who is as tall as myself. But as it turns out, I think my wife is it 5'6" now? I think she'll be 5'6". My wife is not that tall kind of woman. I told myself I'm not going to marry a stubborn woman. I can't stand it. A woman that we stand our ground and say this is what I want to do. I end up with Madam Stubborn herself. But surprisingly, I won't lie to you, as I did like this, if I come this world again, I will go find my wife, I will marry her all over again. Even though we are both coconut hair or everything, but nobody matches me like her. I'm just sharing this for the young folks out there to know that sometimes you will not end up with the person you ideally thought you are
Yes.
going to end up with.
Sorry to interrupt you, Uncle Ben. You're so right because when I finished med school and everything, as a woman, I wrote down everything I want. I bought my first townhouse, and when I met him and everything, I know what I wanted. But like you said, God always brings someone that God knows our needs and meets us
Exactly.
at that point of our need. The man I'm married to is the best thing that ever happened to me because you know
Oh, I
why?
love that.
He is older. I like older men. I don't like dating people my age bracket. Let me just
Ooh,
put it
that's
out
like
there.
me.
Yes, I like
Ah,
older men. I don't like teaching a man what to do. So he came with experience in the
yeah.
bedroom. Uncle Patrick,
Mm.
let me elaborate when you say sex. Yes. I will wait for the second round, then I'll elaborate on that because
All
I,
right.
I I thought marrying someone older, he would not be into, oh no, I married a freak and I love it.
Oh my God. Hey. All right, guys, please give this video thumbs up. If you are enjoying the conversation, please do. We are here to learn. Let me I will ask this same question when after I'm done with my honey babe, but let me quickly go to honey babe. Honey babe, marital expectation and conflict resolution. That's what we are dealing with right now. Conflict expectations and resolution.
I
Have
think,
you ever thought of expecting there's going to be conflict in your marriage? And what were your initial plans that, oh, when I finally marry, as a young girl, that excitement. So when
I
I
mean, I
finally
got
marry,
married.
if we have
Yeah,
quarrel, we'll do this. So what were your own
yeah.
experience, my sister?
Sorry, 1 minute. Yeah, I got married quite late. I got married not in my 20s. So I think I thought I was prepared in terms of. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear
Sorry,
you.
I got the kids around me. Apologies. Let me just go to my room. Yeah, I thought that I knew it all in terms of, oh, this is my expectations of marriage. But I'm going to be brutally honest, I didn't have a clue. And I learned when I was married. The marriage didn't unfortunately last for long. But I was very much like Cece in the sense that I thought that it's all about being transparent and open. But what you need to understand is that everyone is different in the way they deal with conflict.
Yeah.
So in terms of me, I'm very much like Cece. Anything that I have on my mind, I like to express it. I don't like to keep it in. But sometimes you're with someone that doesn't want to express himself, wants to keep things to himself. And there was definitely tension because I think sometimes the way people are brought up is very, very different in the way that they deal with certain situations and want to communicate. So I think for me, it was very challenging. Unfortunately, the marriage didn't last, and I wouldn't all blame it on communication. There were various other reasons, but definitely I've learned from that. It's not
Mm.
just about being in marriage. It's about relationships with your friends, relationships, different type of relationships. You have to learn how to deal with conflict and disagreements. I think that does help you when you eventually decide to be in a marriage, or if I decide to get married again. Like recently, I went to an agent and I had to tell him that unfortunately I'm going to have to end the contract. He wasn't happy with me. He was getting quite agitated, quite aggressive. Now, I could have been very much, I'm not going to take the disrespect, but I chose to be calm. I chose to articulate myself, and eventually I was able to resolve the issue. To the end of the day, he agreed, and I said to him, he was happy for me to end the contract. But what I've realized in life is that you have to be able to deal with certain situations, not just in marriage, in every area of your life. I know we're coming back to marriage, but definitely I have grown. Like I said, I have a relationship with my elder son's father, and there's been situations where we've had disagreements. I've many times said some things and he's not been happy, and I've been able to say to him, I'm sorry, let's do something else, let's agree to do something else regarding our son. So I'm all about not just petitioning it just for marriage, but in other situations as well. I'm definitely growing as a person, but I definitely do believe that it's not just about talking, it's also the other person has to be actively listening. And I've learned with age and with maturity to listen as well. I'm a work in progress, don't get me wrong, but definitely I'm learning to listen more and to listen, because sometimes I feel that you can have a conversation with someone for 2-3 hours and nothing sank in,
At
because
all.
like I could be talking, and I'm guilty of that back in the day, where I'll be talking and I'm so focused on talking and expressing everything that I want to say, I've not actually listened to the other person. So it's being able to listen and at the same time articulate. And I think that is very important in any relationship, to learn how to listen and communicate with people in any area of your life. I don't know if that makes any sense. I've probably gone completely off tangent.
No, no, you're right. Now, talking about resolving conflict,
Yes.
do you have like any technique you already worked up? Like, oh, when
Um,
finally get married, if we have quarrel, this is how we're gonna resolve it. Do you
um,
have any mechanism like that in place?
I know that when I did get married, I was all about, I know it sounds naive, I was all about me and him, our team. Now, unfortunately, I was brought up, and I don't want to bring kind of the whole different cultures, but I'll give an example. I was brought up in the UK. He was brought up in Nigeria, my ex-husband. I'm very
Okay.
transparent. I'm like an open book. And I think for some people it's very uncomfortable. I just feel that this is who I am, and I will show you who I am. Unfortunately, because of the type of upbringing he had, it was an issue for him. I'm very much about, okay, if we agree this type of thing, let's agree on it and let's stand on it. He is not that type of person. He will do his own thing, change his mind. And I'm like, but we agreed something yesterday. Why are you changing your mind? He wasn't able to articulate that, okay, I know I agreed yesterday, but I've changed my mind. And that was a big issue for me. So I think for me, it's about being open to communication. And I'm not right all the time. I know I come on this show and I'm obviously arguing my point, but I'm very different in my life. And I'm very open to say, I am sorry. I'm not always right, even on these programs that I come on, but I'm very open to say, I am sorry, I am wrong. I try to be teachable. And I think in any relationship, especially in marriage, you have to be teachable. It's not a case of you standing on your corner and saying, you know what, I am right. Nothing is going to get solved. And all that's going to happen is that you escalate the conflict, and then you get into a situation where there's toxicity, and unfortunately the marriage or the relationship doesn't hold.
Yeah.
So I think for
Yeah.
me, it's about being teachable, being able to say you're sorry when you're wrong. And it's not about arguing the point that I have to win the argument. That's something that I think is very, very key in any relationship.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
But Ben, I
I
wanted
don't
to add
believe.
something real quick because I
Yes,
was
ma'am.
raising my hand. So I have something different from other ladies because I had everybody saying, "Oh, we have a rule. We don't go to bed angry." Like I know it's a lot of that in some situations, but you might marry
Yeah.
somebody that is not. So for my husband, when he's upset, he doesn't want to talk. If you force him to talk when he's upset, you're not gonna like it. So you're gonna let
Mm,
him cool off, and then you guys will have a very, very sensitive conversation with a very profitable outcome. So
mm,
you people are different. So you getting married with somebody, you're meeting somebody from a different background.
Mm.
Do you understand? So they have a total different upbringing from you. From where I
Yeah,
grew up in
yeah.
my father's house, we are allowed to call for meetings as little as 6 years old. If your father does something you don't like, because my father schooled in the US, so you just say, "Oh, can everybody sit down after morning devotion? I have something to say." even if they won't do something about it, they will let you talk. So I'm used to being expressing myself.
Mm,
But then I think for some people it come up the wrong way, which you have to learn the person you are with, and then you know how to like be able to communicate effectively. So some people you might not be able to resolve it that same day. Some people
mm.
might be like, let me cool off. When I'm cool, I can have a conversation with you, and that's still okay.
I totally agree with what you're saying, and that's why I articulated myself at the beginning that my mindset was to be very open, open communication, and my ex-husband was totally different. I think what kind of didn't help for me was that, and I agree with you that if he's the type of person, and he was that type of person, he didn't want to talk, that was a case where maybe we're not compatible. And I think that's why I said in my marriage and my decision to marry him, there were some mistakes that I made. I'm not blaming him because we're both accountable for the demise of our marriage. But I think that's where you have to come into play when you're dating and when you're having that communication to know that, okay, this person, if he's not going to be as open as you, maybe it may not work, or have that kind of, just tick all the boxes in terms that, okay, I'm open. Can I deal with someone that is not going to be open and is going to not talk to me, not wanting to talk when I'm the type of person that I want to talk there and then? I don't want to sleep on tension. You have to have that thing in your mindset and make a decision based on, are you okay with that type of person to get married to? That's my take on that.
All
Like
right.
if I was to
Another.
let me finish, sorry. If I was to
Mhm.
get married again, I would look for someone that I know that I'm compatible in the sense of we kind of gel in terms of, okay, this is honey babe. She wants to communicate and we're on the same wavelength. I know you're never gonna be the same, but I'm gonna be honest with me. I can't be with someone where we can't settle things and it's the case I have to wait a week. It's not gonna work for me.
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
see, I see where Nato is coming from. But another thing I wanted to say is bringing from another angle is sometimes it's good to have healthy arguments. Like for me, I like
Mm.
starting fights. If I want to get my husband's attention, I
Ah,
know what
okay.
to go put on. And, I know he's been working. Like I've been telling him, your hours, we eat dinner every night together because it's just two of us. And
Mm.
I know sometimes I like starting an argument because you know why?
Oh God.
The
Mm.
settling part is the part I like. Oh,
Yeah.
You are a bad
Yeah.
girl, bad girl,
the
very bad
settling
girl.
part is the part I like. And he knows my mumu bottle. When I said like this, he said, What is it, honey? What is it? Why, no, ma? What is it?" I said, "Girl, you came back this late. Why? I
Yeah.
came
Um.
and so that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it's good. I
Yeah.
like
I hear you.
we need to have healthy arguments where. But one thing I love was Natu said, if you know who you're married to, and
Yeah.
like he's mad, I cannot go 24 hours waiting on you to resolve it. No. Because I think
Yeah.
24 hours
Yeah.
is too long. So let's find the middle ground. Yes, I'll allow you to cool off. But one thing if you're that mad, we're not going to sleep in the same bed. That's just me. Because
But
we are
sorry, I was gonna
not.
say that. Sorry. Yeah.
All right, honey babe, you want to
So
say
I was
something?
gonna say that I think there has to be a healthy medium between, fine, you're angry, you're cheesed off, you've had a massive argument, and the time in which you say, don't speak to me right now, I need my space, and then it's escalating to a night, to one, two, three, four. I have an issue with that. I feel that
No, no, no.
yes, you can be.
I understand what you're
Yeah,
saying. I
okay,
understand what
that's
you're
fine. I
saying.
think you get. Yeah, I think there has to be a
No, no, no.
healthy
I understand.
medium.
I'm just saying people are different, and we have argument of where we come to. You understand what I'm
Totally.
saying?
Yeah,
But
I
I'm
think
just
we're,
saying.
yeah, Cincinnati. Yeah, definitely,
And
definitely.
I
That's
think
what
it's
I meant.
important, if I can just say, like, when you know
Sure,
your
Cece.
person, you know how to, like Dr. Adama just said, you know how to play with your person. Obviously that's a
Yes.
very like playful, it's not a serious argument or whatever. So the other
Mm,
day, me and my partner, we had a date night. We were going to the theater, and he was coming from one side of London, I was coming from another side of London, but I was taking the tube. So he was like, oh, be there at a certain time because the theater's like, the show starts literally bang on the time that it starts. So I was on the tube, he was already there, and I was running late. And I told him, and he was like, oh, where are you? And I was like, oh, I'm literally like a few stops away. He's like, we're going to end up. So normally when you miss the start of the theater, they kind of put you in a holding, like in a kind of like a holding box until maybe like there's a gap in the show,
Yeah.
and then they'll let you go to your seat. So you won't be able to go in straight away. So anyways, I ended up being late. And because I know how he is, I know he's the type of person that if you're not on, like if you're on time and you start making excuses, that will just piss him off. So when I came, he was trying to give me like, you know, when you know your partner is already, he was pissed. He was like,
Yeah.
babe, like why we're going to be, you know, I was telling you to leave on time, blah, blah, blah. So I did not even bother to make any excuse. I just said, I'm so sorry, babe. And then, you know, he was trying to walk like, you know, I just held his hand. We walked together. He's like, no, it's not fair. Like, why are you always late? You know, this is, I just let him have his, you know, he wasn't
Yeah.
angry, but he
I
was
understand.
annoyed, right? So you
Yeah.
let the person have their moment express.
Yeah.
And then we went into the holding place where they held us. And then I could see that he was trying to give me attitude. Like, you know, he wasn't really looking at me, he wasn't talking to me. So I just respected myself. I kept quiet and I was just looking at him with my side eyes. And then 2 minutes later, the woman came and, you know, after 10 minutes, she took us to our seat. Is he not the same person that was holding my hand and stroking my leg and being playful? I was like, oh, so you're not angry anymore. So, anyways, when we spoke about it later, he was like, I was like, what you were trying to give me, you're trying to, what do you call it? Like trying to be like, give me your cold shoulder at the theater, right? He's like, you know, those things don't work on me because I know how
Yeah.
you respond. And he's like, yeah, I love that, you know, you just kind of let me vent and you didn't try to make excuses and, you know, because that would have just
Bless
pissed him off,
you.
really.
You're
And we
trying
just
to
laughed
match
about it.
energy, Sissy. Sissy, you're trying to match energy. Or you trying to match
Yeah,
the
I
energy.
think
You're
it's
like,
I get
important.
you.
But when you
Yeah.
know your person, because he was like, if you had come in and been like, oh, don't tell me that the train was late. Do you understand? You can
exactly.
easily start a combative when you know you're in the
Fight.
wrong. But
I agree. I
I will
agree.
start being defensive, right? And then the
Mm.
response I'm going to get from you, something that could have just been even be an issue, will now be an issue. And if you're the type of person that holds a grudge, that
Yeah.
evening would have just been messed up. Do you understand? So I knew. I just was looking at him with my side eye. He was trying to look at me, trying to turn his face. I was just smiling and just keeping quiet. I was just like, whatever. And I was like, I know you can't be angry at me for long. He's like, of course I can't be angry at you. But he's like, I'm happy that, you know, you didn't come in, all this kind of thing. And then it
Yeah.
was nothing. So I think that just shows when you know your person, you
Yeah.
know how
Definitely.
to
Yeah.
get them out,
Yeah.
get them down, and you know it's important. But that's when you study a person, and maybe it's because I work in HR. I'm very
Yeah.
aware of like you know communication, people's body language, even their body language that's not necessarily like
Mm.
very open or something like that. It's important to you know give people their space, but then at the same time know how to come in as well and kind of end things where it needs to be ended. So that's just my little
I
example.
definitely agree with that because definitely especially I've been in relationships where, the person is upset. You just say, baby, my sugar, you just be laughing with them.
Exactly, just
Don't be
pet
upset now.
them.
Do
Yeah,
you want me to cook handle for you? You just have to know how to razzmatazz them. And then after a while,
exactly.
they're not even cheesed off
They're not even
anymore.
pissed about it.
It's
But I
definitely
think some
about
of
knowing
us,
your partner.
I think some of us independent women, I know my sisters, I have to call us out. You know, some of us, we're doing
Hard girl.
masculine
Yeah,
energy. You
yeah.
know, you'll be like, oh, don't tell me this. I'll come when I want to come.
Sissy, I was going to say that was my
Some,
WhatsApp group.
honestly,
Why did you
sometimes
No,
do
but
open my
not
WhatsApp
Sissy,
pick,
group?
Sissy, Sissy,
pick
you
Why?
need
your
that masculine
Sissy,
battles.
energy.
Yes,
Even when
yes,
Huh?
that masculine
definitely,
energy,
definitely. And
Pardon?
you know what's funny? Because I'm divorced, people actually assume that I'm very anti-marriage. And I say to people all the time, yeah, whatever issues you have in your marriage, try to make it work. But I think this whole persona that because you're divorced or you're not married, that we have this masculine energy. No, it's just the fact that I'm single because I haven't met the right person after my ex-husband. But obviously, with everything that everybody is saying, I want to know my person. And obviously, I will know how to maraz them. Because me, yes, I can do gra gra gra, but at the same time, I can be soft. I know that's honey in my name, as you
I
say.
met Honey Babe last
Sissy,
weekend, and my girl
Sissy,
is not even honey.
Sissy,
Honey is even too chickly. My
Sissy,
Honey Babe is cotton
Adama,
wool.
all of you,
Huh?
honey babe, just call my name. Who asked you guys to open my WhatsApp group? Who asked you guys to open my coconut head one? No, but babe,
true.
fun
No, but
fact.
nobody is true.
No,
Nobody is
no, no,
true
no, no, no.
though.
No, Adama, listen. Fun fact: before I used to belong to the WhatsApp group because I've been living on my own for a very long time before I
Yeah,
got married. I wasn't too old. I got married at 34, by the way. But I was in the WhatsApp group of like, you're mad. You're gonna be alright. Do sis. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it took me a very hard time to get to the place where he's mad. I just let him do his thing and then come on like, what do you want? What do you want to
mm,
eat? Even do you understand what I'm saying? Not trying to
yeah,
match the energy. Before I was the admin. In fact, I created the WhatsApp group of matching energy.
yeah,
I was the
yeah,
admin
yeah,
of the WhatsApp group. I
yeah,
belong to that WhatsApp group. But
yeah,
now I've added over for the people that want it. That WhatsApp group
yeah,
no
You've
be
been
am.
converted. Amen.
It's
yeah.
affecting my baby girl lifestyle. So I'm like, nah, this is
No, it's
Because
true. No, 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 no. But not to
and
what
it's
you
and it's
said
hard
is
and it's
true.
hard, yeah, and it's hard for women that, when you've been like independent, it's not a
For a
bad
definitely.
thing,
long
but there's
time,
some
not
there's
just
some traits.
independent.
Yeah,
Yes,
Yes.
there's
yes,
some
yes,
traits that you take and you feel like every little thing is like, oh, why is he doing that for me? Oh, don't do
yeah,
that for
yeah.
me. Da, 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 da. Do you
Totally.
understand? You come off your energy just immediately, even if you're not trying to be. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
but why is he telling me? Why is he questioning me about? I'll get there when I get there. Do you understand? Like I've seen it, and
definitely.
I've used to do similar things before, right? I
Yeah.
had a partner in the past, and he used to do this thing. He's a Yoruba guy. I love my Yoruba men because they know how to spoil us,
I
okay?
see that,
But this
Cece.
guy, when I met him, he's very like traditional in the sense that he will not allow you to pay for anything. And before, I used to have this thing like I don't want men to feel like they're buying me. It just used to irritate me. So I'll be like, no, as much as I'm a soft life princess, but in the past it used to be like I feel like is he trying to buy me, like why do you want to use money and then tomorrow you'll say, oh, I bought you this. So I'm like, oh, please, it's okay, don't bother. So I remember there was a time he was trying to date me, and every time he would meet me, he would like we met commuting on our commute, and he would see me like in the station, and then I'd be buying something, and this man would just take out his card and touch his card straight, and I'll just be like, and I'll just be like, no, please, can you not do that? And then one time he got so annoyed. He was like, oh, when we were now dating, he was like, I had what's this thing? Like a car ticket. So I was just talking to him like, oh damn, like, I can't believe I got a parking ticket. And I was so upset because I didn't have a parking ticket before. And he was like, oh, send me the ticket. I'm like, why? And he's like, what do you mean why? And it just caused that big argument. He was like, oh, why are you so stubborn? You're always
Oh,
trying to do
dear.
this independent woman. What's if you want to do everything by yourself, then why don't you just date yourself? And I remember I spoke to my mama. I was so annoyed. And I was like, please don't try to like stop trying to like buy me. I have my own money, all this type of thing. My mama was like, no, you don't do that. He's with you, he's your man. And African men,
Mm,
they have this thing where they
that's
they
right.
feel like they need to take care of you, they want to be needed. If you're doing everything for yourself, then what is he there for, really? So
Mm,
from that, I just decided, you know what? Let me just take my foot off the
chill.
bed. Let me stop being independent. Is it not my own money? I don't want to spend my money. Let me enjoy his money. So that's how it started. But
I definitely.
when you're
Mm,
independent, you get in this kind of mindset that everything is like, oh, why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? And
yeah.
most times, you just have to kind of take a step back
I have to
and
put this clause in. I have to put this clause in so that our
Yeah.
viewers know this. It takes not every man, especially African man, can
Yeah.
handle an independent woman.
Totally. Totally.
absolutely.
Yes.
Not
Absolutely.
every man. So let's be realistic here
Uncle
when we're
Ben, you're
looking at
laughing.
this.
Why are you laughing?
It's true. Uncle Ben.
Why are you laughing? This
No, it's
disapproving
true.
laugh.
Ah,
No,
there
because
no.
Uncle Ben, let me
You'll
tell you what
explain
it's
No.
yourself.
true. It's true. No, let me. I can speak for myself. I don't know about anybody else. Not
Mhm.
every, because the men I've dated are all in the medical, like
Yeah.
cardiology, surgeon, this. So because as an anesthesiologist and one as a black woman, when they see you,
They're already
Mm.
you know,
intimidated.
they're already intimidated. Like what do you do for? And I tell them like. And so do you cook? They start asking you all this question, like start
Really?
working on you.
Wow.
Yes, because automatically they feel, and I think one of the problem we
Mhm.
women give out is they feel like we're too masculine. We give out this energy that we can submit to a man. So
Wow.
let's
Absolutely.
put
Yeah,
out, yes. So
I get that all the time. I mean,
yes, and
especially with
I
me,
think
and yeah, I get that all the time. I
yes, so I
cook.
think for me, when I met my husband, actually, I was the one that hit on him because I saw him in the surgeon and he was
Ooh.
sweating, and we were in the OR together. So I just took a napkin and I just dabbed his forehead, And he just gave me this look, and I say, and after the surgery, he was like, "Are you available for lunch?" I said, "Yes,
You dabbed his
Are
forehead.
you that? Well
Wow.
done.
yes."
Hello.
Shoot in your
Fully
shot.
correct.
Shoot in your shot. Dr. D. Dr. Adama. My God.
She not
Wow.
play, oh.
Okay.
I
Yes,
like that.
yes, yes. Because whatever he said for me to be this bold, and
Mm.
he said, "Are you
Audacious.
African?"
Or
He said, "Are you African
he
too?"
was enticed.
Yes, because I didn't know he was an African too, because his name didn't give out. And I said, "You African too?" He said, "Yes." From there, the whole thing was history. Because what I'm trying to say is like, he said, "But when you see, when the people see you, you
Yeah.
come off as intimate, like, because what we do,
Intimidating.
yes, we give
Yeah.
orders. Like, if you're
Yeah.
gonna have, if I'm on your team, I want to make sure this is done." And you're dealing with surgeons. And when I ask
Mm.
question, "Is this prep done? Is this a?" I say, if it's not that we're not going, it's not good. You have to be bold because you're dealing with men of profession. So I say we can be intimidating, but what people don't know is I am a homemaker. I love cooking. I'm off from now to Tuesday. Like, I turn my home into a date. I make out time for my husband. I am a wife first before a physician. Am I
Mm.
making sense? So I
Yeah,
think we
yeah,
need to balance for we the professional women and
yeah.
women who
Exactly.
have been independent for a long time. One of the things that counts against us is we need to learn to have a balance when we get into a
Absolutely.
relationship, to
Yeah,
not
yeah,
allow our
totally.
profession consume us, and put whoever you're involved with first before your career.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I agree. I
I
agree.
totally agree with that because, like I said, because I come on this platform, I mean, like I said, Cece's met me this a few times. I'm totally different. Yes, I yes, if you try me, I will give it back to you. Don't get me wrong, but I am I am honey. I'm very sweet. So
Only when
please
you say you go
be
collect,
Very
gentle with
sweet.
me.
you go collect.
Uncle Ben,
Yeah.
next question.
Yeah, what you gonna ask me about the hitting? Sorry, can I finish that? Because
Uh,
Oh,
I'm sorry
sorry,
we're
go
taking
on.
up too much of your time. Quick one.
no, no, I'm
Listen,
just enjoying the way you people are going
sorry,
about
sorry.
talking about it the way it is because
I
that is
mean,
what this is all about.
sorry, I'll quickly finish
So,
this, then you can go on to the next thing. For me
all right.
personally, I am 5'5". I'm not that tall, and my ex-husband is 6'6". How would I be slapping anybody? The slap he will give me, I will go flying. You understand? I very much about the fact. I'm being honest. I'm very much about the fact that if you hit someone, expect to get hit back, and if you are not ready to get hit back, why would you lay your hands on anybody? We have all these things, especially in the UK. You cannot chastise a child. Why would you have the effrontery to
Exactly.
chastise a big grown adult? And I think you're going into dangerous territory when you start thinking that just because he did what he did. Now, I've been very open on various platforms about what I went through, where I've been in a situation very similar to this. I didn't lay my hands on anybody because, like I said, I don't believe that the way to deal with conflict is to be laying my hands on anybody. You have to have emotional intelligence. And I'm all about the fact that if you feel you need to be slapping someone, you need to get therapy. Because if you have violent tendencies, go and get therapy. You cannot be using provocation as justification to be hitting anybody. If you
Mm,
go out in the street and hit anybody in the UK, you will be arrested for assault, no matter the propagation. So,
right.
let's not have any excuses for using violence because that's when you get into DV. And I'm all about, even if he has done what he has done and what he's done is incorrect, he doesn't deserve to be hit. Because if it was a woman, we know what we would say. So let's not be doing this gender bias that because it's okay, she's a woman, it's okay for her to be hitting. No one should be hitting anybody. I'm very much about that. I'm
All
very
To
right.
much
address,
about
I want to
respecting people's
address
boundaries.
something I saw in the comment section by
Yes.
Princess. She said, "I don't tolerate nonsense, or I'm human too." Well, I want to tell you, as human
Yeah.
being, in order for you to coexist with
Yeah.
another human being, you have to
Yeah.
tolerate each other. It has nothing to do with your you have to. So if you're the kind of person that say you don't tolerate nonsense, you need to identify what is it that you don't tolerate, and you need to work on yourself first before getting involved in a relationship, because in order for you to coexist with someone, you have to tolerate nonsense.
I mean,
Exactly.
can I just
All right,
interject? Can
honey,
I just
babe.
interject there? I agree. I think it's the way she worded it. I think that people have certain deal breakers. Maybe she's talking about certain deal breakers. Like I said, I have my certain deal breakers, and when certain things happen, I decided to walk away from the relationship. Not everyone's like me, but I think it's the way that she's worded it. So, maybe not take it the way that she's phrased it. I think that you have certain deal breakers, and for me, if you go over my deal breaker, I won't tolerate nonsense as well. So I think I think it's just a case of people have certain deal breakers. Everyone is different. I do understand.
All right. Thank you very much, all my sisters. I think maybe when we're gonna be having this ladies hangout, I will probably beg one of my sisters to be the host because I'm just listening and enjoying the buzz, the conversation and everything. So you people know when you are wrong, right? You just
Of
told us
course we
now.
do.
You
Yes,
people
yes,
know when
we
you are wrong.
do.
Of
Hey,
course,
But
I
we
can say
told
I'm
you,
sorry.
some of us are in coconutted WhatsApp group. We told you. We
Obìnrin,
know.
Natu's the headmaster of that
No,
group.
I used to be.
obìnrin.
Girl,
So
listen.
we all know you are wrong. Okay, I like that. God bless you all for at
Of
least
course.
being vulnerable and sharing with us, because I think this conversation is much needed, especially for the younger ones who are still praying to get married. They need to hear it from you sisters what it feels like inside. You know, like when I see young folks talks these days, I can sense fear and I can sense projection. I've seen many of them who will say things like, me, no man can do this to me. Me, I can never tolerate it. Me, you can never try this with me. And I'll be like, how old are you?
Until you enter.
You have not even get there already. You already have this attitude of me. I won't take this. Me, I won't. So now, by the time you find that right man who do take you seriously, because my sister, you can tell me, if 10 men approach you, sometimes you can hardly find one or two that really take you seriously. The rest, they are just after that moment, that intimate moment they want to have with you. So now, when you end up finding this man who took you seriously and really wants you, you want to like, when he talks a little bit or he acts just a little bit, you already have this mindset that, oh, don't try it with me, don't try that with me. My sister, with that kind of mindset, I know you'll say the right man will stay. Okay, I
Uncle
just
Ben,
wanted to add that because yes,
Uncle Ben, but
doctor.
I think to buttress what you're saying, in order for us to address that, maybe anybody can come. What you said is so true. I think what I have noticed with this generation is they have the entitlement mentality. They don't want to work for anything. Like they feel a man needs to treat them. I don't know if it's because of social media. They watch the
Mhm.
Kardashians. They want, I mean, like media has really messed. They don't take time to study and figure out things on their own. They want everything to be laid out for them.
Eh,
So what I would
eh.
say for we as parents who have children that are older, for me, I like let's start raising kids who allow them to think for themselves. Don't raise kids that you do everything for them. Like my daughter, she's a mess. She doesn't call me for anything. She has her own house. She does everything. When she runs into a problem, she calls me because I want her to be able to do things on her own, figure it out, and at the same time know that this world is not, she works, we need to raise a generation to make them understand that things are not what it looks like. Am I
Yeah,
making sense? Because when I see
exactly.
the way they are saying,
Yeah,
oh, I
no,
don't want
you
to get
are.
married, huh?
No,
Say
you're
that again.
making sense. You're really
Yes.
making sense.
No,
when I see
you're
the way
making
they
sense.
when I see the way they say they don't want to do this, oh, I can't cook for a man. Why can't we hire a chef? Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? Are you kidding me? How much are you earning for you to want all those things? Are you
Ah,
realistic?
Adana
Are you
don't break table.
financially? No,
You
it's
don't
the
break table.
it's the truth because
Cap-
I tell my
Carpenter no
daughter,
dey America. Off your
no,
mic, sister. Off your
that's what
mic.
we
Off your
talk.
mic. Off your mic. Off your mic.
No, but
Off
Mercy,
your
that's
mic.
what we're going to
Please.
talk about tomorrow. For me, my children who are both married to parents that are financially
Hmm.
sister, they've been working since they are 16. My baby girl is going to college this fall. So at the end of the day, she has a scale. I want them to know what money is like. So if you want to do anything, I ask you, okay, how much do you have in your accounts? So what are you putting on the table for it? So don't come to me for anything because you think daddy and mommy can afford it. You want no. We need to teach these children that you have to know how to cook because if you don't do it for yourself, you're not going to be eating out 7 days a week. After, I
No.
mean, it gets expensive. So we as parents, we need to be realistic. No matter what career we have, please pay attention to the way you're raising these children. Let's learn to teach boys how to be men and how to treat women and not just how to make money. And let's learn to tell women how to love themselves first before loving a man. Thank you.
You can't give from an empty cup, to be honest. Sorry to interject, but Ben, you can't give from an empty cup. And if you're watching this live and you're not married, one thing I will tell you is that marriage is an empty apartment that you rent and you need to decorate. So however you enjoy your marriage is the way you do it. So don't come and feel like because you saw something on YouTube that say you are going to make a panini, put milk, put condensed milk. By the time you do everything and you taste it, you like, oh, this YouTube video deceived me. That's how marriage is. If you want to
Oh my
have
God.
a house, apartment where you come back, you run from where you are to come back home. It's because you have decorated the place to be a comfy place for you. So you have something to contribute to your marriage. I want women always say, "Oh, I want a man that's financially capable." Blah blah blah. The question I ask you is that Proverbs 31 woman is not a broke woman. She's not a broke woman. Her husband gain respect because of her. Yes. I watched one podcast, their future wife's podcast. They said the man said the problem a lot of people have is that some people are picking preference over purpose. The man that will serve your purpose might not look good in your eyes, my sister. But because you want four pictures, Instagram body, the one that will fit Facebook picture, and they'll say you couples are matching. By the time I reach out, it's a different story. So sometimes you have to look at the purpose. If you call Oshika, tell you a story today, she said when she was getting to start, she got a diplomat. She said, no, I don't want a diplomat because we're going to be traveling all over the place and I want a career. I probably will not have a chance to have a career. She had a man that's a military man. She's like, no, those are the pushing you guys to Iraq, Iran, here and there. I don't want to be there. So that's why yesterday we were going like, know yourself, know what you want, work on yourself, build yourself. When you build yourself, you know what you want. But if you don't have anything going, and you start thinking, I want to meet baby girl, I want a man that will take care of me. My question to you, can you take care of him? Because you have to build capacity. You have to be ready. Yes, if you are not ready, let me tell you, if you cannot go and buy a car in America if you don't have insurance at hand, if you don't have a driver's license. No, nobody's gonna give it to you. Even if you have a driver's license, like you are a new driver, you have to put that sticker on your car, new driver. It takes you time to become a perfect driver. If you just collect your license today, you cannot buy a Ferrari. Because guess what? You're gonna get into an accident and your insurance is gonna go to $2,000 a month.
Hmm.
So if you
Simbi,
feel like, oh, yes. So if you feel like, oh, I'm
Nacho,
gonna
can I ask
I'm
you a question? Why
Simbi
do
has
you
okay.
think
something to say.
our young ladies, this
Mm,
generation wants men that
mm.
are established?
It's
Why do
social
you say
media.
why? Thank
It's
you.
it's social media. It's social media. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Social media is the one that's coming because people are seeing things that are lies and believe social media lies at your own peril. People will see lies on social media and they want that lifestyle. They don't even know how those people are achieving that. Somebody saw me with something the other day on Instagram and told me that where did you get this thing? Oh my god, look good, I want it. I said I bought the shoes 10 years ago. The person thought I was lying. No, I wasn't. I'm a shoe holder. I bought it 10 years ago. So don't think that it's the work that I want to say that I got those things I have on my body. The blazer that I wore that day was 6 year old blazer. Now the person wants to give themselves a potential. I want to have that complete set. If you go to the store, you can't find it because it's old stock. So because people are seeing those lies, so we will buy gift for themselves and say, oh, my husband just bought me this. Continue, be watching and be wanting that when you enter. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying that you have to have the capacity. Anything that you're praying for. My people, rubber not the attract magnet. Oh. It has to be metal and magnet. Don't deceive you. So if you
I'm
want a
going to,
good
All right.
Let me
sorry,
come. Let me come in a second
yeah,
because
go on, Cece. I know you're going to say it. Go on.
listen, I'm not on this table of hustling and struggling with a guy. I've said this
Exactly.
before. That thing, I'm sorry. I will always advocate for a woman to find a guy who the man needs to be
No, no,
doing
no,
something.
Sisi, I
Yeah.
get where you're going to. Hold on 1 second. I get where you're going to. I don't want anybody to struggle with anybody. I'm not for that WhatsApp group. My point is that if you want something, you can't go to Dangote and tell them to give you a job with secondary school certificate and you want $250 a month. You have to show them the skills. So the only thing I'm advocating here is for women to equip themselves, prepare yourself for the kind of lifestyle that you want. Don't go and they carry in a Porsche and you can't even speak English and read and know that it's not Porsche, it's Porsche. I think it's Porsche, it's not Porsche. Either way. And that's what I'm saying. I'm just advocating for women to have build capacity. That's what I'm advocating for.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
And that I 100% agree with. The problem is the disparity nowadays between what women earn and what a lot of younger men who are in the same age bracket are earning is too wide. Women are progressing, getting more educated, being higher earners. That's across the board. I work in HR, I know. Even though they say, oh yeah, there's a pay gap, but looking at the salaries that a lot of women are going at, a lot of women are contracting. A lot of women are in finance. A lot of women are in senior positions in those industries compared to the black men. So if you're somebody who wants to date and marry a black African man, a lot of them are not gonna be in the same bracket as you in terms of earning potential. One, and then a lot of them, their work ethic is lacking. It's lacking. You'll meet a guy. I remember when I was dating, heavily dating those times. I met a guy. The guy was saying, "Oh, I'm an entrepreneur." Okay, uncle, what's the entrepreneurship that he's been doing? Entrepreneurship that's amounted to nothing for 25 years. He's pushing 50. So you're telling me that I'm already establishing a career. I'm looking at somebody I want to settle with. I'm looking with somebody I want to build with. I'm already hustling. I'm grinding. I've got kids already. So my quality of guy I'm looking for cannot be somebody who's still dreaming big dreams that's amounting to nothing. I don't have that time. And I
No,
don't
I
feel like it's wrong for a woman or even younger women who are hustling. A lot of girls are online, they're making money online, they're doing hair, they're making clothes, they're selling all sellable things, working legit jobs. We're not talking about these Instagram baddies. I'm talking about girls that are hustling in the same economy. They're hustling, working. I was working a corporate job, I had a side hustle, I was making food then that was really successful. I used to do hair. Women, I feel like we just can take different industries and go for it. Whereas a lot of men are not doing that. They don't want to retrain. They don't want to go back to school. They don't want to, they're very comfortable. You meet a man who's in a job, he's been earning 30K. He's happy in that job for as long as he's collecting his money at the end of, I mean, come on. And your wife has been promoted, she's gone for extra training, she's gone for this qualification. You, as a partner, you're happy just coasting in life at one salary for the next until you collect your pension. It's unrealistic for you to expect women who are go getters to settle with those types of liabilities. And yes, to me, they're a liability. Because if you're a
no, but
man and you still don't
no,
know
no, but
what direction your life is
Cece,
going in, you're a liability.
no,
Your
Cece, I think
liability,
you're mixing.
just like a
No, Cece,
woman, if she's doing the same, she's a liability too. But men, there are more men that are liabilities than women.
no, Cece, I think you're missing it. You're missing the two up. Okay, let me. I always use myself as an example. Okay, and it started by what Natu said, and we when we had this our first part, the part, the first part we had. I mentioned this and I said, before you get involved with anyone, get to know yourself first. Get to know yourself first. What you want in life, what you want out of a relationship, what your goals are, and who you want to end up with. So, if when I finished med school, I was dating someone who is already established, or the people I go out with I wasn't earning that much as a what do you call it, when I was in training. I was not earning that much, but the man I was with was earning a whole lot. But he saw my career going somewhere. So the point I'm trying to make here is I'm not saying that you should settle for, if you know you're a go-getter, you're someone who is independent, please. I'm not saying you should go look for someone who is not career driven. No, you shouldn't go for that. Let me use my child as an example now. If my daughter brings home a guy who just graduated from law school and he's going to do that, he has a goal, he has an ambition. He's just not there yet. Okay? He has
Mm.
a goal, and I need that in action before they can settle down. But what you're saying is that you want a man just because you're established, you want to end up with a man that is established as well. Now, my question to you is the percentage of women who are accomplished, how many of them are in a successful relationship? One. Two, why is it that women who are accomplished have a hard time settling with someone who is not of their equal? Not everybody is going to meet. I would, I don't like using myself an example because I'm not a typical example. You cannot, everybody's not going to be a Dangote. If I didn't meet someone that was a surgeon, yes, could I have married a family healthcare practitioner? Yes, I can, but I'll be earning more than he does. So you have to weigh the pros and cons. What suits you is not what is going to suit everybody. But at the same time, do not allow your income to overshadow what your goals and purpose in life are. That's the point I want to make.
Absolutely, I agree, and that's
Absolutely.
not what I'm saying. I'm saying that why are the men not, instead of them worrying about trying to date bad women that are progressing, okay? How about focus on the ladies that are also in your same tax bracket? If you're a guy who's you're still on your way, you still don't know what your direction is. I'm not talking about men who are. I'm not really about dating potential. I need to see you doing something with that so-called potential, because somebody will say I have potential, I want to do this, I want to do that, but they're not doing anything that shows you that they're on that trajectory. Okay, those people are just time wasters, and I'm not going to advise any woman to settle with that type of person, right? If somebody's come out of they've come out of uni or whatever, and they have clear goals, like, babe, this is what I'm trying to do, this is what I'm trying to do, but I just need maybe you to direct me, or to have a conversation with certain people, and you can see the men that are hungry, and you know that they're going to be successful. Those are not the men I'm talking about. I'm talking about the majority of those men. The pool of those go-getter men is very small. The ones that are left over that want to settle down are those ones that want a woman to carry them on their back. You need to be telling him, oh, go and do this course, baby. Oh, go and get this job. Oh, let me pay for you to do this. Oh,
CC,
no,
you are
no, 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 no,
generalizing.
no, no,
You are
no.
generalizing, CC.
I'm
I've
not
been in that type
generalizing.
of
That is the
relationship. I've
majority.
been there.
Those are the majority of single men that are there now. How come in
Oh
the same
no,
economy
CC,
women are
I
hustling?
disagree.
Women are
I
hustling
disagree.
and getting higher paid than those men, but they're still in the same position. Are we not in the same? Do we all, like parents say, do we have two heads? How come the
Can I?
women are grinding and making money, but the men in
CC,
the same age bracket are not
CC.
doing the same thing? I don't
Uh, let,
understand.
all right, CC, let me ask you one question. Since you want to go this Glasgow route, let me ask you one question. Is marriage all about the money you are making? Both man and woman. Is marriage all about the money a man and a woman
Marriage, again, unfortunately, finance is the number one cause of problems in a relationship.
In
So
divorces, yeah.
whether people want to say finances or blah blah blah, I'm sorry, if you cannot provide for yourself, there is no reason for you to now tie your, like I keep saying, you cannot be a liability to somebody. One person, you get married, okay, you both have nothing, fine, fantastic. If you come into a relationship with somebody who already has something, right? You, as a woman or a man, I'm not making it gender specific, as a woman or a man with nothing that you're contributing financially, you are going to be a liability in this economy. Childcare, do you know how much I used to pay for childcare on my own as a single person a month? And I
CC.
was working hard. So if I have a man who's not earning, or we don't have the same, our finances are not equal, or at least the man is trying to push to get a better job or something, it's going to cause a problem for me, because I want a certain type of lifestyle, in terms of I want my kids to have access to certain things. I want us to be able to equip our kids, maybe to go to private school, maybe to be able to travel, maybe to have some type of comfort in life. Okay, it's not about flashy things. But if you're not able to meet up, for me as a man, it's going to cause a problem in our relationship 100%. So let's not pretend like finances is not important. Finances is the number one reason why marriages are breaking up. outside of maybe cheating. Number one. And why is that? There's a reason for that. Because money, unfortunately, if you can't pay your bills, you're going to be looking at each other annoyed. If you can't feed your children, you're going to be looking at each other annoyed. You're not going to be going to bed with the person enjoying lovey when you've got bills to pay. Come on now.
Sissy, hold on. I think you are speaking in terms of people who are in abject poverty.
It's not abject poverty.
It's not abject poverty.
Ben, just in terms of working, let's just make it to the UK. I remember when I met my son's dad when we were dating. He just moved from Ghana. He is the last born of his family. His family are very well to do, right? They've got money in Ghana. He moved to the UK. He was not doing well. He was just in a job that was just somehow, but he just had this mindset like, oh, I already have money back home. He doesn't know what he wants to do. Because he got with me, I said, if you want to be with me, I already had one child, my daughter. Then I was working full time and I was going to school full time. And I told this guy, if you want to be with me, what is the career that you're trying to get? This job that you're doing that was just like a warehouse type of thing. Like he wasn't really sure. He wanted to go back to school to get his master's. I said, if you want to be with me, you want to date me. I've got a child. I've got my own apartment that I'm paying my own bills. I have my own car. You as somebody who's still trying to figure out, yes, you've moved to another country. You're still trying to find your feet. I said, what is your plan for yourself? What is the job that you want to do? If you tell me the job you want to do, then I'd already just started my career in HR. I said, if you tell me the job you want to do, I'll get your CV together. This is the kind of course that you need to go and do. And I remember we sat down and I was looking at jobs and I was like, babe, you're going back to uni as a mature student. I don't want you to go back to uni to do a course. You'll come out, you will struggle to find a job. You need to find a job in an industry that, one, the job market is high. You as a mature student, because technically somebody in their 30s already, you're a mature student. You're going to come out of university with debt, competing with 21-year-olds. It doesn't make sense for you to be competing in an industry where you're outnumbered and your age is going to go against you. I said, you need to go into this type of industry. He went into quantity surveying. Okay. So quantity surveying here is like the people that when they're building buildings, they do all the accounting, the materials, and it's a very good industry. We picked that course. He went to do that course. When he finished that course, I did his CV for him, everything. We were doing training. The first job he landed was a top paying job. And I say that to say, I'm not against building somebody in terms of directing a guy, but it's for him to do the rest of the work. I can't be the one putting the battery in your back and turning it left, right, and center before you move. You also need to know what you need to do and to also do it.
All right,
Okay,
Sissy.
Sissy, I have a question for you. I have a question for you.
Doctor, please hold on. Let me
Can I
say
say something as well, please?
Hold on, please. Let me say something straight here. You see, that's why the other day when I started the show, I started with the Mark Gungo video where he was describing men brain and women brain. Now, you ladies have somehow managed to join issues together now. Everything don't combine now, Sissy. This money you're talking about now, Sissy, I think we may have to do a different show on this one, because if myself say make I open my mouth, we will not live here today. You are mixing the whole thing together for right now, Sissy. When you say men who can lift this, men who can pay that, men who can I think we have to break it down into categories and levels.
Okay.
In terms of finance. In terms of finance, I think we have to break this down. There are men who are career men, there are men who are into businesses, and there are men who are just lazy. There are men who are unambitious, there are men who don't even have a goal. They are not even chasing anything. But the way you're describing it right now, it almost look as if, all the men, majority of them, this is where they are. They are not trying, they are not making money, they're not. So I think we will have a different show for that. Maybe we will do marriage and finances. Then we can dive into that deeply. Because if we say maybe they go now, you ladies, you are mixing it up.
I'm not mixing it up. I'm giving you an example.
I get it,
but she's not.
No. You are mixing it up. Let's have a different show for that one, so we can dive
No
deep into this
problem.
financing, because I know I think CC have sworn that in my life, if I
In
see
my
any
life, in my
man,
children, in all my generation, it's not possible. Sorry.
But
It's
the
not
thing is, brother,
possible.
but you need to understand, like I said, I'm setting up my startup business. I have 2 properties. I'm doing my business. Why would I
I
want to date
know.
someone that's still renting?
See,
Why would I
we
date
know.
someone that is not driving? It doesn't
Oh
make
no,
sense. I've got
uh,
2
But
kids.
Uncle Ben, you're
honey
not
babe,
answering the right question. The
we know.
question for TC is this. Why do you end up with these men that you end up doing resume for, telling them what class? You get time. Why do you, and at the end of the day, these men, where are they
Please,
today?
this was
This
when I
was
was in
back
my
in the
20s.
day,
Not now.
back in the day, back in the
This
day,
is when you're
back
trying to
in
be
the
a good,
day.
supportive girlfriend. You see potential. You see, when you're dating potential, I was dating potential. I ended up with him. We had a baby. What happened to the relationship? You started misbehaving with all my potential that I put in, with all my efforts, and you think I'm doing that again? I will never
a whole
advocate
wife
for it.
material
Never.
1,000 yards. A whole wife
Hold
material
A
on.
1,000
whole wife
yards.
material that I
See,
am.
listen,
Jesus.
Never.
can you see that CC is
Never.
Yeah, but
traumatized
I did
Never.
the
by
same
building
thing.
this man up? And
The
Hold
these
thing
on,
men
is,
will
please.
just live like that. So she's
Uh,
traumatized. She CC, I know
she's
where
not
you're coming from.
traumatized. She's not traumatized. It's about making sense. My
hold on,
son's
hold on.
dad. No, let me
Let's
finish.
make
Let me
it
finish.
short and
My
clear.
son's dad. Yeah, I'm the one that
Okay.
told him to apply for to work for Open Reach. I'm the one that helped him get through the interviews. He's not a go-getter like me. Like I said, I was happy to do it when we're in a relationship, but there are many men out there, and not everybody, that don't have the drive. And like I said, I was happy to do it because it benefits me and my son. But I don't necessarily want to be in this time in my life, with my kids to be, to turn in any battery on any man. If you're gonna date me, you should have the get up and go. I've taken the jump out of my comfort zone to start a business at my age with 2 kids, with 2 mortgages. And it's not easy, but not everyone is like me. And what we're saying is that men need to have the get up and go just as much as women. And another thing that CC said, I've been watching a lot of stuff where there's been this debate all over YouTube about why is it that black Americans are not, boys are not going to university. That's a question that's being said. It's all over TikTok. It's all over YouTube. And it's the fact they don't have the ambition and the drive. And people are questioning why.
Why
Because the
women
same
are
And
not
they don't have
settling
role
with them?
models
yeah,
too.
because
They don't have
there's
role
this thing.
models too.
Yeah, but the thing is, the excuse they're giving is that the fathers are never there. The dads are never there. They're in jail, blah, blah, blah. But the sisters, the girls are in the same household. But why are they able to go to those universities and the boys are not? Remember, they're trying to say that they're exceptional in sense of their circumstances. The same girls are in the same houses where the dad is in jail, but they're able to excel in school. So there's a bigger question of why is it that black men, whether it's black American men or African men, do not have the get up and go to be industrious and entrepreneurial as much as black women are? That's a question that has to be asked.
Okay.
Exactly. And that's what
Okay.
I'm saying.
Okay.
Why I'm saying
Okay.
there's
Honey
more of
babe,
those men.
and Sissy,
Yes.
thank you for at least bringing about another topic for another conversation.
No
Now,
problem.
Uncle Ben,
I
fear
don't know,
don't catch you.
maybe,
Fear don't catch you.
no. It's because,
It's
we
a
are
good
doing this
topic.
show. We are
Hmm.
doing this show for a purpose.
I
And let's
understand.
not forget the goal of the whole show. The goal is that young ladies nowadays, they are scared of marriage. And for me as an uncle, my own goal is, let us demystify this situation for the young ones, that marriage is not really as crazy as it is. And we are having this men hangout, ladies hangout, so that the matured ones can actually, and I love what you guys are doing now, the mature people can actually describe their own experience, so that younger folks can actually see that, okay, there are work to be done, there are things to be considered. It's not just the stuff I hear on social media. And for today's show, we are looking at conflict and conflict resolution. That is conflict expectation and conflict resolution. But now, you, my sisters, have carried me completely to where my feet no reach ground. I am at a point now that I don't even know where I am now, because I don't know how we move from conflict expectation to conflict resolution to men are not making
A
money.
conflict issue or conflict resolution is, as a man, be financially capable. That will solve 99% of your problems.
Facts.
That's my input. That will solve 99% of your problem. Your wife will not be
Okay.
complaining. You will not be stressed. You'll be able to meet up. It's true. You'll be able. A lot of your problems will be solved. So if you're a man and you want to get married, please, I always say, poor people should not be dating. It's not your
Okay,
priority.
Sissy,
It's
let's
not
do
your
it like this.
priority.
Let's make this another topic. We can schedule it just like we scheduled the one we have today, because this is very, very interesting. I've learned a lot myself. Okay, and I'm happy that we actually have this. So let's make this marriage and finance a different show, so that
No
we can
problem.
break it down. Because me, I have my own reservation when it comes to some of the things you said and some of the things Honey Babe said about men not being ambitious, men not doing this, not doing that. And thank God.
I
Oh, I
said
even saw
some.
a
You know,
comment
I
from,
said some. I said
okay,
I was very specific in what I said. You can listen to the playback. I said some, not
no
everyone.
problem. Let me just continue. So just like my D is saying now, thank you, D. D said Nigerian men on an average are not like that though. Uh Our Niger brothers love book, money, and hustle. So that is why I was struggling in my spirit to actually agree with what you, my sisters, are saying about this finance thing and young men and that. And that's why I always kind of said, look, if we want to have this conversation, especially with this finance and marriage, we have to break it down. We may have to break it down to geographical locations, to countries. Okay, if you're talking about men lacking ambition, maybe black men lacking ambition and things like that, I think that could be the experience in US and UK. I don't think that's the same experience that we have in Africa. Yes, we may have some men who are not ambitious, some men who don't even know how to get up and go hustle for themselves, but majority of black brothers that I know, except maybe those one raised by lazy parents too. Majority of black brothers that I know, and in what is happening in our continent in Africa, no, we are not lazy. We are not lazy. And if we are talking about, okay, how rich could you be? That is a different conversation again. Because when Dr. Adama and I think it's Sissis too, when you guys are talking about, oh, ladies are earning more now, ladies go to school, they got masters, PhDs, and all that. Now, do you want to tell me because a lady is making 250K or 300K per year, and the man is making 150K or 120K per year, so that man is not fulfilled? If the two
That's
of them
not
marry,
that
that's
is
like
not the
struggle love.
that's not the right comparison. And you know
Yeah,
that's
why
not the right
How is it
comparison.
not the right
It's
comparison?
not the right
No,
comparison
it's
because
not
they're
the
it's
right
almost at the
not. It's
same.
comparison,
not.
Mr.
We're not.
Ben. It's not
That's
the
too
right
high.
Hold on,
comparison.
honey, babe. Let's take
That's
it
too
one at a
high.
time, please.
Sorry.
Cece, what do you want to say
The
to that, Cece?
majority of women maybe are making 150K, 200K.
Mhm.
I'm talking in the US. Let's say for the UK, most women are maybe making 85, maybe 65. But averagely, most men are maybe only making 35, 31.
Those
There's
are
a big difference.
those one don't factor
Yeah, but
into this conversation.
that's the norm. Saying somebody's
Yeah,
earning 150K and 200K is 250 is almost the same. It's not the same. That's not the majority of people. Here in the UK, the majority of people
yeah,
are not even making
but
they're not even making the national average minimum
They're not.
wage in the
They're not.
country. So I can only talk for the UK, and because I see the job market. If you're in a
And
normal 9 to 5 job, most men are they're not earning enough in their 9 to 5 job in the UK. Whereas most
do
women,
those men go to
girls
school?
are contracting, they're working, they're getting
Yeah.
their money,
Yeah.
Hold
making
on, Cece.
100K.
Hold on, Cece. If we go with
Can-
this mindset, a lot of young girls will end up being single forever.
no, no,
It's
no,
not
So
Uncle
that's why I
about
Ben,
want to
no,
that.
make
Uncle
it
Ben,
make
Uncle
sense.
Ben, can I buttress what Sissy is saying?
Okay,
And
man.
now I understand what she's saying.
Are
What
you
she's saying,
okay?
what she's saying makes a lot of sense. And I go back to when I don't know if it's a Europe thing. I'm sorry to say this. Some of the men in Europe are very lazy.
Eh, okay, you said it.
Thank you. I'm only speaking
I
You
from
said
just
it. You
UK
I
said
just
it.
have
You
American
to
said
be
it.
perspective,
honest.
not
I have
Fact.
to
African.
support
Fact.
her. I have to support what she's saying. And
Okay.
I'm saying this based on experience. I know someone dating, and she's a gynecologist, and the guy is in one IT this thing. He's been in that IT job for over 12. It's just, let's just call it what it is. And I'm not saying that. And I've seen them when you go to all this platform. A lot of this UK, sorry to you, this Europe guys, they have time for mukbang. This is what they're doing. Like, I'm like, Adama, this your mouth,
No,
oh.
say it, my sister. Say it, Jo, Jo, Jo.
Don't say it. Don't say
Tell
it.
Jada.
Jesus Christ. They are the one that have, the only job they have is YouTube. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
When they are supposed to be going, like Uncle Ben, you people will look at you, you're a hustler. And in Texas, and let me tell you, I know Texas real well. In Austin, Texas, to be precise, my daughter was born in Austin, Texas, Uncle Ben. So
Oh wow.
that's, yes, my daughter was born in UT. You know the one in downtown Austin. I used
Oh
to
yeah.
live the what? Yeah, yeah. So the point I'm trying to make with what CC is saying, and what Honey Baby is saying is true. Some of the men in Europe, I don't know if it's because Europe, a lot of them I is a benefit states. These men, they don't have the drive. They don't. It's just the truth. I have to support it because I just started thinking about what she said. And if you just want to do an audition, just go to any YouTube channel that you see, or X on Twitter. You see a lot of the demographic, a lot of them are from Europe. They're on this YouTube. They have time for nonsense, and they will start their own YouTube channel. It's like I don't see that drive in them. I'm not saying everyone. I say most of them. They are. It is either they're into IT, and this guy expects her to move her life from United States to Germany. And I'm saying to her, "Are you crazy? At your age, why are you going to move and relocate? He's supposed to be the one relocating. You earn 4 times more than he earns." And he said no, that he doesn't want to leave Germany and stuff like. So, Cece, I quite agree with you. The men in the Europe, some of the men, because Nigeria are obsessed with the words. If you don't say anything, if you don't include some, they want to bite your head off. Yes, some of the men in Europe.
And it's not
Yes,
just European. We're talking about European,
Yeah.
Black
British, black,
African
yeah,
men
black African, yes. We're talking about
specifically.
black
Um.
specifically. They are not
Can I
career driven. They are
can
No,
I
not.
no,
gi-
no.
can I
But
gi- can I give an
Anya,
example? There is a Ghanaian family. They lived 5 minutes from me. His wife is pregnant with the fourth child. He's on benefits, universal credit, DLA, with 4 children. He's Ghanaian. I can give you many examples. So
hmm.
that's why I'm saying
All
that
right.
it is the benefit system which is perpetuating this type of nonsense. Like I said,
Okay.
he's actually getting more money being on benefit than actually working. This is a black Ghanaian guy.
Okay. Here is
That's one
what
example.
here's what I'm gonna suggest that we do. I think I'll reach out to my brothers again. We're gonna have this episode on marriage and finance. So we will have men hang out, and then we will have ladies hang out again to see where we as men, where we stand with this conversation on finance and marriage. And let's see where we already see where you, my sisters, now where we stand. Now be say man must go and make millions, go boss,
But
make
Uncle Ben,
all
why
the
can't
money
you put
come,
us both
right?
together? Why are you separating us? Why can't
That's
you
not
put
what we
the
said.
men? Yeah.
The
Why
reason
can't?
the,
Yeah.
the reason we are doing it is because it will end up in gbas. If I put una two together, we fight go happen. Even me that I'm here moderating now, you notice I just dey watch the meeting. See, sister Adama, if I put everybody together, I go end in gbas. Una no go gree. Una no go let us
No, I, I
express
I
our
don't think
mind.
so. I think we're matured. I don't think so because why I said
Let
that
me
is it's good for us to have. I like hearing from the men directly, because why I say that is this: when we have this debate between the men and the women,
Mm.
you can moderate it, you can. So, but it's just a
So
suggestion.
you are
But
suggesting that we do it both men and women hang out, and
yes,
But
you
we've done
show
we
this
don't.
do
before
you
now.
ladies allow us to talk? No, it's the fear that you ladies will not let us talk. Because when we have men hang out, I love you, my sisters. You were all in the background. We express ourselves,
Okay.
even though
Okay.
una won't force yourself.
Okay.
You guys want to force yourself into the studio that day. But at least we were able to express ourselves, we talk. Now we've
Okay.
had 2 episodes of ladies hangout. My
Mm.
brothers, we have the background, they listen now. Una, you guys are still trying to look for ways to punch us. Sissy now bring
No,
us as subject matter now that we are not making
sorry.
money. How? Must you ladies drag us into your conversation?
Yeah, but we're not dragging you because it's all about. We're not saying everybody, but we're giving
Okay,
examples. Now,
okay,
someone
here
this
is an
thing crown.
example.
This some people are saying that you want to counter everything that we said. Then fine. The next, like I said, he can counter it. Unless he lives in the UK, no one can tell me that what I'm saying is not facts. So that
Okay,
person
no
should just stay
problem.
in his lane.
No
Because
problem.
unless
Let
he's
me
based in the UK, and if you're based somewhere else, you cannot counter what we said. Everything we're saying is based on our experience in the UK.
but somebody live in UK, Samolu live in UK, and
Exactly. I wasn't
according
talking
to
about
the
Sam
data
Olu. I
Samolu is
wasn't
saying, now
talking about
Samolu
Sam
said,
Olu.
just
And he has valid points.
hold on,
He has
honey babe.
valid points.
Samolu said in 2024, the average annual full-time salary for men in the UK, in the United Kingdom, was £40,000, British pounds, yeah, compared
Yeah.
to £34,000 for women. Now, Samolu is indirectly letting you guys know that
Hmm.
men still make more money in the UK
That's
than
not, no,
women. I don't
no.
know what
My son,
this
my
is
son's
dragging
dad
us
is
there.
working for Openreach. I contract. I make more money than him. Facts.
That
So
is one thing.
what he's saying is not for everything. It maybe
No,
makes
no,
sense
no.
because, as you know, women are not paid as much as men. But in terms of the grand scheme of things, if you go into the data, I can tell you facts on heart that I make more money than my son's dad. That one
Okay.
is facts.
All right. Okay, good. Now, Dr. Adana, I want to test what you are suggesting that we do. I've brought my brother, Mr. Dio, in the building. Just as an example now, Mr. Dio, do you agree with the way my sisters are putting all of us in one basket, that we are not ambitious, we are not making enough money, women are making more money than us? Do you agree with what she said?
I don't agree with that, Uncle Beno, because I think the last time we had,
Did you say you agree
this,
or you disagree? I didn't hear.
He
Sorry.
said he
I,
doesn't agree with you.
Oh,
he
okay.
said he
Okay.
doesn't agree. Uncle
Okay. Sorry.
Dio, welcome.
let
Uncle
me
Dio,
explain,
welcome.
please. Let me explain, please. I've been listening to you for the past 1 hour now, and I know you made quite a lot of sense based on your own experience in the US and in the UK. But when you now start to generalize, that's where I said no. When you want to make a sample based on your locality. What is applicable in the US may not be applicable in the UK. Neither may it be applicable in Nigeria here. So
Mhm.
don't just make point and then generalize it and say majority. No, that's where I stand opposed. See, everything you said is true as as far as your own experience. But I tell you something, you only meet with people in the class that you rove with. We have ladies that throughout their life, people that have been coming to meet them are either millionaires or multimillionaires. And we have ladies that throughout their lifetime, they have been meeting with average people. And we have the ones that throughout their lifetime, people that they have run into have been poor, not well to do. So if every lady is allowed to talk, they'll be given a sample based on their own personal experiences. So it's not a general thing. Somebody that has never met, or maybe she has never met with any kind of a well-to-do men around her, she will believe that every man they are of low class. And somebody that has met with multi-millionaire, every time this one comes, that one comes, she will never tell you that men are not hardworking. So it's based on personal experiences. Now, I won't say that when I said I can counter everything, I don't mean that what you are saying is wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not disputing your facts. In fact, I'm really happy that you are coming out with these facts because I know our ladies will learn a lot from it. I made an example. Okay, now in Africa, let me give you a typical example. I don't know, does anybody know one of our billionaire here called Cosmas Maduka.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Cosmas Maduka married his wife at the age of 19. He was 19 years old when he got married. And at that time, the wife was working as secretary in a company. The wife came from a rich background. And when they got married, the man was not doing anything. The man was an hustler. The man now is a multi-billionaire, but the man has vision. The man has ambition. And even the family of the woman, they didn't want her to marry him, but she said, no, it's either I marry him or I'll remain single for life. So they have to allow the woman to marry. For the marriage, the man could not come up with much. But because she saw something in that man and the marriage, the man is now a multi-billionaire. And the man said, because the man normally comes to my church to come and give to come and give speeches. The man never went to school. Oh. Today, the man is lecturing in Harvard and all the world class universities that you know. After that, he never went to school. He was an hustler guy. The man told us that when he became a millionaire, he did a will that whatever he put in his will, when he buy, the wife can change it to show you the level of respect that he gave to the wife. Now, why am I saying this? Our generation these days, or the Gen Z generation, they don't see marriage in the same way that we of the older age sees marriage. I love
Exactly.
what you have been saying. Sister Natu came out, Dr. Adama, CC, Onibe, everybody talk from their experience, which to me, they are vital points. But I can bet you, if you are going to say this thing one-on-one to a single lady of Gen Z this age, they will never agree with your experiences because they are seeing things differently. They are not exposed to all these things that you people have gone through because you people are much more experienced. You people have seen marriage for what it really is, but to them, it's all a myth. They don't see it like
Yeah.
that. So
And
that's
we
why
have
this
we have
is
we
crucial.
have to teach them.
Very
Thank
important.
you. Thank you, Mr. Dio. So
The purpose of the show today, thank you for saying that, Mr. Dio. The purpose of the
Yeah.
show today was specifically to talk from our own point of view. Or did I
yes.
not get that memo? Okay.
Yes, yes,
So
yes.
everyone here has been talking in regard to their own personal experiences. I've shared mine. Honey Baby shared hers. Dr. Dama shared hers. I think Tosin was here before she shared her own. So that is what we are saying. So if apart from maybe Dr. Dama, in terms of like the experiences of dating, maybe people that you're having to build up, most of the women on the panel have said the same thing. So how is that possible if there isn't a problem there? We're all different women from different places. We're having the
Mm.
same dating experiences. I can say all of my friends are married. I'm probably myself and maybe one other friend. We're not married yet. Okay,
But you
but
are almost married now.
Pardon.
You are almost married now.
Almost
Your
married,
wedding is coming up by
exactly.
grace of God
Almost
now.
married, right?
Since
But
you
I'm
stop
saying, even
emphasizing
when,
money, the more you talk
even
about money, the more I feel like I have to call my
but,
brother
but
and
the
say,
man,
I
but the
go.
man, but the man that I'm with is established. The man that I'm with is making a certain amount of money. He has a good career. He has a good mindset. He understands what life is about. He's not a rigid person. He's the type. When he says God picked the right person for me, everything I wanted in a man, he's got. Maybe the height, I had
And
to compromise on that, but everything
please
else is perfect.
include that he's a Nigerian too. Include
And
that
he's
he's
a
a
Yoruba
Nigerian.
man, which is what I love,
Okay.
right?
Thank
Continue.
you.
But on
I love that.
average,
Thank you.
the women who are in the dating pool right now that I'm seeing around, from not even we were just at the brunch. Me and Honey Babe, my friend, was doing an event like a
Yeah, I was
women's like a, we're just launching this women's brunch kind of mingling and meeting. Most of the women there were married, right? So it's not that I'm coming from, oh, I'm only seeing it from. I have vast majority of friends, all ages, and 90% of the time when women are speaking from Auntie B's age, which is like 50 plus, which is like Gen Z. My daughter is 21, she's a Gen Z. The discussion through all of those age groups and experiences, there is a problem with the men. I'm gonna say I'll say keep it to the UK. I'm not Nigerians. I can't speak for Nigerian or in Nigeria. The problem with men in the UK and the US, the majority, they are not on the same financial educational level as black women, unfortunately, and they're not even trying to get there. They're happy being where they are, and that's what is causing the wide gap. that is widening. So yeah, some look and say, oh, men are earning, as a man in 2024, 2025, you're only earning 40k. You should be embarrassed of yourself. 40k is nothing.
No,
Yeah, 40K is nothing, you know.
40k is nothing.
They,
If that's the only money that you're bringing into a household, woman, hold
Remember, you're
on,
gonna
Uncle
get
Ben,
taxed.
a woman will be earning 30k on paper in terms of the government tax, right? In terms of the money, but on the side she's cooking. She's got a cooking business. On the side she's doing lash tech. On the side she's making hair. On the side she's selling wigs. On the side she's sewing clothes. It's not. But a man will only have that one income, and he's happy on that 40k for the next 60 years. Women will have that salary, but it's not enough. They will still be doing a care job, coming home. This issue of this woman with this man, in my mind, I already knew in my spirit. I was speaking to another Obodo fam, and she said to me, Cece, this case, when it came out now, the story of the lady with the husband and the niece situation, in my spirit, I knew the anger that this woman is giving is not because of the child. It's because she's the one feeding the man.
Yeah,
and that heightens the level of anger a woman will have towards. Do you know how painful it is? If you're feeding a man, if the man is the one feeding his wife, do you think she'll blow up? Come on. And it's come out that she's the one that's been paying for the man, feeding him from Nigeria. She brought him to the UK. She brought his daughter, his supposed niece. All of these things is the same thing that I'm saying. Women are always the one underground, hustling, breaking your back for the man. And what do you get at the end of the day? Disrespect. No loyalty. When he's ready, he will jump off of you and move to the person that he has his eyes on. So if we want to pretend that all women are out here saying they're looking for million, no, we're just looking for men to meet up. Even at a basic level, and a lot of men are not willing to meet up. Most households, it's the wife that's feeding the man. You won't know. And the man will still have the mind to be disrespecting the woman because he feels emasculated. Come on now.
Sissy, can you hear me, Sissy?
I can hear you.
My body don't vex.
But Ben, is it not true? This case of this woman, is it not struggle love? Is it not struggle love?
Sissy,
okay.
This is what we're gonna do. I will set up the show. I will reach out to you. Hopefully, Sister Adama, I don't really know how to get to Sister Adama outside of this place, but please, if anybody want to reach me, please send message to this number.
You don't have. I didn't give you my info. Okay, Ben, send me your this and I'll
it should be
send.
on WhatsApp,
is this your
innit?
info?
Yeah, she's not in our WhatsApp group yet.
Do you know
so
WhatsApp?
This number,
No. Must join up.
Dr. Adama is not in our WhatsApp group yet. So please, anybody who wants to reach me, send message to this number. That is our production number. It's just that right now, because the phone is iPhone 16, my daughter always wake up and take it along with her phone to school. I don't even know what to do with that yet. So please just send message. What she does is, once you see any message on that phone, she will forward it to me. And then, so just send me message. Okay, Uncle Ben, this is so I will get your number from then I will reach out to you privately. I think this marriage and finance topic, we have to talk about it.
It's very important.
I will reach out to some of my brothers so they can also be available.
Something? Can I say something? Sorry for interjecting you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we allow Uncle Dayo, who was speaking, to speak before? Because and I have the link on the chats for tomorrow's section. My section is always men and women. I love it because
where is the
you
link?
get to hear. I just posted it on the chat. Do you
Is
see
it?
it?
What is it?
I don't.
Yeah. Is it gone?
I can't see it all. I can't see it all.
I don't see it. Yeah.
It's on Dr. Damage's. It's Dr. Damage's platform. I'll put the name of the platform in our chat tomorrow.
Dr. Damage's.
Yes.
Oh, that one.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Damage's platform, 7 p.m. tomorrow. I'll post the link again, and should I put it on the private chat or should I put it on the general?
Post it anywhere. Put it private. Post anywhere. I will just highlight it for people to see.
All right, thank you, sir.
And also, while we're still on that, please, those of you who are like members of our channel here, those who are loyal, you support us in everything. If you
Hmm?
have businesses, you are doing anything you are doing that you want to put out there, let me know. That's one of the benefits of being part of a platform, so that we can put your business out there, people can locate you. You don't have to pay a dime. It's free,
Oh,
please.
thank you.
Okay, so always contact me, let me know, so that when we are having the show like this, we can share your businesses and people will be aware of it. All right. Okay. Now I see we've done 2 hours, 18 minutes already, and I actually have 3 things we were supposed to talk about, but I didn't know that this conflict and conflict expectation and resolution can take a new dimension. Okay, so today we were like gonna start with conflict expectation and resolution. Then we talk about how do you set boundaries in marriage, because I think many of these young ladies, they are scared of marriage because some of them don't even know how to set boundary. The only way they know how to set boundary is to run their mouth. I don't want
But
this, I don't want that.
you shouldn't be waiting to marriage to set boundaries. It's too
Boundaries,
late.
yeah.
Exactly. So
You
we
should
Too
were
have done that
late.
from
supposed
the
to
beginning.
speak on all of these, but I don't know what your schedules are like. So
We're
maybe
good.
we have to schedule.
Friday is good. Please
Friday
continue.
is good for me.
So
I
Please,
cleared
so
I
my
was
diary.
thinking,
I'm off today. Continue
I'm
till
off
Tuesday.
today. I cleared
Continue.
my
Friday.
diary for this.
Dara,
I've been missing.
mo-
No,
You're ready.
my date night is cancelled because I want to be on this group chat. So we
Yeah,
no,
must
oh
iron
my
out all
let's
the
days.
go to
issues
your date
tonight.
night. So.
Oh yeah, let me get my calendar because I'm an entrepreneur. I've got time for you. I will book it now.
I've
My guy is
cleared
not
my
coming home
diary.
till my guy is not coming home till he said 5. We have a
Oh
seafood
my
date.
God.
So continue, please,
All
please,
right.
please continue.
Let me recognize my sister in the chat, Dr. Uloma. Is it Uloma or Ulo? I don't know, but I think it should be Uloma. Dr. Ulo, I see the way you are throwing punches and you are throwing jab in the chat. Don't be like Sister Marriott and Didi and Sisi and them only babe demo. Don't throw jab at us. So, but thank you, my sister. I see that you are really enjoying the conversation. God bless you. And my sweet sister Fina. Sister Fina in the building. Thank you for coming, my sister. This is a wonderful conversation, and I think it's really going to help a lot of people out there, the young folks. Me, I don't learn tire. Thanks to Sister Natu. Thanks to D. D was saying that, oh, Uncle Ben, so your wife and myself, we are like the same. I've learned a lot. In fact, I'm really enjoying the conversation because from this conversation now, when Dr. Adama says something, I now see that, oh, no wonder my wife, they behave like this at times. And even though Dr. Adama won't take laughter, kill me, when she was describing her husband, that the quiet one, and really, I was laughing because Dr. Adama, everything you are describing about your husband, how they approached it, that's what my madam they do. And even so that I could just look at her and say, God, how did I end up with this woman?
And the part
I'm
that killed
sorry.
me, when you're telling them something important, they'll be looking at you like, why are you so passionate? Why are you speaking like this? Like, is it that bad?
My sister, hey, I don't know. I don't know. It's like God created this set of people differently at times. Don't get me wrong. I love my wife to the moon, but sometimes you get how this woman go move and I'll just be like, God. Biology get me for me along. Why you say that this one you carry give me now, God? And the next moment, I can't stay away from her because she's so sweet. Although I'm just saying this for you guys to know that I'm really learning from this conversation, and I'm happy that Sister Natu and Sister Mario suggested that let's allow people to share their own experiences. So please, if you are joining us, feel free to share your experience. Okay, since soon as say we get time, we will move that conversation about finance to another show so that this show will go according to plan. CC,
No problem.
God has blessed you with my sweet brother. Please
Excuse me.
take it easy with this
Excuse
your
me.
don't want struggle love.
God has
Let's
blessed
move
him with
on.
me. Don't get it twisted.
Exactly. She's surprised.
Sister, don't start. God bless you with my brother. What do you mean? You that you are a troublemaker.
I'm the
Definitely.
sweetest. He will tell you.
It's
So
honestly.
Huh?
anyway, let's move on with the conversation. Thank God Mr. Dyer is here. Mr. Dyer, please. This is ladies hangout, but we can just help them add one or two things if we see say that they carry the conversation go our area where we don't know. Okay, sir. So please,
Yes.
but let's continue the conversation. Let's quickly talk about how do you set boundaries in marriage. So for the younger folks that are scared of marriage, and for other younger or single sisters out there that are still very scared of marriage because of all this toxicity that we got going on, I don't know if you have ever thought about setting boundaries. And somebody mentioned something now. I want to quickly come back to that. Somebody said, you don't set boundary when you enter the marriage. You already set your boundary before you enter.
That
I
was
think
me.
somebody said it. Thank you, City. So people don't know. See, there is something called I can't take this. Okay, I can live with that. No, this is off limit for me. It's not until you get into marriage that you now want to start setting those boundaries. It will bring back both. But if you already have those boundaries set before you even meet your man, what you want to do now is you want to adjust the boundary line. I don't know if you guys are getting what I'm saying now. I'll give you an example. Maybe it will make sense. I share my own personal experience. Now, for instance, me, it's a no that I will marry a woman who don't know how to cook. It's not gonna happen. Like, and I did not have this expectation of the woman I will marry when I got into marriage. No, even when I was single, I already know that because of my love for better food, there is no way I can manage a woman who don't know how to cook. There is no way my marriage to a woman who cannot cook will work. And it's coming from somewhere. My mom, the way my mom raised us, my mom always have like 3 pots of different food. We must have stew in the house. Come they call social, there must be stew because of rice and yam. Then we will have another soup like vegetable and then maybe draw and stuff like that. So we always have 3 pots growing up. That's the way I grew up. And I like eating from home. So for instance, I already know that there is no way I can marry a woman who cannot cook. That's number one. Number two, I know I cannot stand a disrespectful woman. I'm sorry, I'm just using my own as an example. So just to set the tone, I know I can marry a woman who is very, very disrespectful. You know, go walk me. And when I say disrespectful, it's not about you calling me names or something or insulting me. No, it's about even how you behave, how you carry yourself. So I know I have this problem now. I now think of tolerance. What are the things I can take and I cannot take in terms of this food matter and respect? If my woman said, I can't cook today, in fact, I don't have time, it might take me like maybe until next 2-3 days before I can cook. I can take that. So far, you are still going to cook. That is shifting boundary now. Then when it comes to respect or disrespect, how you talk to me matters. If you talk to me with this discarding tone, I can't take it. If you are the type who like to run your mouth, I'm sorry, my sister, I don't know how to describe that, but what I mean by running your mouth is like, sister, you are laughing already, sister. So if you are the type that runs your mouth, and what I mean by run your mouth is that when I say one, you're already saying 100. Could they work? Could they work? I'm gonna get angry. Remember, I used to have hot temper issues. So even before I get into marriage, I already know I can't stand women that run their mouth, because from where you are running your mouth, you might say something that will trigger me. And I'm really not a good person when I'm really, really angry, but I give glory to Lord Jesus now. So I was looking for somebody who will take their time to respond to things, and when they want to talk, they address the issue. They will not join issues and all that. But still, there has to be accommodation. Like I said, when it comes to setting boundary. So my own moving my boundary after I got married was that, okay, women have the time they want to vent. They have the time they want to talk when you piss them off, because you will definitely piss them off. So what do I do when my woman wants to express her dissatisfaction? I will listen. I won't engage in let's go back and forth. I will just, okay, go on. I'm hearing. And then when you talk finish, I've grown to the point that I know how to say I am sorry. Now, there are some things that we do as men that even when we say I'm sorry, our wife already know that we are going to say I'm sorry, but it's not as if we are truly sorry. So if I said I'm sorry, and I know you are not accepting that my I'm sorry, I'll give you space. That is like shifting boundary. So, but in my own definition, that's just what it looks like. Oh, I will throw it open to my sisters. And let's start. If I start with Simbi now, Simbi always the flight. I don't know whatever that guy that offended Simbi. I need to go and find that guy and iron some things out with that guy,
Let's
because
start
Simbi
with our
really
baby
did.
girl. She hasn't
Eh?
spoken. Start with our
Let
baby
me
girl.
start with Simbi. Simbi, when we talk of how to set boundaries, how do you plan to set boundaries that when I eventually settle down with my man, this is what I can take and what I can't take? But and how do you plan to communicate that? Because it's very important. You can't just tell a man, I don't want this, I don't want that. You have to have a strategy on how you want to tell him that I can't take this, I can't take that. So Simbi, over to you. Are you here? Or network don't kick her out?
Uncle Ben, I'm
Simbi.
here. I'm here,
All right,
sir.
Simbi. I want you to
Sir.
calm down. Don't worry, I will reach out to you privately. You need to give me the number of that boy that treat you anyhow, so that I need to go deal with that guy. The guy don't really make you the best. But how do you plan to set boundary in your marriage? Real quick.
Uncle Ben, do you want to be specific? In what area?
Okay, for instance, let's just say, what are some of the things you know you will take and you can't take, and how do you intend to communicate that to your husband, so that you won't come off as being dominant or being disrespectful?
Okay.
You are laughing
Number
already. That
one.
okay?
Number one. Don't. Uncle Ben. Okay.
You don't do
Sorry.
talk again.
I'm sorry. No, I can talk. I'm just laughing because if I say something now, I end up saying, CB, don't go there. Okay.
Speak your minds, baby girl. We're here.
Okay. Number one. Please don't cheat on me. I'm very big on that one. Do not cheat. I'm telling you not to cheat on me because I'm not going to cheat on you. I'm not asking you for something that I cannot give you. Don't cheat. Two.
Simbi, sorry, hold on. No. Dr. Adama, I can't see the link. Where are you sharing this thing? Are you
It's
not?
on the
Well,
chat. It's on the chat. I can see it myself on the chat.
can
Can't you see it
see.
on the chat? Do you see my
Exactly.
name? Yes.
I see your
Exactly.
name, but I don't see the link.
You don't do you see the link now where right there where my name is?
Your
Thank you.
comment is there, but the link is not
Yeah, I see Uncle Beno. Please highlight the link, but I
It
don't
might
see
be
the.
restricted because
there.
sometimes you can't share links. Maybe that's why. In
Yes,
the
I
chat.
think
Oh,
she
Mm.
can share it here. Let her
Yeah, it might be
do it
blocking
in the
it.
green app. Yes. YouTube
okay,
will not
okay.
allow
Put
it.
it in the
I think
private.
I've tried it
Just share it
before.
in the private chat. Let
Okay,
me
I'll
let
share
me
it in the
do it.
private. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, Simbi, go ahead.
Okay, and then can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Simbi.
Okay, okay. Okay, so like I was saying, I'm not going to ask you Okay. Then when it comes to finances, you can't just make that decision alone. You have to carry me along. Don't give out money without carrying me along, or else it's your personal money. But if it's if it's our money, like joint account, do not take out any amount of money without consulting me, because we are partners, right? So I believe we should do that together. We should make that decision together.
Mm.
Can you hear
Cindy,
me?
what you are talking about, I think you need to go and talk to some counselor. I'm sorry to say, my dear. There are some of the things you are emphasizing that I don't really think there are things you should put too much concern on as a young lady. But anyway, continue. Okay, you spoke about cheating. What are your boundaries as far as cheating is concerned?
Oh, Ben, cheating.
Simbi, you have to
Cheating.
stay one place. You are going in and out, in and out. It's like you are doing so many things. Okay, maybe I should give
No,
you
I'm not.
time to
I'm
get
not.
yourself, and then I'll come back to you.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, we can hear you, but there's
No,
this
I'm
noise
here.
I'm also hearing.
It's like you're outside or something, some wind or something.
I'm hearing that
Mm.
Have you
noise
got
too.
AirPods in or something on your outside?
I'm
All
It's
actually
right.
like
in
this
my room.
windy sound. Ah, okay. No problem. Oh, so what's your boundaries,
Okay, it's like
Sibi,
fan blowing. All right, so
in terms of cheating? So boundaries is like not having too many female friends, not going over to female friends' house. I don't know. What are your boundaries?
I think she probably exits to come back. All right,
Ah,
let's
okay.
move this to. Let me start with Honey Babe. Honey Babe, setting boundaries with what we have going on now.
No
How
worries.
do you think people should set
Um,
boundaries?
I think getting to know the person, dating, you're obviously talking, right? I assume you've been talking when you get to know the person before you get to the stage of deciding to marry. So in those conversations, you would obviously hear what that person has to say. People, when they talk, they are you can more or less find out the type of person they are by the way they talk, because sometimes when you talk you can't lie, in the sense that it just rolls off your tongue. So in that situation, through observing them, dating them, you will kind of get the vibe of the type of person they are. In like I want to go back to the conversation of what was it, Young, Rich and African, when Subaba said in front of everybody in season 1, you can like I said, I'm going to paraphrase, I can't remember the whole sentence, but he said that there's I can still curl off someone and still be married. That is someone that's saying their truth, and you as the person, or Annie, should have seen the writing on the wall to know everything before and in the past that he will never be committed to you. So in those conversations, like the example I mentioned, you will see the person's real self. It's for you to now decide that, you know what, I'm not dealing with that crap, and I'm going to exit that relationship, or you decide to continue in that relationship. It's not when you're married or about to marry, you now say, "Oh, there's deal breakers." If there's some things, fair enough, that you're not going to necessarily get out, find out necessarily from observation. You have to ask questions. And again, you ask questions. And if anything in those conversations you're not happy about, you make a choice to stay or to leave.
Exactly.
So for me
Exactly.
personally, these boundaries in marriage doesn't make sense to me, because you should have a vibe and have an understanding of the person that you want to marry or are going to marry. So at the end of the day, if anything happens, it's your choice to stay or to
Mhm.
leave. All these boundaries don't make sense to me when you're already married. Should have done that at the beginning when you saw certain things and red flags, which you chose to ignore.
Now, do you believe in shifting the boundaries, so that there can be room for accommodation?
Trust me, I totally agree with that. Like I said, everyone thinks I'm a bad G. I'm not. You understand? I am very
Mhm.
opinionated about certain things, but at the same time, I am in a relationship. I'm very much about, I'm happy to say I'm sorry. I'm happy to say I am wrong, and I'm happy to compromise. But it's on a case by case basis. I will not give you any boundaries apart from my one thing is that I don't do cheating. I'm not ready to have disease for anybody. I'm not down with that.
You guys don't want to
I'm
share.
just not interested in that. That's my only thing. I'm not going to go into the politics of it. My issue is that I'm not going to endanger my beautiful self by in a situation where you've slept with someone else without no contraception and you're giving that disease to me. That's my deal breaker for me. Anything else, I can't specifically say is a case of on a, like I said, a case by case basis.
Okay. All right. Thank you, honey babe. God bless you.
My pleasure.
Simbi, you are back. Simbi, you are back. Are you ready to tell me how you intend to set your boundaries now? Hello, Simbi, you are muted. Nigeria networking. Fear Nigeria network. And these guys that are paying a lot of money for network. Simbi, I can't hear you. Anyway, honey babe, no. Sissy,
Okay.
you have boundaries, Sissy. What's up? How do you set boundaries?
For me, setting boundaries would have happened long before we're even talking about relationship. Would be in the dating stage, talking stage. Oh, babe. Oh, what's your, what are your deal breakers? What thing if I do is gonna be a no for you? What can I if you're doing something? And even most recently, I was speaking to my partner, and I was like, before we take the next step, what do you think in our relationship would make us maybe would cause a conflict or is going to be a problem that we should be thinking about, we should be aware of? So it's not even something that you stop talking about just because you've got married, just because you've got engaged, or just because you've got a partner. You need to keep having these conversations. People change all the time. So as you're growing, your preferences are changing, your expectations are changing, your requirements are changing. And a lot of times when people are married, they are harboring maybe resentment or something there's an issue, they're not addressing that issue, and it could be because their expectations are not being met by their partner, or they're not meeting their partner's expectation because somewhere along the line they've stopped having the conversation around whatever it is, whether it's a boundary or whether it's an issue, right? Because you think, oh, I know the person when we got married 10 years ago and they're the same person. No. So you need to keep checking in. So for me, I feel like conversations around boundaries, you should have laid that foundation from the beginning of your relationship. If you're already in a marriage, I feel like there's nothing wrong with telling the person and asking, like, oh, okay, there's this thing that you do. I think you gave the example, you said your wife, you will tell her something sometimes, then she'll say, oh, I'll change. Then 3 months she's gone back. Things like that. There's certain things that as an adult you can change, but there's certain behaviors, like if you're a cheating person, if you're bad with money, if you're reckless, you have a reckless kind of a lifestyle, the more mature you become, that thing becomes ingrained in you, and it's very, very difficult to change that thing. So it's not a boundary issue. It's something that the person needs to work on, like genuinely work on, to say, you know what, this thing is affecting me. It's affecting my relationship. I need to change. If they're not going to change, it doesn't matter the boundary you put in place when you're married. They're not going to meet the expectation. They're not going to meet up to what you're requesting of them because they're incapable of changing, or they just don't want to change. So I feel like it's too late in marriage a lot of the time for certain things for you to start implementing it at that stage. People are already set in their ways. They're very unwilling to change. And if you have a selfish partner, somebody who just only me, whatever makes them happy, and they're not willing to bend, it will be really difficult. So set it way before.
Yeah, thank you. Shout out to Sister Chinye, my own Sister Chinye. Welcome, Mama. Sister Chinye said, "Some things will not come to mind to set some things will not come to mind to set boundaries until an opportunity brings it up. But a conflict will give you an opportunity to set that boundary." Absolutely, Sister Chinye, you're right. Absolutely. All right, Dr. Adana, setting boundaries, ma. What do you think? Before marriage or in the marriage or after marriage? I said after marriage. God forgive me. Adama, you hear my sister? Can you hear me? Hello? Oh, I think okay. Yeah, Dr. Adama, I see that you went out, you came back again. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Sorry about that. Did you see
No
the link in the
problem.
private chat?
Yeah. Yeah, I see it now. No problem. So, Dr. Daman, setting boundaries. Where do you stand with that? Before marriage and in marriage, what are the things young folks should watch out for when it comes to setting boundaries? Hello, Dr. Adana. Can you hear me?
Oh, can you hear me now? I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
was still
I can hear
muted.
you
Sorry.
now. Guys, that is the link to the show Dr. Adana will be having tomorrow by 7 p.m. 7 p.m. US time, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that would be like around 2 a.m. in the UK. Anyway, a lot of people are on Dr. Damage's platform. I will be, of course, I will be here 7 p.m. I will join. So that's the link. Please, guys, join the link, subscribe, so you can follow Dr. Adana tomorrow when she's having this fantastic show. All right, Dr. Adana, set the boundaries. When? Before marriage or in the marriage itself? What should young folks watch out for?
Setting boundary is an ongoing thing. One before the relationship starts, and as the relationship progress, because this is the thing we need to realize. The longer you've been with your partner, you both are going to evolve. You're going to change. So you incorporate, as those changes are happening, you set those boundaries. For example, let me give you, I like talking outside the box. Let's say, for instance, now my husband says, okay, I'm going to bring intimacy to it. He said, oh, I would like to have anal sex with you. And this is something he was never into. And all of a
Yeah.
sudden he's into it. What do
Mhm.
you do? Should you be involved in it because you want to satisfy your man? Or should you say no? For someone like me, I'll say no. I'm not. I mean, where is that coming from to start with? So those are boundaries you need to set. But
Mhm.
some people will be opening to it because, like I said, as you get saying, I heard somebody making a loud noise. Is it
Go on.
so? So the
Maybe
point is,
that's CC or somebody.
yes, the point is you have to set boundaries. Boundaries are very good, and maintain it and be firm on your boundaries. Not because
Mhm.
something happened and that person, then you change from those boundaries. You make it like be consistent with your boundaries. That's what I would say, because at the end of the day, that's the only way we both can have mutual respect for each other. So let's learn to set healthy boundaries. And I
Mhm.
heard Honey Babe and Simbi said something about cheating. Like I said, like she said, to each his own. Some people will say, why can't you tolerate? So you let a marriage go because of cheating. Those are her boundaries. You don't have to like it.
Yes.
You're not Honey
Yes.
Babe. You're not CC. You just have to respect it. So let's learn to respect each other's boundaries. You're not a person, so that's why we are all unique in our own ways. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. All right, all right. Before I go to Honey Babe, let me just make you guys laugh a little bit. Honey Babe, I think we're gonna talk about this boundary thing, Honey Babe. But listen to this real quick, guys.
I'm equal to my husband. First of all, let me even say this. I am not under my husband. I am beside my husband. When we got married, the Bible said, and they shall become one flesh and one spirit. So that's what makes us equal. But when it comes to functionality and role, we are not. You and your wife equal in the house, and she's not under you but beside you.
Myself and my wife are one. Nobody is above each other.
Do you have equal rights with your husband in the house as a woman? Oh yes, I do. You have equal rights? Yes.
Now the Bible does not support what you are saying, and now you're using logic that because me and you stand for all time, you say we be equal. How are we equal? Am I bearing your name? What are you telling me here? Did you pay my diary? I became a fool to stand in that altar to make you my queen, not my king. We are not equal in any way. Mama, let her understand.
Oh my God. Anyway, Honey Babe, we will come to that shortly, but let me get your take on boundaries. And then I will ask you guys about this. We have equal right and everything because it factored into setting boundaries too.
Are you sure you don't mean Cece? Because I've
Huh?
spoken. Are you sure you don't mean Cece? Because I've spoken.
Oh, you spoke with City.
Honey
Cece.
went
Cece
after
has
Sibi.
spoken. Cece has spoken too.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
maybe.
okay,
Okay,
Mr.
I'll
Tayo.
speak.
Good.
Sorry, I'll
Mr.
speak.
Tayo.
So that we can
Okay,
get
let
to
him
this
speak.
video.
No problem. See, we give you
Okay.
respect, Brother Dio.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Attorney Babe and at CC and Dr. Adama. I really appreciate. Actually, when it comes to setting boundaries, I have a kind of a different opinion because all of us before marriage, just like the first time we did men's hangout, we what were our expectations before marriage. We realized that when we enter marriage, it was not what we really expected that we got. It's not because we were dealt a bad hand, but it's just because that sometimes expectation does not really meet with our realities in marriage.
Yeah.
So to me, when you set boundaries before marriage, I won't do this, I won't do that, I will not go beyond this, I will not go beyond that. By the time you enter into marriage itself, situation and circumstances may make you to shift a little bit so that you can be able to like sacrifice because if there is no sacrifice, there cannot be union.
Mhm.
Each partner must have an open mind. Okay, for us to move this marriage forward, let me compromise here a little bit so that we can maintain and have the same focus and move ahead in life. If you are not ready to shift grounds, you are going to be having conflict because sometimes what is good for you to do today, situation and circumstances may warrant that you need to shift ground to be able to make things work. And if you're not ready
Yes.
to shift ground because you've already set, set some boundaries for yourself, then you become stuck. And nobody wants that. Marriage is about dynamism. You must be dynamic in a way. Everything about marriage should be dynamic. There is never, do not say never. Never say die. That's what they say. Okay, today you may be like, now there's an example that Dr. Adama just gave now about oral sex. Yes, a lady may say that I will never indulge in that.
Mhm.
And a man who previously does not want it, but maybe because of some things, he wants to experience it. Maybe because his friends are telling, oh, you don't know what you're missing, blah, blah, blah. Same thing goes with a woman also. A woman may not have experienced it before, and maybe because of her friends, she was hearing, oh, you know what you're missing. And she doesn't want to go outside to go and try it. She already knew that the husband doesn't like it. Now, what will she do? The husband boundary or her own set boundary was that she will now never go into it. But now she's changing her mind because she wanted to experience it. And now convincing the man to do it with her is another issue. In such a situation, if both of them do not shift, that marriage may be heading for the rocks because before you know it, your want, what you really want, will still push you to go and experience it somehow. And if you cannot have it from your partner, you may be tempted to go and do it outside, and that may rock your marriage. So when it
I
comes to
okay, go ahead, sir.
I
Go
think
ahead.
he
Go ahead.
didn't hear it properly. We'll let
Uncle
you.
Dayo, God bless you for that good submission and example you gave.
Uh
You
oh.
think like I do.
yeah, see, when it comes to marriage, everybody must be prepared. Okay, I have set my boundaries, but there should be a level of sacrifice that you can make for your marriage to be able to really
Mm.
work. Otherwise, you may be heading for conflict, and nobody wants conflict in marriage. Thank you.
So,
Okay,
Uncle Bayo,
but
to understand what you're saying, please, Uncle Ben, let's push him back a little. Let's give
Okay.
him a pushback. Are you
Okay.
saying that
um,
boundaries are not set on stone? We should be open to making adjustments.
that is what he's saying, I
I
think.
think within reason, within
Seriously.
reason.
But
But he
here is
gave that example that I don't think he understood. I could be wrong, but it wasn't oral that she was talking about. It was something else.
no, he was just using it to say, you know what, sometimes things might change inside the
So,
marriage,
but the
and then
example
you
that
may have to
Dr. Adana
compromise.
said was the other one. Are
Now,
you saying that someone should
now,
compromise to satisfy the marriage?
now, yes. Now, what me I wanted
Okay.
to like add is this. What I wanted to add is that there is something called a deal breaker, and I think we set boundaries because of deal breakers.
Okay.
Okay, so how do I mean?
Mm.
Uh, the example Dr. Adama gave us, whereby, oh, maybe a man just decided one day, you know what, I want to go through the other door. I don't want to go through the regular door. Now, if a woman insisted, nope, I'm not going to do that, I am 1000% in support of that woman because there are so many factors and so many other things to consider in a situation like that. I'm sorry, I'm coming from a place of a traditional man, okay? I think I made an example one time here that for me, I help a lot in the house. I do dishes, I do a lot. Not because of my wife. My wife never even asked for once, but because of my children. I do a lot. I do laundry. But I remember I said, as far as I'm concerned, the one thing you should never involve in those clothes that I have to do the laundry is women on this. I don't know if you guys were on that show. Sissy, you are laughing already. Sissy, take your time. Women on this, like, yeah, it's within like what we are saying now. You see, I have already compromised as an African husband, doing dishes, doing laundry, sweeping at times. I've already compromised a lot, you know. And like I said, I'm doing it not because my wife demanded it or something. It's because it has to be done because we are both working. She go to work in the morning, I work in the evening. So that means I have to take care of the children in the morning, and then when she comes, she take care of them in the evening. That means because I'm at home in the morning, I can go into my children's room. I will see their dirty laundry basket. I can gather everything together and go and do the laundry. I do the same thing for us because I have that time in the morning. But then one time when my wife included on this among those clothes, I don't get to see it when I was putting the undies in the washer. But when I now started transferring the clothes from the washer to the dryer, that's when I get to see those underwears. And I was so mad. I was so pissed. Don't laugh, sissy. You see, these are very important topics. These are important issues. Now, to you, it might sound like, what's wrong with you? But where I come from, as a married, as an Ondo man, you don't do that. When you do that, that is like the worst thing that can ever happen to you as a man, and it has some implications too. So I was so pissed. Then when she came, I explained to her. She was laughing just like Sissy was laughing now that, something will be say you feel removed. Now you know few words. But I have to explain the implications to her that, look, where I came from, this is a big deal. Men don't wash women on this. Men don't even wash women clothes at all where I came from. But it's a modern world. So if I choose to do these things, please do not insult me by including this. I don't like it. Don't ever do it. And immediately, when you have a partner, you can tell. Then she look and she understand that, okay, this guy is really, really pissed about this shit. And you're like, okay, babe, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. And since then, I give her credit. Anytime she always go, even including my girls now, my daughters, she will always go into those laundry and set aside the female on this, and it's just gonna be the clothes. She do her laundry herself most of the time. My daughter do the laundries too, but once in a while, when I'm home and I see it, I just feel like kilo wambe, let me just do it. So that's an example. So for me now, when we're talking about boundaries and shifting boundaries, that is like a deal breaker to me. So if I'm your husband, and after I explain all these things to you, you are now in your this and you're like, hey, what is there? Isn't it? You kept doing it. I will stop even helping you at all. I won't even do nothing at all. You already pissed me off because that is one area I can't compromise. So I'm just saying, with the reference to the example that Dr. Adama made and what Mr. Dio said, some of these things, some people consider it abomination. Some people will never ever agree to it. So if you want to set your boundary and you have all these things that you will never compromise no matter what, I will just recommend that you tell your partner even before you start at all. Let them just know that on this one, I am not moving an inch. That is just my take. Anybody want to contribute anything, please?
I think
CC
that.
was laughing.
I
CC,
Yeah,
mean,
that
can I?
I mean,
laughter,
Can
what do
I
you
was
mean?
I?
laughing because it was funny, but
yeah,
I
but
understand. I understand what you're saying, and it's just like
Okay.
the example that Dr. Adama gave about, the backstage. It's like if your
Yeah.
husband just came one day and said, "Ah, babe, I want to try this new thing," and you say no. I don't think it should be something that should be enforced because, oh, we're married. You should be shifting this boundary. No, I think everything should be within reason, right? If it's not working for the both of you, if it's not something that you both want or something that you would accommodate, then it shouldn't be forced just because you're in a marriage, right? And there's some things that obviously, if it's on a level that is your partner finds disrespectful, then it should be a no, and there shouldn't be any,
Mhm.
there shouldn't be any force like, oh, because we're married, or like blackmail into this type of thing. That I completely understand. So even though the undie one is very hilarious to me, because at the end of the day, isn't it just clothes? Like I said, justice for undies. Do undies not need to be washed? So, like, I don't really understand.
I
It's not
hear
a big
you.
deal, but I
So
understand.
you are sounding like Sister Chiye now. Sister Chiye say, it's really not. It's a
It's really
big
not,
deal,
but
Sister Chiye.
everything works for different people, right? So just
Ah,
as I wouldn't want somebody to come and say, "Oh, it doesn't matter, it's not a big deal." Trying to force me to do something that I'm not comfortable
uh,
with, then it's just the
Yeah.
same
exactly.
thing. Yeah.
It's a big
Yeah.
deal, honey babe. You want to add
Can
to
I say
that?
something? Yeah, I was going to say the same thing because do hear what he's trying to say, but I think everybody has their deal breakers. Yours is ladies' underwear, which I totally respect, by the way, Benno. Like I said, if it's a case like Cece said, is that just because you're married, the obligation to kind of compromise on something as serious as what Dr. Adana said, which is, the one she said, that's a deal breaker. There's no one man of because I'm married. That don't even make sense. So I hear the intentions of what he's saying, but I think so everybody has deal breakers. And at the end of the day, people have to respect that. Yes, they want their marriage to work, but there's no way in this lifetime, if I'm married, I would even agree to that. What Dr. Adana said. I don't care. The marriage can go then. And I think everybody, I would assume, would have the same mindset. So I think that we
let
need
me
to
let
be
me
very.
let
I
me
would
shock
assume
you.
so. Am I wrong?
No,
I
you're
beg.
wrong. Let me shock you because why I posed that question
Well, for
is
me, I can't do.
yeah. Why I said that? Why I said that is this
Yes.
thing. Let me educate. It's good we have this platform. We have a lot of heterosexual men who
Mhm.
that is part of what they like. And
God
I was
forbid.
talking to say, hold on, Mr.
No,
Ben. And
let her talk, please, Jojo.
and I asked him, I said, what do you mean? He said, it's just normal. It's like is something, I said, but don't you think you're bi? He said, no, you're not. And it's just not him. I've had a lot of other heterosexual men say, yes. Oh, yes, it's part of the destiny. It's just enjoyable. And let me shock you, Uncle Ben. A lot
Mhm.
of our men, African men, right now
Talk
are
it.
involved in it.
Talk that thing.
Talk
Talk that
it.
thing.
Involved
Break it
in it.
down.
Yes.
Traditional African men.
Traditional
African men.
African men.
African men.
Yep, yep.
So what
Ben,
do
are
you
you not
say to
shocked?
that? So what
You
do you say
can't
to
talk,
that,
oh.
Uncle Ben? You can't talk
Those
anymore, Uncle Ben.
one, I don't think those guys are traditional African men. No.
They
They
are.
are not. They are not.
Those guys that you
They
guys are
are. They
describing, they are
are.
not
They
traditional
are.
African men. No.
Doctor, they are not.
Mr. Dayo, please, what can you add to this, sir?
Honestly, let me say this. We have Harvard. We have Harvard.
Mr. Dayo, we can't hear you very well. You are going in and out.
I am saying that we have Harvard in every aspect of life. When it comes to separation,
Boyin, you are really breaking. We are not really hearing you, sir. Mr. Dayo.
let me come back inside. Let me come back.
Ben, let me
I think
let
he
me
said he. I
shock
think he
you.
said he's gonna go out and come back
Come,
in.
come.
Is that
Let
what he
me
said?
shock you, Uncle Ben. Yes, that's what shocked me so
I
bad
don't know
about this
what.
thing.
Hold on, please. Uncle Patrick, I don't understand this message, sir. If you can help me send
Maybe
it.
he's saying in terms of boundaries, inviting a third party into your marriage or relationship, like saying, "Oh, babe, let's have a
Oh,
threesome."
Yeah, really? Sorry, I didn't even say
Ah,
that.
See, I want to take it to
Uncle
another
Patrick.
level. That's where I wanted
Uncle
to take
Patrick
it.
Uncle
is
Patrick was
spoiling
Is
set
us.
that
at
what
this
he
table.
means?
Thank you,
Uncle
thank
Patrick
you.
is spoiling us tonight.
Okay, hold on,
Is
hold
that
on.
what you mean?
No, Sissy,
Whoa.
wait. Ben, so Ben, hold on. Oh, Ben, let's have a realistic,
All
we
right.
are all adults here now.
Yes, man.
Why do men like threesome?
Oh,
They're
no men
open to
now.
that. No, no, hold on. They're open to that. But when I say the other part that I just used as an example, you guys
Uh-huh.
act like it doesn't exist. When this generation are the ones that are enjoying it and are doing it. And I'm like, what do you mean? So why do you guys, don't you think that is a form of lesbian when you see two women? What, like, I'm taking it to another level. Now you're breathing, right?
Ah,
This is too much for you. Sorry.
Dr. Adana, I don't
Boundaries.
know. I don't know what generation these people you are describing comes from, oh,
Your
but
generation.
It's your
for
generation.
me,
Trust me.
yeah,
There's a yeah.
we are using personal experiences to describe. I get it. If a man wants to
Mhm.
spend time with two women at the
Mhm.
same time,
Mhm.
so far the woman is not his wife. I get it. But as far as I'm concerned, no, I don't see me sharing my wife with somebody or my wife sharing me with somebody. I don't think that will happen, no. That's why boundaries is better you set
I
it to.
understand. But there's a lot of freaks. The
So
thing is, Brother
That's
Beno,
not
I
what
can't
we're
relate with
there's
talking
that
about.
conversation.
No,
there's
no,
a
no,
lot of
Ben.
freak. The thing is, there's a lot of freaks out there. A lot
Yes,
of freaks out
and
there.
not just
That
that.
is
And may
why.
God not let us meet with freaks.
What I'm trying to say to you, could not, in terms of this whole, I don't know what the word to use, but it starts with a P and it ends with a Y. There's a lot of people watching it. So, let's not be in denial that there are freaks out there that love to go to indulge in this
And
very kind of dysfunctional type of engagement. Let's not be deceived.
honey,
The
baby,
fact,
it's not just that.
Oh, okay, 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 okay.
These are married
Oh,
men engaging in it with other women. Not your Uncle Ben. I'm not saying you and your wife. I'm saying you want to experience that with two other women that have
hmm.
nothing to do with your wife.
Ah, my
Ah,
sister,
by the way,
you
I think I'm
are
mistaken.
carrying
I
me
think
to
it
where
was
I
they
don't
were saying.
understand it.
I think Uncle Patrick was saying three
Bringing
boundaries.
third party into
yeah,
Third
conflict.
party, like extra people, like maybe family members.
family members. I know,
Yeah,
I knew that, but I wanted you to say that, Cece, and scatter everything on this show.
ah, I was just going to say, I don't know why you people have different idea. What Uncle Patrick was talking about is completely different from the interpretation you gave to it. You see, una need
We are
deliverance.
bad girls,
We are bad
minding the
girls.
gutter,
We need
Yes.
prayer
minding the
and
gutter.
Okay.
fasting, Abby.
Okay,
Just
but
pray and fast for us.
yeah, I'm glad that we have this conversation really. When it comes to boundary, a lot of things is happening out there now. And I understood what my sisters are saying. Everything you all describe, I know is happening. I
But the
know
thing is,
people would want it, but for me, oh, as far as boundary is concerned, there are some things you have to like say
put a
no.
line
I'm
in
not
the sand.
doing
Yeah, it's a deal
it.
breaker. But the thing is that what Brother Dio is saying is that there's a lot of women that will compromise on some of the examples we made, especially the one that Dr. Adama mentioned, just in the name of
Mhm.
marriage. And we need to be open to understand that there is this mindset that many women will say, "This is what my husband wants," and many women will say, "Just do it to keep the marriage," which is to me an
This is
abomination that you would advise a
yes,
woman to do that. But
yes.
there's a lot of
Um,
societal pressure that, yes, just do it to keep the marriage, which is something that we need to talk about. Why should you
uh,
compromise your morals just to hold on to a marriage? That is
yeah,
something that needs to
thank
be
you.
talked about.
Yeah, thank you. Sister Chi said, Honey Babe and Sissy are hot mess. hot,
Absolutely.
hot ass mess. Dr. Adama
Deliverance,
is in that
Daddy.
WhatsApp group too. May God deliver you guys. So, Mr. Dio, maybe we can hear you better now, sir. What you want
Yes,
to add
yes.
to it?
I
Okay.
actually wanted to say something. See, to everything there's a boundary. Let us be sincere. Let me react first and foremost. Let me push back on what Dr. Adama said that African men are like all our heterosexual men that
You guys continue. I just want to ease
like
myself.
naturally
Continue,
like that.
please.
I said no normal man. When I say normal, will be craving for such. That does not mean that some men don't like it. We have some perverts in every circumstances and situation. We have people that are
Yes.
perverts that they don't do this normally. Something is wrong somewhere, but they seem to like the odd things in life. So I'm not talking
Mm-hmm.
about them. They are there. That's why I don't know why you leave why you want to bypass uh, the main door to go through the back door. It does not make sense. But to them, that's life. To them, that is fun. But to me, it's a no-no. So, like what my sister said, like what Sissy said, if you anything that will compromise your morals, please don't engage in it. Even though it have to cost you your marriage, please don't engage in it. But one that I love most is what Dr. Adama said earlier on, that in marriage, you must not always um uh, do things that will like inconvenience you as a person just because you want to keep your marriage. It does not really make sense because you will lose the essence of yourself. If you are somebody that does not do something and then because you want to, because of marriage, you say, okay, let me compromise and do this, you will lose the essence of who you really are. And nobody will take you for that anymore. So always maintain your stand. And at the same time, always remember something. In marriage, you can never know all the things that you may encounter. So there's no way you can set boundaries for everything. Sister Shini in the chat said something that when you get to the bridge, you will cross it. That is, when you come against the problem, you cannot decide to set boundary or not. Like this two some or three something, you and your partner may never even think about it until maybe somebody just brought the idea and like, no, I can't do this. I can't do that. See, a natural African man
God
doesn't like
punish
sharing.
devil.
A natural African man doesn't like sharing. I can't imagine me sharing my wife with anybody. It's just not possible. In fact, my wife is here. She's right beside me here. She's hearing me. I cannot. I find I find it difficult to even undress myself in the room. So I cannot expose myself to another lady. Oh,
No,
See,
wow.
bad sisters are laughing now. Bad sisters are laughing.
I'm so
Sorry, we're not
We
laughing now.
we are not sharing our woman with nobody. We are African men.
Oh,
We are
we
okay.
have
not
But it's
sharing with
okay. It's okay.
nobody.
It's okay if another woman wants to share you. You guys
Oh
can taste
god,
someone else, right? It's
that's
okay for
funny.
you guys to taste someone else.
Dr. Dana, oh, now wow, you're hot on this
I've
one.
actually said that to somebody. If I'm to do a threesome, that means I don't like you. I must really hate you. Because if I like you, it's not possible. I'm too jealous. Not jealous,
Exactly.
but if I like you as my man, it's not possible.
But you know
No,
what's
it's
really
not
strange?
possible.
I've spoken
Yeah.
to a lot of guys and mostly Nigerians that have actually had threesomes. I know it's shocking to
Ah.
Benno, but I don't want to. I'm not. I'm just saying. That's what I'm gonna say. And they are cousins of mine. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, hey. Wahala,
So
wahala, wahala.
boundaries in terms of bringing third party. Let's take it back to the PG version. I think Uncle Patrick was saying, in terms of maybe allowing outside influence, outside voices, whether friends, family members, to be putting their
Yeah,
2 pence into your relationship. That's a big one, actually. That's a very, very big one in terms
absolutely.
of
That's a
boundaries.
huge one. Mm.
How do people who are married manage that situation, and even in
Okay.
relationships?
And as a result of that, I think this will be a perfect time to share this video so we can round up with this. I really, really enjoy myself today with all my sisters and everybody who showed up today. Una bring them 100. All right. So talking about third party, just like Uncle Patrick have just mentioned now, and since we look at conflict resolution, and we talk about boundary today, let's now look at. You've all seen this video, but there's a reason I'm bringing this video back. This video encompasses almost everything we spoke about today: conflict, conflict resolution, boundaries. If you have seen this video, I think everybody have seen this video now, Abby. There's no need of like playing or
Yeah, we
replaying.
saw it. What, this week?
Okay.
Yeah, 2 days
So
ago.
what I wanted to bring out here as we are discussing marriage, why women are scared of marriage and boundary and everything, is that what this guy did, if this is a skit or no skit, it is happening in real life. Now, what this guy did to me, this guy crossed the boundary. Now, thank God Mr. Dayo is here today. I know me and Mr. Dayo, we are like guests. Today is our female sister show, Ladies Hangout. But Mr. Dayo, I don't know if you agree with me on that. I think what this guy did, this guy crossed the boundary. How much insult can you put on a woman by bringing the daughter you have outside wedlock, or even before you got married, you brought the daughter into the home with the pretext that, okay, she's my niece. I think he crossed the boundary. Now, the conflict. The lady somehow discovered, I saw some other video of the lady, I don't know if it's skit or no skit, but the lady discovered that this is your daughter and you said she's a niece. Now she reacted and the thing blew out of proportion. I'm also hearing some other rumor about the situation that probably the lady is the one who hold the home together. She was the one sponsor everything, brought the man abroad and all that. I don't know how it goes, but looking at conflict resolution and boundary setting, my sisters, let me ask you, if you have to be honest in this situation, would you say the lady did not establish her boundaries? That's why this dude was able to slap her in the face like that, because I think this is a huge slap on the face. This bringing of your daughter into the house with pretext. Let's start with Dr. Adanma this time. Dr. Adama, you've seen this video, right? What is your take in regarding this video and what we spoke about today generally? Hello, doctor. Or is Dr. Adama busy? Okay. Sisi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. So what's your take on this drama with respect to boundary, what the man did and how the lady reacted, and generally in terms of conflict resolution? Also, remember, Mr. Patrick said we should address the involvement of third party. Remember, there is a mother there, either the boy's mom or the lady's mom. I don't know who is it, but there is another there. So, what is your take generally with what we have discussed so far today?
Oh, for me, when I saw this video, firstly, I was shocked. The level of just chaos in the video, it was a lot. But for me, I felt more sorry for the child when she started telling the girl that she should leave. And the girl was kneeling and begging, and she was telling her, no, you should leave, get out of my house, all this kind of thing. And then, like the physical assaulting the guy and everything. I was just like, come on, whoa, 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 whoa. But that's just because I'm not really a physically confrontational person. I can argue with you back to back if you take me there. But to get to that level, it will take a lot. But that's not to say that her reaction in that moment is the wrong reaction, because I'm not in her shoes, right? I can't say if I'm in the same position or if I had under the same circumstances what the reaction would be, right? No one can predict. But for me, my issue was, in the height of all of that, why do we need to get our camera? I feel like I'm just irritated with people bringing camera out when they're having conflicts in a family and posting it on social media. That I still don't understand the correlation. What do you want the public to say? Right? What is the influence? We can give our 2 pence, but at the end of the day, you're the one in that situation. So it's you who will resolve your matter. Why do you need to bring it to the public? So aside from that, I think outside party is now becoming social media. It's no longer becoming your friends and your family members. It's becoming involving social media into your family problem. Something that could have been resolved in the house, behind closed doors, between them as a family, maybe calling the relatives to discuss this matter and coming to a resolution. You've now blown it so like globally that everybody is putting their 2 pence in. So how will you really come to a resolve that's suitable for your family at the end of the day? That's one thing. Aside from that, in terms of communication, clearly there's a breakdown of communication, there's a breakdown of trust, there's a breakdown of, I think, even respect. Because if a guy really cares about you and he feels like maybe you're the type of person he can open up to, if he's not being a conniving person, there's no reason why he needs to hide the fact that he has a child, because you'll marry him with the child, without the child. But if his reason of marrying you or trying to marry you is, or trying to dupe you, is that he doesn't have a child, then there's something, either maybe he's seen in the person that she's not accepting of maybe a man with a child, which is absolutely fine, or there've been some kind of, I don't know, maybe some kind of incident where maybe she's shown that it's not something that should accept, and maybe that's why he hid it. But I can't give a reason because I don't know. But to me, I always feel like honesty is the best policy. If you have a child,
Exactly.
bring it to the table, let the person know what they're dealing with, let them make up their mind. If they don't want to marry you, they don't want to date you, they don't want to be with you because you have a child, it's fine. There's 8 billion people in this world. You can find somebody who will take you on your child, right? But the fact that you go ahead to deceive the person and then bring the child under pretense that, oh, the person's your niece, my issue also is, what is the effect on that child? The child has been told, okay, you're going to come to this country, you shouldn't pretend, you should no longer pretend that I'm your dad, I'm now your niece. And you know how, even with the extended family, how people treat their extended family when they bring them to be looking, they'll just turn them to housemaids,
Hmm.
right? So that
Thank
child is
you.
being treated like, even though they'll say, oh, is my family member, most times they're just using the child to be doing all the chores in the house, looking after the younger siblings, cleaning, doing all these kind of things, because, oh, it's not your child, it's just your niece, it's your relative. They've turned the child to a house, and that child is really the child of the man. So what is the emotional trauma on the child? And also having to lie if she's been told to lie. Do you understand?
Thank you.
So
Yes.
there's a lot of things going on for me, which I think could have been avoided if honesty and transparency was at the forefront of the man's mindset, and in terms of him making his relationship stable. But I feel like her reaction probably says a lot about her as well, and maybe why he wasn't able to tell her the truth, right? Because if this is her reaction just on this little thing, then it's unlikely that he would have been able to feel like, okay, I want to open up. Because sometimes maybe, you make some decisions, then later you'll start feeling bad, like, oh, you know what, I need to open up. I need to find a time to open up. But the reaction that you get from your partner will kind of maybe just stop you from actually coming forward because of their reaction and the way that they'll behave. I'm not blaming the woman. I'm just saying that could be why the person
Mhm.
is not comfortable to come forward and say, this is what my situation is, right? Because they
Thank
know
you.
the response of the partner. And for her to fly off the handle and say the child should leave, and I'm just like, why? Why?
Hmm.
Where is the child supposed to go?
Thank you, sis.
So
Thank
yeah.
you. I just want to switch this up a little bit. A little bit. I'm sorry. Anybody is not comfortable talking about what they would do if they found themselves in the situation is quite understandable. But let me switch it up a little bit. Sissy, the days we live in now, many men have childs outside. And I don't
Oof.
know why a lot of them would choose to hide that from their woman. So, just in 1 minute, Sissy, if you find yourself in this situation where your man had a baby and he didn't tell you about it, and then he sneaked that baby into your house, and you later discover, what would you do, my sister?
I would be annoyed. I'd be really annoyed. And I'd be more hurt because it's like, why can you not open up and tell me that? If I like you genuinely, I would have still dated you regardless. But my fact is that you've now lied to me. You've done a lot. And for me, when people lie and deceive, it takes a lot of men because men can't multitask. So that shows me that you're really focusing on concocting this lie and really playing it out for the foreseeable, because he had no intention of telling the woman. It's not really a secret because apparently the word is that a lot of people already knew. His community knew, his family knew. So what really stops you from telling the woman? It just makes me, it just makes you as the person that's not being told to be like a laughing stock, which for me is a no-no. Right? That is my is the cause, is more the cause of my contention than anything. The fact that it's an open secret, everybody knows, but I'm the last to know. Why?
Okay, thank you. Honey babe, what would you do if you find yourself in this situation, my sister? I know you
Did you not
already
hear?
you
Did
know
you not
yourself.
hear anything I said on Wednesday? I've had something
Yeah, yeah.
similar. I've said this to you. I'm not going to repeat it again. Go back and watch Benno's show on Wednesday. But I think it's about
I
having
actually put
that.
that show, sorry, I actually put
Yeah.
that show on membership because
Okay.
of
All right then. So
the
what it
information
is, I
there.
won't go too deeply, but um, basically, I found out fairly recently that my son's elder brother that was living in my ex-partner's house was his son. I didn't know about it. My son kept saying, he's my brother, and I didn't think nothing of it. We're not together, so to be honest, what's my business? But I did confront him, and I said to him, why didn't you know? Why didn't you tell me? I can't remember the excuse he gave, but if I was still with him, obviously I would really question whether I should be with him. But I think it wasn't something, even if I was with him, I can't see myself arguing, because my attitude is that I can't trust you. I'm not going to be in a relationship with you. Now, I'm all about transparency. I have many friends that have remarried again, and they've been very transparent to say they have a child, one or two children. So I really don't understand the way that you would think that you would hide a child, whether they're in Nigeria or whether they're based in the diaspora. It makes no sense to me. I really have to question that if you need to hide your child or to lie and deceive the person that in a relationship, I really don't think you should be in a relationship with them. I think that there's fundamentally something wrong with that relationship. Now, for me, I just think personally that you have to find a way to say to the person, this is who I am and this is my child. If the person now rejects you, then you know what? Jog on. There's someone else for you. I really don't understand this pressure that you have to mold yourself, lie, cheat, and deceive because you want to get married. Karma is a bitch. And at the end of the day, it will come back to bite you, which is what happened with this gentleman. There's nothing wrong with him standing 10 toes down and say that, listen, when they were dating, I have a child already. If she really loved him or she really wanted to be with him, she would accept that child. Now, I come back to what Cece said, and I do agree that I don't even think he's a great dad, because why would you now tell your child that we're coming to wherever they are, to the West, UK, America, whatever, I can't remember where they're based, and to basically say to her, keep this a secret. So you're happy for your wife to treat your daughter like a skivvy, like a maid, like a quote unquote slave, and you as the dad are watching all this. That really makes me question you as a parent. You understand what I'm saying? And her as the woman, I personally don't disagree with her the way she was, because the child is not at fault. Again, like I repeated on Wednesday, I believe, and women do this all the time, and it really cheeses me off. Face the person that disappointed you. Face the person that cheated on you. Face the person that actually deceived you, and leave the innocent party out of it. The child is an innocent party. I think it's, for me, I have an issue with him because I don't think he's a great dad. But I think I'm just telling you what I've done. And I just, it didn't really matter to me because I've already left the relationship. But I was just like, why did you lie? And he gave whatever explanation. I know that when I deal with my son's dad, I keep him at arm's length because I don't necessarily trust him. As long as he looks after my child, he's a great dad. But there's nothing between us anymore. So that's how I would deal with it. I wouldn't shout and scream. I would, in my mind, if I was still, if it happened while I was still with him, make a decision that, you know what, I am done. Like I said, it's choices. There's no need to be screaming and shouting, because like I said to you on Wednesday, she'll still stay with this man. She's not going anywhere. I guarantee you that. Even with the shouting, the screaming, the social media, she will not leave that marriage. And for me, I do agree with Cece. You shouldn't be having cameras when in your personal business. Whatever fight you want to have it with your husband, leave the children out of it. But like I said, she's getting views. We're talking about her today. So all this is about exposure and visibility. I don't think it's a skit, but I think that people need to understand, keep personal business to yourself and have whatever issues you have rectified and resolved in your family personal space, not on social media, because all of us, we don't even know the genesis of this whole thing. We're only just guessing and we don't know the full context of everything because we don't know. We're just commenting because, like I said, you put this as something for us to talk about in the show. She's very silly, and I think both of them, the wife and the husband, have issues. Maybe they need to get therapy, but they're both toxic in themselves.
Okay, thank you. I will go to Dr. Adama and CB in a minute, but I want Mr. Dayo to help us bring a male perspective into this. Mr. Dayo, why do
Yes, sir.
men feel compelled to hide their child from their wife if they have that child before marriage? Why do men do that a lot? Because it's happening a lot. I am seeing it real life, even here in the US. It's happening real life. So, Egbon, why does
Yeah.
men feel, okay, let me hide it, let me not tell her, I will tell her later? Why, sir?
The truth is simple, Uncle Beno. I I believe 90% of those men that are hiding their child, it is the woman that actually have the upper hand in the relationship. If the man is is well enough, maybe if the man is well to do, he has no reason to hide the child. Because what I have been seeing so far, it is mostly the women that maybe they've had one or two children because they are still looking very, very smart as if they've had none. They are the ones that normally hide their children. It is very, very rare for a man to hide his child, except of course it is the woman that is the breadwinner of the house. So they don't really.
Absolutely.
So to me, it's a no-no because I don't believe in secrecy. I normally say something even before I got married. The very first that I told my wife is that any secret that you hide from me, or any secret that we hide from each other, that same secret is what's going to pull us apart. So
Mm,
let us be open, no matter what. And thank God, I'm a very, very good listening husband. No matter what you do, my wife too can bear me witness on this. I don't judge you. I don't want perfection in you. I want you to be yourself because I know that me myself I'm not perfect. So when you make a mistake, feel free to come and tell me about it. I forgive and then we move on. Same thing goes with me too. So I always believe in openness and simplicity. Don't complicate things. Don't believe that you are much more righteous than your partner. Don't believe that, oh, what she's doing, you can never make such a mistake. She may make the mistake today, you may make the same mistake tomorrow. So if you don't learn to forgive her today, how will she forgive you tomorrow? So what this man did in this particular situation is wrong. But I want to believe it is because the woman is the breadwinner. That's number one. Number two, even though she's the breadwinner, if a woman loves you, she loves you totally. You're supposed to be able to find this, babe, see, oh, it's not as if it was when you were dating her that you went and impregnated somebody outside and you have the child. You've had the child from the video, you've had the child even before you met this woman. So what can you tell
exactly.
her about? What is there to
Exactly.
hide? I can understand. Maybe it's when after you married that you went and do your runs outside and then you got hooked, the lady got pregnant for you and have a child. I can understand that one. That one may be very, very scary for you to come out and say. But in this case, you have no reason to lie. Oh, a lady has had a child for me in the past, so but I'm a single father. The woman will say like, she will be the one that will say, come with that baby. But this one that you went out to lie to me, oh no, 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 it's a no-no for me.
Thank,
It's not right at all. It's not right
thank
at
you,
all.
sir.
And can
But
I just say something on? Oops, sorry.
okay, yes, you're gonna say it, but I just wanted to chip this inside. Women are actually the main culprit in this hiding of baby.
They are the one.
Women are the main
Why would you
culprit.
say that?
They-
Why would you say that?
No, that's true,
okay,
honey babe.
That's
I'll agree. That's
okay.
true.
I
honey
never.
babe,
I don't hide
we,
anything. My picking two boys. That's it. Finish.
seriously,
I think in
women
I
do
think in
this the
African
most.
in African like context, a lot of women hiding their babies. A lot.
Really?
Because
Exactly.
obviously
I didn't know that.
there's a stereotype and there's this, oh, if you're a single parent, blah blah blah, if you come with a child, most African men are not going to be accepting of another man's child in their house. That's the truth. So they'll come
So
and
you
say, oh,
hide
it's my
it?
niece. Yeah, I know
Wow.
somebody who 2 kids. She was saying that there has her brother and sister, her younger siblings, right? The man, when they now wanted to move, the man found out that those kids, and the funny thing is that him and the wife, they didn't have kids. So she was looking after her kids, her biological children, in the man's house, and her and the husband, they couldn't, they didn't have their own children together. So she was like, oh, I'm looking after my younger siblings, blah blah blah. The man later found out that those kids are her biological children, that she was saying are her nieces and nephews that she's looking after.
And
So
how did
it's
that work
women
out,
that do
Cece?
that thing because they want to get married and they want to, and the society says, oh, don't marry single mom, don't do this with a woman with kids, blah 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 blah. So yeah, I can understand why women would lie about something like that because they
Are they
want to
still
get married.
together? Are they still together,
They're
Cece?
not together anymore. They're not together anymore.
Exactly, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Karma. You can't do that and think that someone will just accept it.
Yeah, but women do that the most. It's just that we get to see this one on social media. And women are very, very good at it. And the reason is that I live in Western world now, and I'm going to be honest here. When I got to America the first time, I have problem try to figure out a woman's age because they look so good. Women can have 1 or 2 babies or even 3. If they take care of themselves very, very well, you can hardly tell that this person don't born. Many of my guys, many of we will be men, we know to they see. Once we see, say, okay, the 2 upper apple, they stand, the backside, they okay. We'll just be like, she never get. And I think that gives women advantage over men. They can simply hide their kids and say, I don't have any baby. I'm still begging God for it. And whereas they don't get 1 or 2 babies before. So let's just be honest here.
But I have to. Sorry, brother Ben. I have to ask the question: are they normal? Because I'm trying to understand how you would deny having children because of this marriage, and I have to ask you: is that person emotionally stable? Because it doesn't make any sense to me that you, as a woman, will say, "I don't have kids" when you have kids for this marriage. Now, wow,
honey babe, it's just like what my sister Chinye put on the screen now. Most time when they hide their kids, it's because they don't want to lose that partner. And they are thinking, maybe if I come through and tell this partner that I have a baby, he will leave me. And I said it on our last show. It's better you tell your partner, I already have an issue. If she want to deal with it, let her deal with it. If she don't want to deal with it, let her keep it moving. So I don't see why hiding that is so important. Because to be frank with you, just like Mr. Dio said, and Sisi said it too, a lot of African men, they will not accept you and your baby if you hide it from them. They won't.
Of
they
course.
don't want to raise another man's kid. Make una know verse. Me too, I'm from that generation. If you don't tell me, I have a baby, and then you trick me into marrying you, then it now comes out that you have a baby and you want that baby to live with us. Kole work. I'm sorry, it won't work. Because here it is. I've seen some men who marry women who have kids before they got married. And when they brought the children into their home, those men started treating those children differently from their own biological kids. It's not easy. To be frank, it's not easy. And that's why I think it is better you put all these things on the table. Let the man know what he's walking into. Let the woman know what she's walking into. Now, in the case of this viral video now, how could you just spill it on a woman? She just discovered that the baby you brought in the home and you say is your niece, is actually your baby. Why don't you tell her from the get-go, this is my daughter? And he was, in his own case, he's even lucky. You have a daughter. Women somehow, once they accept your daughter, I think they work well with raising that daughter like their own than you deceiving them into accepting that baby. And to make the matter worse, now I read in a comment when I was going through this video again, somebody was saying that child that he claimed he was his niece, that they have already brainwashed the child into deceiving the woman too. That the child is living in that house under the pretense that she's a niece. So she's part of the whole drama. And I almost wanted to leave a comment and say, no. You guys are wrong judging this poor daughter like this. I even watched Auntie Aduni. Auntie Aduni was of the same opinion that the daughter too is part of the deceit game. The daughter
She's a
too
minor.
is
She's a
the woman.
minor.
I'm like, no, these are children.
Yeah,
Children act based on what you tell them. That is how they behave. So this
But the thing
matter,
is, how old is the daughter? How old is the daughter? Sorry, Benno. How old is the daughter?
That girl that I saw in that video, that girl should be around 12 or 13 years old.
And someone is trying to say that, look, I know how easy it is for parents to pressure a child to do something they don't want to do or to blackmail a child. So I really don't understand this concept of you're trying to now expect this child to have accountability at the age of 12. She's 12.
And they expect the child who doesn't know this woman to come into the house and say, "Oh, auntie, no, that's really my daddy." Which African child is going to say that? I don't understand.
I understand.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying. I don't understand why people are making it like the child is
most
the
of the
one that should
people
come in and be saying, "Oh, this is my dad." As which child? Show me
Which child
one
would do
child
that?
that's going to do
When
that.
exactly when the dad has pressured her to keep it secret. And this is what I'm saying. Most of the comments I can guarantee are from Nigerians because they don't understand the concept of a child being a vulnerable person, and that can be groomed or can be blackmailed or pressured to do things. They don't understand that
Always
concept.
love blaming. They always
Of
love
course they do.
adultifying children and blaming
At what
minors.
age? So my 13-year-old is an adult. Really?
Uncle Benno. See,
yes, sir.
there's something that we must not forget here. Something happened. This one is a real life experience. Some men have this mentality. Now, when we're talking about setting boundaries, some men maybe in their premarital talk, they have said that I cannot marry somebody. Maybe the lady has told the guy that I cannot marry somebody that is already have a child outside, or that I cannot marry a single father.
That's what I
Or maybe
said. Yeah.
no, there is something that happened in my church. This one is real life. In fact, I'm too close to the husband. We work in same department. He is the leader, and then I was the vice. What happened is that he married a sister in the church. None of us knew that the sister already had a child in the village. We know the child, but she kept telling us that child belongs to one of her sisters. We never knew until after marriage. I think a year or two after marriage, when the husband got to know that child that she has been referring to as a niece or something was actually our own child. That married couple. This one, see, because maybe in their courtship, the guy already told her that I can never marry a woman, or I can never marry a single mother. But if you see this sister, you can never believe that she had a child before. Honestly. So these things, see, any marriage based on lies, it just can't
It's
last.
already broken. Absolutely.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Cynthia gave an example, and the result was they're no longer together. I just don't understand as a woman how you would deny your own children. It makes no sense to me because of marriage. My God.
So women
And
does
for
that too.
me, as a like when I was dating, one of the things that used to irritate the life out of me and was a massive turn off is a man that has a child or has children and he is not a present father. That thing would irritate me end. No end. The men that I really liked were men that were involved, even though they're not with their children anymore. I needed to see, because I have kids, so I can't be dating a man who you have children somewhere, you've never seen your children, you're not financially responsible for them, you don't know how they're feeding, and they're in the same country with you. UK is not that big. We're not in America where it's like you have to drive from one state to another state 10, 12 hours, 16 hours, maybe 24 hours, or to catch a plane. You literally can drive a few hours, you jump on the train, whatever the case may be. But men that were not active fathers, but then they're coming to tell me, "Oh, I want to take you out." They want to spend money. And I just be looking at these men like, you're focused on the wrong thing. I would not speak to them again. So for me, I always said I want a guy who has a child. Funnily enough, I ended up with a guy who doesn't have a child, but needless to say, the point is, for
Mm.
me personally, I would prefer to date a man who's got
That has
children
a child.
or a
Yeah.
child that is active in that child's life. So if a guy came to me and said, "Oh, I have children," fantastic. I need to see that you're taking care of your children. I
You
was
know what's
talking to a
really
guy one time. Hold on. I was talking to a guy one time.
no.
We went on a date, and this man did something that was just so bizarre. And I just said, "This is the most irresponsible guy ever." We went on a date. He lived in another part of the UK, and where I lived to where he lived was almost like 2 hours apart. This guy was forcing, "Oh, we need to go out. We need to go out." I said, "Okay, fine. Let's go out on this day." We went out on this day. He drove all the way to my area, and then he was talking on the phone with his partner. The way that they were having the exchange was already like giving me kind of side eyes, like, okay, there's a bit of drama there. Then he was saying, "Oh, I've left my ex has dropped my kids at my house." And I'm like, "Who's at your house?" He's like, "Oh no, they're fine. They'll be fine by themselves." Do you know how old these kids were? The kid was 6 years old and the son was like 10. And I was like, I said, "So you're leaving your kids in the house?" He said, "Oh, he's going to call one of his friends from somewhere to come and look after the children in the house. But the children are in the house. He will be watching them on the CCTV camera." And I just looked at the guy. I said, "Please, I'm really uncomfortable. It's okay. This date can wait. Please go and attend to your children. Go back to your kids." The guy was upset. He was annoyed. He was like, "Oh, I've driven all this way." I said, "No, I'm not comfortable. You can't leave 10-year-old and a 6-year-old in the house. Anything can happen, but you're here trying to be on a date with, you are an irresponsible guy. Get out of my house.
God
Like, I
bless
don't
you,
want to see
Sissy.
you." So I don't
Exactly.
understand. Do you
There's
understand?
a
So
lot of
that
them
thing,
out there.
and from then I knew. I said, "This." I blocked the guy. I said, "This man is so if I have a child with you because of a woman, you will leave my kids in the house,
Hmm.
drive three hours away, and leave minors in the house because you want to go on a date. Irresponsible." So if to me, if a man says, "Oh, I have a child and this is my situation," I can see that he's taking care of his. There's so many guys I used to speak to because then I wanted the guy who has kids because I feel like our backgrounds are kind of the same. We're not gonna have issues like you don't have children, maybe my responsibilities. You're not gonna understand. But the amount of men that I met that were very highly irresponsible, but their focus is on trying to get laid, trying to sleep with women, going out popping champagne, going out spending money, but their children they're not providing for, and they want me to settle down with them. It doesn't make sense. It's never gonna work. I'm not that type of woman that feels that okay, if a man has a child, he should forget about his child and only focus on me and my kids. Never. So if you have a child, tell the woman, it's up to the woman to decide if she wants to date you with your children or your child. Fantastic. If she doesn't, she's not the person for you, and that's okay. That's okay. There's so many guys who I was interested in, and I told them, "Oh, I've got a child." The guys stopped talking to me. Trust me, it hurts. But I was okay because at least I'm like, okay, that's fine. At least he's letting me know from the offset. I'm not lying to him, pretending to him to say, "Oh, I like you, you like me." 6, 7 months down the line, the person will I'll now come and say, "Oh, by the way, I've got children." That's very selfish and unfair.
Mm.
Very selfish and unfair. So I don't really understand the need to hide your child, especially when it's not a secret one. To me, it just shows that you're not an honest person and you have an ulterior motive in being with that person. That's just what it
Thank
comes
you.
down to.
Thank you. Let me bring Dr. Adama into this conversation real quick before I will say my take on what I'm seeing on the screen right now. Dr. Adama, can you hear me, my sister? I know today is
Yes,
Friday.
yes, 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 I can hear you, sir.
My sister, you listen to what everybody said on this particular drama we are watching on the screen. What would you say regarding men who hide their child while they are married to another woman? And in the case of this one that brought this baby into the house under the pretext that, "Oh, she's my niece," and the wife got to find out. If you are in this situation, what would you do, my sister?
Um, this is the thing. I think we need to start with is a stigma. Let's start with our culture, the African culture. I don't know why do we frown on someone who has a child? Mostly men, like you said. I was listening to everyone when they say this is a thing women do a lot. And Honeybee was shocked, like, are you for real? Yes, it does happen. A lot of our women tend to not, they tend to hide their kids if they're dating someone, especially someone they're into and someone that doesn't have a kid. They would not disclose that they have a child. So my thing is we need to stop this stigma. If you have a child, and it's not a stigma, everybody situation we've involved, we're not in the 18th century, is a child. So you never know, like be open to it. For example, me, I said I was never going to marry someone with a child. I ended up with one, and that was the one of the best thing that happened to me before I had my own children. So at the end of the day, we need to be open. Well, in regards to this video,
Thank
what he
you.
did
Thank you
was
for that
wrong.
openness, my doctor. Thank you for being honest with the fact that that boy is a blessing to you. Thank you.
Mhm.
Continue,
Yeah,
please.
we have to be open because at the end of the day, you never know who God is going to bring into your life to bless you. And at the same time, I don't want to speak too much on this topic because I have someone listening to me that this happened to. And this is a child came to the US at the age of 18. She graduated now with a PhD in pharmacy in PharmD, and the husband never knew that that's her child. So it does happen. And when he found out, guess what? What we were one of the people there, like, I'm like, what are you talking about? I thought I knew her. And she's like, Adama, I'm like, I'm shocked. But at the end of the day, what am I going to say? Let's be transparent. What he did was wrong. The child is innocent. Don't take it out on the child. But I want to commend for men who accept this situation I'm talking about. This guy forgave and they are living happily. The child is thriving. And at the end of the day, I don't believe in weaponizing children like what she did right now, given what I heard what Cece said, and she's so right. After all those things she did now, I don't understand. If you're so hurt, what does that have to do with your cell phone? I thought she was picking up her phone. Like when you pick up your cell phone, maybe you're calling 911 or you feel in danger. You're picking up your phone to record the child and as well record your husband. And what, let me start with what is shocking me is as an Igbo man, why are you hiding your child? Like in Igbo culture, I don't get it. So a lot of things don't make sense about this video, but at the end of the day, let's keep an open mind. What she did, how she reacted was wrong, and I wouldn't handle it that way. But if I find myself in that situation as I speak to you today, and then my husband comes home or someone push the bell and say, oh, I'm this person's child, I'm this person's child, I'll welcome them home and everything. And knowing the person that I am, I'll be like, okay, what is going on? And if he says, or if it's something he never knew about, like he's a child he never knew existed, why should I give up my marriage for that? I'll welcome the child and have make sure that child has a relationship with my kids. But if it's something he's aware of and he's been hiding it from me, um, to be honest, I'm going to be heartbroken. But at the same time, I think I'm going to be heartbroken because he didn't trust me enough, knowing who I am, to share this part with me. And how will I react at my age right now? How will I react? That's 51. What will I do? Probably I'll say I'm done because my kids are grown.
Ah!
Are you
Dr.
kidding
Femi,
me?
Really? Would you say you're
Yes.
done because of
I
that?
wasn't expecting that. I
Well, I
thought you
wasn't
would.
expecting that.
Wow.
I never
Yes, yes,
expected that.
because you know why? Let me say why. The
Okay.
where I am, the stage I am in life right now, I'm at a stage where I want to enjoy life, and I
Mm.
like I want anything that would make me start questioning who I am or why I'm involved with you, I don't need it. So if a child show up now and I know you've known about this child, you've been hiding it, first, the child has missed out on our oldest is going to be what, 24, the other one is 18. I mean, what happened? It's like I can't. I'm not going to have peace of mind. So I'm leaving. I will live in my truth by walking away because the marriage will never be the same for me. Knowing me, and I know my husband is listening. If he will come and he will say, "Yeah, my wife will walk away. She won't know who she is
Uh,
now." Maybe I
Dr.
will.
Adama,
Thank you.
Dr.
That's
Adama,
deep.
Mhm.
That's
you
deep.
you are not alone. Let me just be vulnerable a little bit here. I have a 31 years old son right now. And just for you to know that you are not alone, if I have hidden my son from my wife, knowing this babe right now for 20 something plus years, if in 2017, when my son finally reconnected back with me, if that was the first time I'm telling my wife that, babe, I have this boy, this and that, oh, my wife will divorce me. Babe, I know you they watch my show. Okay, no verse. So I'm not trying to just saying, no verse, mama. I know you might be watching. My wife will divorce me. So, Dr. Adama, you are not lying. And I love it when people are being honest. If I have hidden my son, and in 2017, when I got that call, and it was all about, hey, daddy, I've been looking for you, blah, 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 blah. And then I walk into my apartment that day and tell my wife, the call I receive is this woman, he say he get belay for me. And now the pikin just show up. I swear, I know the woman I'm married to. She go divorce my butt. She go show me Pepe. So, Sister Adama, you are not alone. A lot of women will not take it. And that is why I am advocating for men that, look, be honest. If you have a kid before you meet your wife, there is no reason to hide it. It is not like you get that kid after you are married. No, you already have the baby. And like many of my sisters, God bless all of now on this show today, many of my sisters say here now that my children is part of the package. Men, please wake up. That is the reality. If you have a baby before you got married to a woman, that baby is part of who you are. Be honest and tell her. If she can't deal with it, let her just go. Than you hiding it and spinning it on her later. No, 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 no. Una no go even know who be Uncle Ben. My baby, my wife go don't show me shaggy. Say I even lie. So, Dr. Daman, I'm just saying
Yeah.
it for you to know that you are not lying. You are being honest and
No,
being, yeah.
but,
Thank you, my sister.
thank you. There's a stage you get in life, you have to be honest with yourself. And I always tell people, live in your truth, no matter how uncomfortable it makes the other person. And part of what I'm going to be discussing on my show tomorrow is I did a research, and this with patients and people I know. I've come to find out in the marriage in the diaspora, we have a lot of people who are married. They've been married for a long time, but they are lonely.
Hmm.
Then I start asking myself, you've been married for 20 something years. Why are you lonely?
That's a serious one.
Do you understand? So those are what I'm going to be discussing tomorrow. So
Mm.
why I say that my stepson is 35. He owns he's a fondue, and I love to see him travel with his siblings. He has a relationship with them. They do their own thing. I don't interfere. When you see him and you see me with him on the road, you automatically think maybe I'm his mom because he's light skinned. But at the end of the day, I would tell you, marrying a man that has a child forced me to figure out a lot of things about myself, and it helped me to work on my tolerance level because I didn't know I was going to be this patient. Given I was at the height of my career, I didn't know I could make space for another being, and just, and I enjoyed it. And another thing is, the mom is one. I mean, she's awesome. So we have a great relationship, and I think that's what makes my situation a whole lot better. So at the end of the day, we need to be open. If you're hurting, know, like I said, know your boundaries. Don't shy away from checking in and communicating with your partner and saying, this is what I'm going through and this
Thank
is how
you.
I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister Adama. By the way, the comment I just highlighted now, that comment is coming from my Adana. You remember the first time you show up on our platform and I was calling you Adana? That's my beautiful baby sister, my sweet
Oh,
sister Adana.
oh my God. She looks just like my daughter. She's dark skinned. Look at their complexion, this Gen
Uh,
Z. Love you too, and then thank you
yeah.
so much.
She's a nurse practitioner, very, very sweet sister. Anytime when me and I talk for food, now so we go laugh, crack up. So no vex. Anytime you hear me call you Adana is because I'm used to Adana. Adana, they always poke me. Any channel where I show up, Adana go throw shade like me, just like D and my Marriott and Sister Misty. So please meet Adana today. That's my troublemaker Adana.
Love her. I love her. She's so. Thank you so much for the comments. I come to this platform. What attracted me to this platform was CC and Honeybee, and my number one is
My two
Nat.
Wahala people now
I said
attract you.
the day
Eh?
the day Natu came to my show, Natu was like, Adama, and you come to Uncle Ben and you never say anything. She said, why are you just low profile like that? I said, listen, sometimes you just have to let your words speak for you. And I said, you know what? I have to put it out there so that women, we have to just thank you for having this platform because it's educating a lot of people. I really
Thank
appreciate you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you, my
by the
sister.
way, that's my bestie. My bestie Adana. That's
Thank
my
you.
bestie. That's my girl.
One thing for me is that I've always count myself lucky. I have a lot of sisters and a lot of brothers, even though they are very stubborn. And what made me love them the most is that I like people who are free with me, honestly speaking. I like people who will call me out on my BS. I know they take offense. I like people who just say, what are you talking about? No, it's not like this. That's just me. I love people like that. And I have a lot of sisters like that on this platform. They know say I be coconut head. They know say I be traditional man. They know my head
Oh,
no
but
dey correct. But
Betty, can I say something? Remember when you came to one man and you wrote, you said, Adam, is that you moderating? I said, yes. He said, these men are so quiet like this. He said, God, you just have to. I have different personality when he knows the platform I'm going. When I'm there, they know I give it to them. So I love it. Thank you, Ben.
yeah, thank you, my sister. So shout out to Uncle Patrick. Uncle Patrick say I dey
Uncle
jealous. Uncle
Patrick.
Patrick, you don't need to jealous. We all love you. You are our own papa, our
Oh,
uncle.
our big uncle. You have our heart
Uncle
from day one.
Patrick.
There's no competition. No
At
Excellent.
competition.
all.
Huh?
At all. All right. On this conversation that we are having, the reason I paused this image right here showing this
Mm.
beautiful young girl is that I've watched this video several times and I stopped watching the video. The reason I stopped watching the video is because my middle daughter, Vicky, is almost the same age as this beautiful girl leaning down right now. And if you know me very well, I'm a girl's dad. I know they take my daughters, they play. Even my wife has even figured out a way to milk money out of me. Sometimes when my wife want to buy all these things women are buying, because my senior daughter, Bibi, CC Pikin, I call her CC Pikin. She's behaving like my
That's
daughter.
my baby girl, my protege.
my first daughter, Bibi took me to this store where they are buying women's stuff, hair, nails, everything women are selling. Very big store. So anytime Bibi took me to that store, I spent a lot of money. So one time my wife tried to take me to that store. Nagbas boss ending. All the thing my wife was speaking, I'm like, lie, I know they pay. We almost won't fight there. You say, lie, you go pay. You are buying for Bibi, you are buying for Victor. Why won't you pay for me? I say, no, you are a big girl. Pay for your own stuff. So I'm just saying that for you to know that I have soft spot for baby girls. I love my boy too. But girls are so sweet. When I saw this video, I watched it a couple of times. Anytime you get to this point where this girl is leaning down and she's covering her face, I just have this outburst of anger in me. I couldn't know where the anger is coming from. Then finally, I figure out where the anger is coming from. My anger is towards the dad that hid this girl as a niece. And why I'm so mad at the dad is that I don't think this man really know the beauty of allowing your children to enjoy the benefit of bonding with their dad. I live in America right now. Many of my sisters say, I be wakajibe, I hustle too much. I did do plenty things where it pass me at times. What gives me joy is how my children treat me at home, how they are like my friend, my best buddy. There is this natural love that children brings that I won't lie to you. You can't get that natural love anywhere else. When you see children showering you with love, it's authentic. So there are things that my children do at home, especially my girls. And I knew deep down, the only people children, especially girls, can do that with is their dad. They can't do it with anyone else. Did you know my first daughter, almost 17 years old now, my daughter will still come to our bedroom and she will jump on our bed. When me and the mom were lying down, she will be in the middle, carry the duvet, wrap herself up, just disturbing, 17 years old. And so that will be like, what did they wrong with this guy? This guy no say he don't grow. But at the same time, I can see the joy, the happiness in her whenever she do that. Right now, my daughter and my wife, they are playing, they are just like, they don't even be like mama and pikin. Because my wife was very bad at doing makeup and all those, she's not that kind of woman. My daughter was the one that taught her mom how to do makeup, how to fix everything. If we won't go out on maybe party or date or something now, my daughter is the one who is fixing her mom up. And me, her dad, she is always there. If I wear clothes at time, make not laugh me. I'm very terrible when it comes to combining clothes. I don't confess that one before. My daughter will be the one who say, Dad, no, you can't wear that. Dad, do this one. Dad, do that one. And it gives me joy. So when I look at this image, anytime I watch this video and I get to this point, I will just imagine what this innocent girl is missing out on. Because you put this girl under your house, under your roof as your niece. Some
Absolutely.
of the things you do with your daughter, you can't do it with this girl. Because you have to pretend she's your niece. What manner of wickedness is that?
Uncle
What
Uncle
manner
Benu.
of wickedness? Yes,
And that's
sir.
what I said before. I
Can I?
said to you
Can I?
that
And
that
I
guy
said,
doesn't know. Oh, sorry. I was just going to
Uncle
say
Ben-
that. I said it.
Go
I
first.
said it before.
Let please.
Sorry.
Uncle Benu, in
Yes,
as
sir.
much as we are blaming the man, of course, we have all agreed on this platform that what the man did was wrong. But there is something that Dr. Adana said, and I think Onibib too said it, or maybe it was Sisi that said it. Where is the place of forgiveness? See, the first initial reaction is anger and bitterness. Oh, you lied to me, you did this, you did that. But where is the place of forgiveness? I want to believe after the anger, after the outburst, after the slap and the beating, the woman should be smart enough to forgive. And when I say forgive, now even the example that I gave, that the man drove the wife away, this was real life. It took the intervention of the pastor, of the families, the two families, because the lady has already had a child for him at that point. So they have to beg him, and she now came back again. But in this case now, doctor said something that if she had such an experience, she will be angry, but then she will forgive. We must always have that at the back of our mind. No matter what anybody does to us, yes, it may hurt us so deep. It may make us feel so bad. In fact, it may scatter whatever we believe. This girl is not supposed to be suffering for this. The man was wrong, no doubt. The man has done the worst, no doubt. But two wrongs doesn't make it right. For the woman now to not send the girl away. I must say this, despite everything, the man had good intention. That's why he brought the child from Nigeria or from wherever the child came from to that country. It's because the father wants the child to have a better life. The father wants to take care of the child. No matter, even though she did it, even though he did it in the wrong way, but I
So
want to
why
see.
lie?
Yeah,
Why did he have to lie about that?
You can see that, Uncle Beno. You can see that the man, like, I'm not supporting what he did. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just moving on from there. if he did not have good intention, we have so many fathers that they are there, they never remember their child that they left behind in Nigeria. In fact, they don't even send money to them. But this one, you must realize that it is because of the love that he has for this child. That's why he decided to take that route, knowing fully well that maybe the woman will not accept him if he tells her the truth. So he took that route to bring the child over to the States. So
Can
to
I? Can I?
me,
I do
Can I,
agree
can I,
with
can,
that.
can
You
I
know.
interject? Can I interject there? I find that
please,
fascinating. You remember the Nigerian senator that's been imprisoned in the UK? He
yeah,
basically had the body parts and he had good intentions, quote unquote, for his daughter. That doesn't negate the fact that what he did and why he's been imprisoned. So I don't buy that, the attitude that he had good intentions. I don't believe he even loves the child, because why put them in that position where you
oh,
are now more or less, let me finish, please. Let me finish what I'm saying. In that you would now bring your child under false pretenses. You are not man enough to say, this is my child and accept my child. And if she doesn't want to accept my child, then you don't get married. That you will now put her in a position where she's a niece and she's more or less a skivvy in that household. How do you love your child? Where she's probably been mistreated by the woman because she thinks she's a niece. If you had good intentions, you would tell the truth. You would be transparent. You wouldn't deceive someone. That is good intentions. So I don't buy what you're saying, because like for me personally, does that mean, like you said, you basically take someone's body parts like the senator did because because you want your daughter to live, but basically you know what happens in a situation of that vulnerable child and the fact that he's in prison today, that senator. So I think you can't justify bad behavior by saying that he loves the child because he brought him to America or whether she is. The fact of the matter is that he was deceitful. And yes, there is a place for forgiveness, but at the same time, doesn't mean that, for me personally, yes, there's God, you forgive. But I would really question someone that would want to still stay in that type of marriage where someone would be that intentional in deceiving you. He didn't confess and say, babe, you know what? I have something to tell you after 3 or 4 years. She found out, which gives me the presumption that he was never going to tell her. So I don't understand how you're trying to say there's some greater good in that. I just think there needs to be accountability that he messed up.
Can I say something? I'm gonna be
Yeah,
like
please go ahead.
a
Oh,
little
Sister
bit
Natalie
different.
is back. Okay, good.
Okay,
Please go
I'm gonna
ahead.
be a little bit. I'm gonna be vulnerable. Okay, so when I was 26, I have my mom, my dad, and I'm the oldest of two, with three, right? So my brother and sister. So when I was growing up, I always had this feeling like I couldn't explain it, but it's like I don't fit in my family. I don't know what this feeling was. I can remember this from as young as like 4 years old. I just look at my parents. I look at my brother and sister. We're like 5 and 6 years apart, and I just feel like I'm an odd one in my family. I don't seem to look like anybody in my family, like my parents. I don't particularly look like them. I don't look like my siblings, and I've always had this feeling like something is not. I couldn't place what this feeling is. Anyways, going on through the years, I always had a very kind of fragmented relationship with my dad. Right, he wasn't a bad, I wouldn't say he was a bad parent, like he didn't beat me or anything like that, but he just was very, he focused on my brother and sister more. Like the relationship was more with my brother and sister. I always felt like he didn't like me. Like my dad doesn't really like me. Okay. So as a child, you're in that environment, and African families, it's very unlikely that they're not very like emotional. Like they won't sit down and say, oh, what's wrong, darling? You know how white people do their things and find out what's wrong with the child or whatever. But I remember I always used to say to my mom, like, oh mom, how come I don't look like you? I look like this person. And my mom would just be like, oh, you look like your grandma. When I look at my grandma, I'm like, I don't look like my grandma either. Anyways, that's just something that I had deep within myself. Years later, the relationship between as I was growing, my relationship with my dad, there was just always this weird energy. And for the life of me, I could not explain it. Fast forward, my parents later, their marriage broke down, they separated, and I was 26 years old. By then, I think I've said this before, I had my daughter about 17. So one day I'm in my mom's house and my mom is like, oh, there's something I need to talk to you about that I've been wanting to talk to you. You know, I don't know how you're going to take it. Long story short, my mom sat me down and told me, oh, you know what? You know that your dad, this man is not actually your dad. When I tell you I wasn't shocked, right?
Are you serious?
When I tell you I wasn't shocked, it's because the
Wow.
treatment that I received growing up and
Wow.
the disjointed kind of relationship between us, I couldn't explain it. But
Hmm.
there was something there that just is like the only way I can explain it is like you have a puzzle and I felt like I'm a piece of the puzzle, but I'm not, there's like a gap missing, but I can't fit in that, like you can't fit into that puzzle. You're like the square, and maybe it needs a circle, right? But the people have just stuck a square over this space, but you can tell that there's just no connection there. I don't want to get emotional, but I say that to say that it's extremely painful as a child growing up in an environment where you can see or you can feel that there's a difference of treatment between
Yeah.
yourself, maybe your siblings and your parents. So for
Mm.
me, I was really, really hurt. So when I was writing in the comments and I was saying that I don't understand why people are coming for this child and expecting
Child,
the
yeah.
child to be the one to identify herself, to say, hello, I'm the daughter of this man. As who?
Mm.
You don't understand what that child is going through, the trauma the child is. And I love that, Uncle Ben, you said there's a lot of things that you can't do. And I was in that situation. My stepdad used to take my brother and sister out, he would leave me behind. And I never used to
Wow.
understand why. I
Wow.
never used to
My God.
understand why. I just used to think like, he would be like, oh, he will say, oh, we're going to the post office. He'll pack my brother and sister, leave me in the house.
Wow.
And then my mom would come back from work.
Oh, sorry, my sister.
Cece,
Sissy, Sissy,
I'm
Sissy,
sorry to
just
hear
take a
that.
break,
Sorry,
please.
sis. Don't
Sissy,
Cece,
take
worry.
a
take a
break.
break. I'm sorry to hear
See,
that. I didn't know. I'm
I
so
am
sorry,
so.
Cece.
I
My
just want
God.
to say
I
this.
don't
I
even know
just
what
want
to
to say
say.
this to
Sorry.
Sissy.
I'm sorry,
Sissy,
Cece. I
I
didn't
just
know
want to,
that.
Sorry, let me just
Sissy.
say, and
Okay.
he used to take my brother and sister out. And as a kid, I never understood why. Like, it's like, why does my dad not like me? And even though, and the thing that hurt me most with my mom, and it took me a while to get over it, the thing that hurt the most is this man not being my dad was not a secret. That's the thing that was so painful. When she told me, she's like, oh, it's not a secret. Like, the family know. Because when she met him, I was already like a baby. He took her on with like me. My mom didn't lie. He took me on and he said, "Oh, you know what? I want to raise her as my own." But somehow, when they start having their own kids, the relationship wasn't there for me. Okay, so I say that to say is like some things you don't need to hide them if it's an open secret, right? As the child in the relationship, I would have preferred they would have just sat me down and said, "Oh, this is not your dad, but maybe they can facilitate how I can really meet my real dad," or whatever the case may be. But I always knew that I felt out of place in my family and I couldn't place it. I couldn't place it until she told me and I understood. I said, "Oh, it makes sense why I've always felt the way I felt." And it's like I was being gaslit in my family. Oh no, you look like this person. Oh, don't worry, they'll just sweep it under the carpet. And I was upset with my mum for a while, but later on, I've forgiven her. We've moved past it. It still affects me. Obviously, I'm getting upset about it because I can put myself in this girl's position. Obviously, the situation is slightly different, but the situation is similar in the sense that you're being lied to and being made to in this kind of like a charade which the adults are facilitating, but you as a child, you're just being a pawn in something you have no understanding of. But deep down it affects you because this girl, like Uncle Ben said, she can't go and play with her dad, she can't go and hug him because she's meant to be the niche, she's meant to be in one side,
Exactly.
one corner. Do you understand? And it's so
Mm-hmm.
painful. It's so painful. And I used to have family members, and because and then the thing that used to piss me off later is because it wasn't a secret, like our whole community knew, the people knew who my dad was previously. They just didn't tell me. They just didn't tell. And I used to tell my, and I was like, why did you not tell me? Even when I got of age, why did you not tell me? I used to say to you, Mommy, I don't feel like, I don't look like my dad. Who do I look like? You would always and I have this memory from 4 years old, from that young. I used to say this thing all the time, and they would fob me off. Oh no, oh no. And then come to find, everything that I was feeling, the reason that I wasn't close to this man is because he's not my dad. The love that he had for me, he didn't have the love for me, genuine love for me that he had for my brothers and sisters, right? Because I wasn't his child, and he wasn't accepting of me genuinely. Maybe he just wanted to be with my mom. He felt, oh, okay, let me take her. Do you understand? But when he had his own kids with my
Oh,
mom,
hmm. We love
everything
you.
changed.
We love
So
you, Sissy.
I know, but yeah, so
Well,
it
I'm
still
really sorry
affects
to
me.
hear
It
that.
still affects me it affects me sometimes when I see the dynamics fathers with their daughters and think, and I'm just like,
Mm,
okay, I was robbed of that opportunity. And then, long story short, my real dad eventually, the reason my mom told me is because she wanted us to start looking for my. Anyways, we eventually found him, but he had already passed away many years
Oh my
ago.
wow.
So that
goodness.
I'm
relationship
sorry
Oh
to
my
is,
hear that. My God. Sorry,
yeah.
CC.
So I say
Uh,
that
Sorry,
just to say
CC.
is like
I'm really
sometimes
sorry.
adults, you make decisions for children, but then you expect the kids just to kind of play along with things, or it doesn't affect us, and it does affect me. It affects us as the children in these
Yeah,
relationship dynamics, and it's extremely painful when something is not a secret. Everybody knows, but
everybody
you're the
knows.
last person to find out. That's just my
Wow.
point.
love
Sorry,
you,
guys.
Sissy.
No
We
Thank
nothing to
you
love
for
say.
you.
sharing that,
We love you,
CC.
CC.
Thank you for
Sending you
sharing that. We
virtual
love you,
love.
CC. Thank you for
Now
being
I
open
Okay,
to
see.
tell
so
us that.
But Ben, this is one of the
okay,
most vulnerable shows we have
Wow.
let me
done.
go back to my hard guy, please, you people.
Thank you, CC. We love
Thank
you.
you.
Brother, Ben, you know what I was thinking? Because I've never seen CC this emotional. You understand? So it made me cry too. Like, okay, CC is like a hard girl, hard girl, hard girl. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm really sorry you had to go through that. I don't think it's an experience anybody should
Yeah,
experience because it is
yeah.
not. I had an amazing relationship with my dad. I have uncles I've had an amazing relationship with. I remember I was just talking to somebody yesterday. I had one uncle that used to pass for my dad. And when I got to work in Abuja, I got to live with him. He had a 3 bedroom at that time. He was not married. So he let me stay in one of the rooms. And because of how much he took me like a daughter, he does not allow people to share room with me because he don't trust people. So if you have any guests, he will leave his room for you guys to use and sleep in the living room so you don't have to share room with me. So when people talk about stuff like that, like I do understand how painful it is. And then when
Yeah.
you get to experience it in multiple sessions and you see what other people have missed out, like it is painful.
Mm,
It is really painful. And that's why we're having this conversation about this girl. And for
mm.
people that are not yet married, right? Okay, let me share because today is our vulnerable day, so we're sharing vulnerable stories.
Okay. But, Sister
Now,
Marcus, don't
listen,
make me cry as well, oh. Please,
you're
oh.
about to cry again, but today,
Ah,
so no, I'm talking about secrets, right? Before I got married, I had 2 surgeries. And each of the surgeries that I had reduced my chances. Before I was at like maybe 80% chances of having kids naturally, and then the first surgery moved me to 50%, the second surgery, and then after I got married, I had another surgery again. But before I got married, when me and my husband started getting serious, and when he wanted to go and introduce himself to my parents, I told him that I've had 2 surgeries, and this is the options that the doctor have given me about kids. I was open from the yeah. I didn't care. I didn't care what was so like from day one he knew. So my struggle all through everything is with my husband. Sometimes when I have mental breakdown, he'll come and meet me. I'm like, am I stressing you? Did I say you have to give me children? If God wants to give me children, He'll give me children. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's the
yeah.
benefit of being transparent. Honestly speaking, and it doesn't. I don't know why you want to say you love somebody and you want to lie that kind of magnitude of lie.
Exactly.
And when Brother Dayo was talking about forgiveness, honestly speaking, let me say one
Leave
thing.
that matter.
If you're on this live, if you're on this live show, if you are not married and you don't have any iota of forgiveness in you, please go and start doing therapy before you talk about
Mm,
marriage. Because you're gonna
mm,
forgive and unforgive and forgive
yeah.
and unforgive. Because some shit are gonna happen. Ooh,
Mm,
Lord have mercy. And
mm,
we're not talking about forgiveness and sticking to the person. Even if you have to forgive and move on. Because
Exactly. So
forgiveness
true.
is a huge part of relationship, especially in marriage, that people are not talking about. Because you're gonna hear some things, so my sisters, you will hear some
Mm.
things, but it's just gonna
Mm.
be good. But for the girl, well, I'm just praying for that little girl because
Amen. Yeah.
fatherly love is a love that every girl should experience.
Mm.
I'm not gonna lie to you. My dad is gone. I still talk about him, but that my uncle, even when that my uncle called me yesterday, we spoke for like an hour. We will talk and talk about nonsense and just laugh. And I still call him daddy. Like it's a different kind of feeling. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you
Mm.
depriving a girl because, like what I said, that guy also deprived that girl of enjoying her father because she's
Mm.
living there as a niece. So there's a level in which you can go to because you are a niece. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh my shit.
Mm.
Ah, God, I beg.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Can I
God,
can
I
I
beg.
can I say something? Sorry to interject. I think I've said this. One of the poignant reasons why I ended my marriage. I already had a child. He was 1 and 1.5. I was pregnant with my second child, and I remember putting him, my 1.5-year-old, on the bed for a nap. And I told him to go downstairs. You know how it is. You know, they have a nap. That's the time to relax. So I said, let's go downstairs. He took the computer. And I said, go downstairs. He said to me, he said something to the extent of, why should I leave your room for a child? This is my child, as in the child I had. I was pregnant with his child. Now, I don't know what kind of intuition I had, but I said to myself, I can't get married to this man because if he's talking about my child like this, he will treat my child differently to the child I have with him. Now, that was me, and I ended the relationship 90% because of that, because I wasn't prepared for my child to be treated like shit because he's not actually biologically his child. And I'm just sharing that with people. But I remember being in that dilemma, and I had people gaslighting me to say it's not too bad. I should continue in that relationship. I was heavily pregnant, but I decided to leave because something said to me, this man will mistreat my child. And I ended that relationship, and I stand on business, and that was nearly 10 years ago. So I'm just sharing out there that there are scenarios where this type of things do happen. Luckily for me, I decided to leave that relationship because I was not going to have my child treated differently because he wasn't the biological father of my eldest child.
Hey, sorry, Mama.
Because all the conversation we've had
It
with
is
people are
what
going
it
to be
is. It
honest.
is what it is.
Somebody,
It is what it is.
yeah, because anybody that's gonna love you and love you with your child will love you and love you with your child. The person that
Yeah.
will not. So I don't know why because you want some certain benefit, you have to
Yeah.
hide some things because do you understand what I'm saying? Because if my husband has kids outside and maybe they're living with
Mm,
their mom, I want them to come to my house. And I think there was one of the talks that I had one time with my in-laws when I went to Nigeria and they were having beef among themselves. I'm like, I don't want to have kids and say, no, go to that person's house, go to that person's house. I
mm,
want my kids, I want to go to this person's house. I'm like, bye bye, oh, till I come back. You understand what I'm saying?
mm.
So you want your child to have that privilege and that freedom. So if the
Yeah.
person already says or shows that he cannot take somebody to another child, why do you have to
Definitely.
do it?
The thing is, he said
Why do you
things
have to
like,
do it?
he said things like, why do I need to leave the room for a child? You're referring to,
No, no, no.
I'm
I understand
married
what
to
you're saying.
you.
I'm making reference
Yeah.
to that other man with the child, but I understand
Yeah.
what you're
Yeah.
saying. No, no, no.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that people should be able to see between, and that's the compromise that people are not willing to make.
Yeah.
They're like, you know what? I will just go in, and later I will explain to her or I explain to him. Ah, if
Well,
you
one,
already
I won't
yeah,
give a
sorry, let
disclaimer.
me pay. My
Yeah.
cousin my cousin got married in October. He got married in October and they are separated with the girl now, October last year. And one of the things that he said was that before they got married, anytime they have a fight, she would turn off her phone. That was when they were dating. That's number one. Number two, if he's coming to her house, he has to tell her he can't surprise her. If he surprises her, she's going to leave the house for him. And
Uh-uh.
I said, and you still want to exactly. And I
Why
said,
would
you
you
still
put
want to
that
end
out
the
with
marriage?
that marriage?
And exactly, and now you're surprised
Yeah.
why she left you. They had a fight. This girl is just go seeing her ex-boyfriend. They said his mom was sick. She went to greet his mom. My cousin, my cousin's and the girl, her sister-in-law saw her. She didn't report it. Anyway, the husband gets to find out it was a big deal, and they had a fight. And she went in the house and packed all her stuff and left. And I told my cousin, why are you surprised? If those things happen in the relationship, why do you think it's gonna change when you get married? It's not gonna change.
Yeah.
Ha! Washi.
But
But
I will give a
the
disclaimer.
part, the
There's a lot of people that have married women or have married men with children, and they've been fantastic step parents. It just, in my case, it just
Oh,
wasn't meant
of
to be.
course.
So then I
Of
just
course.
want to
That's why
advocate,
I said
not that we're giving all these negative stories. There's fantastic
no.
people that have nuclear, have, like I said, have extended families where they've married again and they've been great stepmothers and great stepfathers.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
let me talk
Thank you,
about that,
everybody.
Uncle Ben.
Let
I
me
want to
bring
go
Uncle
quick,
Patrick
quick.
in, please. Let Uncle Patrick chime in. Thank you, Uncle Patrick, for coming. Floor is yours, sir.
Hey, Sisi, sorry to
Uncle
hear about
Patrick.
that. Yeah, my dear Sisi, it is well with you. Yeah, Uncle Ben, I
Thank you,
just
sir.
wanted to talk about, blended family. That's what they call it. And, thank God for Dr. Adama for our understanding. And, I also have a lady that everybody knows, George Lynn Tola. She was a divorce court judge for many years. I'm sure you know her too, Uncle Ben. And even Auntie B
Yeah,
knows
popular.
them.
Yes, yes, she's
You
very
know, she,
popular. She has a TV show that Judge Judy.
yeah,
yeah, and she
ve-
lost her husband, and I
very
know the
good,
story you're about to say. Yeah.
very good. She was married to somebody that has children before. And she never even thought of that. But God just let her. And she's like Sister Adama said, that was the greatest thing that happened to her. So what I'm just going to say that, when you involve a child, whether a man or a woman, you should treat those kids very good. I told you my story. I had that an experience before. I'm not going to repeat it. I don't know who is listening, our people. But, it's always very good. And, that's the essence of being a Christian. It's not just going to church every day. That love, that genuine love, especially for kids. Even Jesus Christ said, let the little children come unto him, for there is the kingdom of God. So you just have to treat them to be good, whether you are a man, whether you're a woman, because God brought them to this world for a reason. You don't even know what they're going to turn into. Sister Dama can talk about her stepson. Now she's proud of him because the way they've been living, the way she loved him. And she can publicly say that. I know there's going to be bumping of head, but the most important thing is that boy, that girl will know that this woman really loves me. Especially when they are small. Maybe you show up at this parent-teachers meeting, teachers conference to be there as their mother. That the school will never even know that you are the stepmother. There are some kids that are very bad when they are young, but you will stand there. But as soon as they grow up, this woman tried for me. I never even felt I had a mom. Even during their wedding, they would say, Mom, you are my biological mom, but I want this woman to stand for me as a mom. What a testimony. I want this man. He's not my stepfather, he's my dad. That's what I want men to do. I don't see a reason why you should be hiding the fact that you are this girl, this is not the dad. That's so wrong. And what the man, that's so wrong. You've deprived the child of knowing their dad. That's so wrong. That can never even go away from them. So I want to say, if you are going to marriage as a blended family, please love those children for the sake of God. And above all, from everything that we have said today, as a woman, it's not all about money. You may not have, may not be a millionaire, but work on yourself. Sister Adama said that it was when she got married to the husband, she now discovered herself. We need to work on ourselves and forgive and move on. You know what I mean? There's going to be a lot of friction. I said maybe Uncle Ben will treat it. We treat that in our next video. about third party, people that will come in between you. That's a big deal. If I tell you how many homes have gone third party,
Loud it, Uncle Patrick. Loud them, sir.
third party, maybe your mom, maybe your brother, maybe your sister. That's I can't know. These are my family. No, what God has joined together, let no man put asunder. Marriage is different. I'm not. You have to love your parent. Why not? They brought you to the world, but the position of your mother is different from the position of a husband, of a brother, of a sister. You need to get that right. I'm going to end with this. Thank you very much for giving me that space. Uncle Ben, God bless you.
Thank
Everybody,
you.
Adama, Sisi, Brother Dio coming from Nigeria, we appreciate you. Honey, babe,
Thank
CB,
you, sir.
yes, I can.
Uncle Patrick,
Everybody,
good evening, sir. It was
good
so good
evening.
hearing your voice.
Hey, Sister Dan,
Good evening.
I'm gonna hit you tomorrow. I'm gonna be there. Just trust me.
Yeah, but Uncle
I will
Patrick,
be there too.
to support what you just said about third party, I know the men's section. I'm going to be listening. I'm glad I'm off. I'm not on call. What you just said is true. And I think one of the best advice my father-in-law gave to me and his son is, he said, whenever we have conflict, we shouldn't get any of the family member involved, that we should figure it out on our own. And I remember asking him, I
Hello.
said, why? Yeah, I
Oh,
remember
my
asking
alarm
him.
just.
I'm
Wow.
sorry. I said, so why do you say that? He
Oh
said,
Lord, my alarm busting.
oh.
Sister Adama, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now. Go
Yeah.
ahead, please.
So I remember asking him, I said, Papa, what do you mean by when we have conflict, don't get anybody, third party, anybody? He said, there's something we say in Igbo. Nobody will want their child to be maltreated. He said, you both should learn to resolve it on your own. And I would tell you this, that was one of the best advice he gave to both of us. Up to today, we've been married now 24 years plus. Any
Wow.
conflict, if my mom call, my mom will say, do you and your wife ever quarrel? This girl has never called me for one day and say anything bad about you. Like, what is really going on? Let me not hear anything tomorrow. He would just say, because he doesn't talk too much. He said, you know, your daughter, she's a talker. And what I'm trying to tell our viewers is, please learn to resolve things on your own. When I got married, we had a rule within each other. No family member will come to visit us for 2 years. We were getting to
Wow.
know each other, and we
Wow. Wow.
maintained it. The rule that applies to my family applies to his family. And I want to tell you today, that's one of the best decisions we made for each other, because knowing who I am and knowing who he is, if we didn't learn to resolve things on our own,
God bless you, my
trust
sister.
you, I don't know. I don't believe in third party. That's just my personal preference, and it's worked for us. I don't believe in
God
father.
bless
I
you.
don't believe in mother, brother-in-law, godparents, all those things. No.
I have
At the
a
end of
different
the day,
opinion. I don't know.
yes, and I'm open to your opinion, Natu. You know, I respect your opinion a lot.
Okay.
I don't believe in that, because at the end of the day, maybe because I grew up here in the diaspora, and so did he. He came here at a very young age. So I think is the setting I have, and my parents as well. We grew up not seeing people getting involved to settle whatever their marital difference is. So it's all about I would say we both are product of our environment. So thank you so much. Sister Nato, over to you, sis.
Okay, so I do agree about bringing families because, like you said, no family will want to see their child be maltreated. Like my pastor used to say all the time, if his son-in-law comes to report his daughter every day to him, and he's like telling the boy, petting the boy, and his daughter breaks down more than 2 or 3 times, he tell the girl, pack your car and come back. That's my pastor. Oh. He say, pack your car and come back. It's not my fault. But so this is the opinion that I've had, been through some hurdles of marriages. There are times where the wife is hard headed, the husband is hard headed, they are refusing to come to a consensus. So if they are going through that, family is not the best. If you want to have somebody you pick that will be like a moderator between the both of you, or maybe you have a therapist that will like sit down and have a conversation with you guys and give you guys like, okay, you this is where you're wrong, this is your side, you this is where you're wrong. Okay, do this because let me tell you, in as much as we hear, and now I'm talking to the people listening, in as much as we hear some people say, oh, we don't fight, when we fight resolve, there are people that they find it hard to resolve because everybody is the admin of coconut head in their WhatsApp group. And you know this admin position is a choke. Nobody want me to come them for admin. Do you understand? So when you come to that point, for people that are listening, yes, third party is not advised. But when we say third party, what do we mean? Do you understand what I'm saying? So family, leave family out of it because family will always be on their people's side. Except my brother that I don't support all the time. I'm just joking. Because my brother told my mom that he feels that my sister-in-law is our sister and he's our in-law because of the way we treat, because they're older, because she's a very good woman. But the point I'm making is that you won't get all those in-laws all the time. But I advise that when you are in that position where both of you are refusing to agree and everybody wants to be right. Ola used to say something. Oh my God. I never knew I was going to be that person that I like quoting people. But you see, Ola, I'll quote him. Ola said, resist the need to be right. Because, okay, let me say something. Okay, no, but that's not what I say. No, what you are refusing to listen to me. There are times that you just need to keep quiet. If you are not at that place that you have that patience yet, I will advise, not family, but if you can have one person that both of you respect, and that time is not during fight that you agree, and you just be like on a normal day, like, wait, so when we fight, who do you think? If the person say I don't want anybody, that means that the partner that say I don't want anybody has to be in agreement with you that okay, we have to resolve it between ourselves, and we have to do it this way. We have to not talk. We have to like resolve it before going to bed, or it cannot stay more than 24 hours. If the person knows that if they could come ahead WhatsApp girl, like you know what, I feel like we should have one person that we can always talk to that will understand both sides. That's not a bad thing. That's my own opinion. That is my own opinion.
Thank you, Sister Natu. I see we have a very, very productive show today. I am blown away. I don't know that. Thank you, Holy Spirit. I didn't know when Sister Natu, Marriott, and Dee were suggesting that let people talk from their own personal experience. I didn't know we're going to end up having this great show. I thank you, everybody. My sister Chinye, my Misty, my Sitsi. Now I see why. Now I see why Sisi and I were kind of bonded somehow. This show have really revealed a lot of stuff today. You know, I really want to thank you all for being vulnerable and sharing with us from a very deep place. Sisi, I can 100% relate with you, my sister. And I quite understand everything you said. We love you. God loves you. Everybody loves you. Okay.
Oh, thanks,
You
guys.
know I love you so
We
much.
love
And
you,
for those
Sisi.
Oh, thank you, guys. Love you too.
for those who don't even know, the moment my daughter became 14 years old to 15 to 16, and I get to connect with CC through Auntie B. Sometimes when my daughter shares some things with me and I'm confused, I don't even know where to go because I know where my wife stands anyway. My wife, now, you know, that kind of wifey material, and so she be core African woman kind of approach. So sometimes when I don't know how
Baba,
to do it,
don't talk about my sister. You know I'm on her side now. You
I
know.
know.
Please, please. Don't let us do that.
I know. Sister Natu, Sister Natu talk to my wife and she's there. Sister Natu, don't drop me. You just drop me like that. Just embrace her. Go
I love
down.
you.
Women will always bond. Women will always bond.
Now, Pasha, they do. Me, I reach out to Sister Natu. Sometimes I reach out to CC, I'm just like that. When my daughter will spin some things on me and I don't know what to do, I will just send her the message she sent to me. I will send it to CC. I say, CC, come carry this your pikin. I will ship this guy to you because I don't know how to handle it. So CC, I feel you, my sister. I think we have similar background. Myself, I lost my dad in 1979. I was just barely 3 years old. And my eldest sister, same papa, same mama with me, she was the one who raised me. She raised me like her own son. Even right now, my auntie have 4 children. All of them are now grown. My auntie last born, he's 29 now. They never see me as an uncle. They see me like their eldest brother. They don't even know, say, no, be that mama born me. Even me myself, I think I was like, almost 12 years old when I went back to Ondo State. That's why I realized that my auntie was not the one that really gave back to me. But just like what we are discussing now, when it comes to children, be nice, treat them right. My auntie raised me as if I am her own son. Until date, I lost my mom when I haven't started making money. But right now that thank God, at least I'm comfortable, even though I'm not rich. My auntie is reaping all the benefit now. I took care of my auntie like no tomorrow. And when we spoke about setting boundary earlier, when I got married to my wife, my auntie was the number one person I told my wife that, look, if you have to do anything to anybody at all, and it doesn't get to me, please don't do anything stupid or disrespectful around my auntie. I love my auntie to the moon. If you do anything that is disrespectful to my auntie, I'm gonna come at you and you won't like it. And I thank God for my wife. My wife recognized that for me. In fact, all my family members that my wife get to know, she has been so nice to them, very respectful, and I really thank her for that. But coming back to what I'm saying, you see, some of us, we grew up without fatherly love. That fatherly love is not there and we missed it. I grew up as a boy who do not enjoy anything from my dad. I lost my dad 1979, like I said, and my dad had 4 wives with plenty children, and I happened to be the last born. So I was served hot breakfast. Nature served me hot breakfast. So all my life, one of my goal was I'm gonna be this great dad. I want to be there for my children. I want to love them and do all that. And when God blessed me with a wonderful woman, I have all these my children. I am so weak when it comes to my children. In fact, my wife accused me all the time that I'm spoiling them. You're always spoiling them. You don't do this, you don't do that. And I'll be like, babe, no worry. In fact, there was one time, when children get to be teenagers, they will start acting mad. And there was one time my kids, the BB was acting mad, and my wife was so pissed that she was ready to spank her. In fact, she began to unleash on her. And as grown as tough I think I am, I was shedding tears just by her spanking her and kind of like all over her. I was shedding tears, and I'm like, leave her alone, just leave her alone, just leave her alone. And then when she looked back, she saw me, I was in tears. Then she stopped. Later in the evening, she asked me, babe, what happened this afternoon? This guy did wrong. And I was just trying to set her, and I look around and I see tears from your eyes. And I just opened up to her. I say, please, please, these children are the most cherished gift I ever had from God. I told you my story. You know my story already. I never enjoy anything as a young man. Sometimes I keep asking. I used to see my dad and my mom in my dreams, and every time I would be asking them, sometimes I get pissed at them in my dreams. And I'll be like, why did you people just bomb me and you just leave me to suffer like this and all that? So I'll tell my wife that, please, my children means a lot, and I don't know. I just don't want to see them being harmed or anything. Please, I know they are kids, they will misbehave, but I beg, when you vex like this, just run it by me first. I will step in, I will fix it. My wife will be like, you won't fix shit. You don't fix anything. You are pampering them. I say, hey, no vex, but I will fix it. So I'm just saying that with what Sissy said. And because of the girl I made reference to in this video, whenever I watched the video several times and I stopped watching it, because whenever the camera panned to this girl, I could just go mad. Like, what the fuck is this guy really doing? Please love your kids. I don't know. I will just speak to my brotherhood. Children are gifts. You really don't understand that pure love until you bring yourself down to really receive that love that they are giving you. Girls, boys, please don't let them go through terrible experiences because you are having this stupid game you are playing or whatever you have going on with your wife or your husband. God bless you, Dr. Adama, for at least you told us about your stepson. Please, I've been open with my own. I think one time when my son pissed me off really bad, I blocked my son from my phone, and then I went into my wife's phone. I blocked him there too. But surprisingly, did you know that for 1 week, my son was not bothered that I blocked him, but he was begging me, asking everybody, calling uncle, auntie, everybody he knew to beg me that my wife should unblock him. So I called him. I said, my wife is not the one that unblock you. I am the one who went into her phone and blocked your ass off. And I told her if she ever unblock you, I will go mad with her. What am I trying to point out here? My wife embraced my son. My wife stepped into the life of my son and she made a lot of changes. Like literally, my wife did more. When my son impregnated his girlfriend and they have a baby, while I was going mad, my wife was the one who was buying children's stuff here in America, both in Nigeria and here. My wife was the one who were like they talk all the time. So when Dr. Adama mentioned that, I knew exactly what she was talking about. So please, if you have kids outside, don't hide it from your woman. I love listening to Uncle Patrick because Uncle Patrick always come from an elderly standpoint, and you will learn if you listen to Uncle Patrick. On RTB's show, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, Uncle Patrick spoke about women being the one that build home. Women build home. I'm a living testimony. I've seen it happen in my own life and in my own marriage. If you allow women to take control, your life will take the best trajectory so far. Women have the capacity to handle so many things at the same time. Women have the capacity to back you up when you are going through strenuous situations, and you will come out on top. But you just have to be transparent and be honest with them. I've learned so much in my own small marriage so far. I've seen how women can literally support you with their money, their time, emotions, spiritually, everything. So far, you can build that trust and you are not hiding anything from them. I've always said this, that look, listen, guys, women like to hear the truth. Now, sometimes the truth might be bitter. You might tell them the truth, finish. They will talk, say they won't break your head after you tell them the truth. But deep down, they will still have a rethink and appreciate the fact that they are not learning that truth from a third person or from an outsider. It's coming straight from you. And when you are being honest and they know that they can trust you, you won't lack anything. Honestly speaking, we've spoken variously here. We spoke about finance and other. Maybe when we're having another show and we are talking about finance, Sissy we come back and start that her theory again. For me, I'm a living testimony. I make a lot of money, but I also have a lot of responsibilities. Now only me and my head 9 days this US. Load plenty for me. My black tax, it long like say tomorrow, no day. And as a result of that, I still support my wife to the point that my wife have a lot of savings. Sometimes when she step up, she will do some kind of thing. I will be like, Jesus, babe, this is the way you do. Are you expecting me to pay back? She say, who asked you money to pay back and things like that? But I'm just sharing with you for you to know that if you treat your woman right, if you respect her, and if you are transparent, Don't let anything come out. Don't let them hear anything from an outsider. Be honest with them. Tell them exactly what is going on. And when women support you, I swear, people go to say you get money. A lot of people think I'm very rich. I don't get money. I still date tarmac. But because of the kind of support that I have, it always look as if this guy is rich. This guy is rich. Okay. So please, my brothers, I know we've done almost 5 hours now. This has been an eye-opener for me. Please, everybody, do not hide secrets from your wife. Women, they can act up, they can do everything up. And like we said on this show, you need to know how to manage communication, know how to manage your conflict. Fight good day, wahala good day. But as time goes on, you and your wife, you will come up with a strategy to deal with your issues. Uncle Patrick mentioned third party. We're going to have a separate show on how to manage third parties. I have my own personal experiences with third party interference. But right now, me and my partner in crime, for the past, how many years now? 7 years, we have been in this corner whereby we manage our problem by ourselves. Nobody they get involved. My wife family said they don't know us. Say, just leave those two. Even my own family don't know. Say these two, just forget. Me, I don't get secret. I always tell my family, I tell everybody, look, whatever I'm doing with you, my wife is aware of it. I know they for buju buju. I know get any secret as I did when it comes to my wife. My wife do not get secret. There was a time my son broke my wife's phone in the previous night, and my wife was called for emergency that she has to come to work 2 a.m. at night. When she was leaving, I'm like, babe, take my phone. She's like, why should I take? I said, take my phone. You're not going to go work this late night and we'll get phone. I said, take my phone. She carried my phone, go work. She was at work from 2 a.m. all the way until 2 p.m. the next day. By the time she came back, I already go and bought another phone for her. But she was shocked, like, how can a man give the wife his phone? No could get any backup phone or anything at that time. But I'm telling you this for you to know that when you get to a place whereby you know that I don't have to hide anything from my wife, women knows. I've told you guys before, women are smarter than you think. They can read you in and out. If you think you are smart, you think you are playing game around your woman, you are now you just now you they do. They knows. They are too smart. They get wish. I'm not gonna know verse, my sister. When I get wish, Sisi, sister Natu, when
That's
I get wish, more than no verse. Mr.
true.
Dayo,
That's true.
Shemo Paroni.
Òótọ́ ni.
Women knows. Women knows. They can read you. Even when you are lying, from the moment you open your mouth, bow like this, they know you are lying. If they don't want to offend you, they will pretend that they are listening. Now lie. So why don't you just be honest and be transparent? As I did like this, some of my sisters that I met from Obodo Imbo family, they can attest to this. If you call me any time of the day, if my wife did there, you go even talk to my wife. Say, I have nothing to hide. When one time Sister Bimpe called me and we were sharing and something, and then my wife came in, actually they come like this. My wife was coming and say, hey, babe, welcome. See, you know, my sister where I meet for Budo Imbo, her name na Bimpe, we're on the phone. Do you want to talk to her? And then they talk. You know, women now, I don't know how they take establish. Like Sister Natu said here now. One day I called Sister Natu. Now me and my wife, Sister Natu, see, wala de. Immediately, Sister Natu say, okay, Uncle Ben, no talk again. No talk. I don't want to follow you talk. Just give my number to your wife. I'm like, Sister, just give I give Sister Natu number to my wife. From there, I never hear anything again. As Sister Natu and my wife. Now then they talk. That is me. I know it's not the same for everybody, but I'm just letting you know that when you are transparent with your woman, when you don't lie to her, sometimes the truth will be tough, but just tell her the truth. Don't worry. She feel get outburst. She feel go crazy on you. But you tell her first. It is always better when she hear it from you. Somebody said something that I forget this grammar or where did they? There's a woman they get she recall session or something. Like it's like women have a time that after you tell them something and they go crazy on you, then they will still go to this hibernation period when they process the whole thing, and then they will come back. I don't know that grammar, but I heard that one time that women do have that when you are honest with them, you tell them something that they can't take, they go explode, but they will still take time to process it and come back. So please, my brothers, life is sweet, marriage is sweet when you carry your woman along, and when your woman supports you. I swear, it's the best thing you can ever experience in this life. As I did like this, I don't work overtime. Anytime I say I don't work overtime, nobody say I take and they brag. But the reason I don't even work a lot of overtime is because my wife and I, we are always on the same page. She knows what's up. Once I went back to school, when I started school last year, I told my wife, babe, I dey go school now. I'm not sure say I go feed do my side hustle again also. And my wife knows how much that business is fetching me every year. And my wife said, babe, don't worry now. Don't worry, we got it. Then all of a sudden, since the moment I started school, every month end for the past, I don't do school now, going to like 12 months. Every month like this. Now, so my wife will just wire money to my account. Big money, and I'll just be like, babe, what is this money from? She'll say, well, maybe they do overtime again. You are now a poor man. I say, I give you small money as poor man. And we go laugh. Please, marriage is sweet. Just walk with your wife, and wife, work with your husband. And when there are situations of you having baby outside, please, my brotherhood, talk to your wife. Look, there are some things that will stress you out if you are hiding it from your wife. Just the fear of you telling your wife, and your wife will go bang on you. No, don't worry. Tell her. May she provoke, may she spark, may she do everything. But I promise you this. Once a woman tells you, I got your back, bro, that is like 12 people telling you, I got you. I don't know how women do it, but that's why I say sister natural will not be win show. I don't know how you guys do that, but I just know from my small experience where women say, I got you. Bros, they really got you. Thank you, my sister. So let's just run this up. Let's have our final take so that I can set up the other show for this marriage and finance. And I want CC to come and convince me how all my brothers are so broke. That CC is always saying they are broke. But,
Why are
but
you
because
after
then,
CC?
I'm after CC. CC is the only one
They're broke.
who say women should not manage my brotherhood.
They are broke and their liabilities, by the way.
Man of God. Man of God. Come on.
All right.
With my
Let's
full
have
chest.
let's have our final take so we can close this show. Honey babe, you go first. Everything we've said so far. Shout out to Uncle Patrick. Uncle Patrick, God will bless you. We live so long for us. So all the effort you put in coming on platform and sharing any advice with us, God will increase it in your ages. You will live long, sir. Honey babe, over
Amen.
to you. What's your final
Amen.
take?
I just want to give a shout out to my beautiful and soft life CC for being
Our
vulnerable enough,
wahala. Our
for
wahala, Abi.
being vulnerable and to share her experience. Just to explain, obviously the topic, and I really appreciate her coming out of her comfort zone to talk about her experience. It's not something that everyone will want to share, and I really appreciate her, and I just want to big her up and say that we love her again.
Thank you,
Just
my
wanted to
love.
say
Thank
that.
you.
No problem. My take is this, man. There's many takes I can do. Well, my take is, what is the actual question? So I got distracted. What's the actual question, Benno?
You
Is he
need to
there?
round up. What's your final takes? The love
My
is too much on this platform.
I know the final take is that there's so many lessons to be learned. I think is that we all have different experiences, and I think what I will say is that you would only know what you would do when you're in that situation. I can see on the screen how you would set boundaries. I think you just have to have whatever deal breakers you have, I think have them in place. But I do believe that if you're in a relationship, it's good to compromise. But at the same time, don't do anything that is something that will affect you psychologically, or you want to have that integrity. So that's all I have to say, really. I could go on for ages because we spoke about so many things, to be honest, but my take is this, is that anything we say on this platform is from, obviously from our own experience. We all agree to disagree. I mean, I respect everyone's opinion and I appreciate everybody on this panel. And yeah, that's all I have to say. It's been a great chat. I gotta go. But yeah, that's all I want to say. Sorry. Thank you so much, everybody, for allowing me to talk. Everyone have a
Thank
lovely
you.
weekend and take
Thank
care.
you,
Thank you.
family. We love you, Mama. Thank you. God bless you for spending this much time with us. God bless you. All right. I'm gonna end with Sister Natu. So, Sisi, your final take, my sweet money making baby.
Thank you, thank you. So let me just say thank you to everybody. I can come here, I can be hard, I can be my very assertive, straightforward, straight shooter, but I'm a very soft person at heart, honestly. It takes a lot for me to be emotional, but once in a while. So, Uncle Ben, thank you for your platform. Thank you for it being a safe space, because on a normal day, I don't really open up and tell my story, talk about myself. So, it's a testament to your platform, the support that's here, the community that we've built here on Real Fam. So thank you for that. And thank you for being you. Even though you're a coconut head, we love you like that. You're our uncle, our brother, our big daddy. For me in particular, I think my soft spot for you is because I can really see, I'm like, oh, Uncle Ben is the type of dad that I would love to have. Honestly, if I tell you, that is really where my softness for you comes from, because I'm like, oh, when I see you with your girls, it really just touches my heart. So keep doing the amazing job you're doing as a father, as a husband, as an uncle, and you're always open to learning, and I love that. So that's, by the way. When it comes to today's topic, guys, we've covered a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my takeaway would be, I think ultimately, do unto others what you'd like to have done to yourself. I think that just sums up everything. Do to other people. If you want transparency, give the transparency. If you want honesty, be an honest person. If you want respect, respect other people. A lot of the situations that we've discussed today, even though it comes down to boundaries, even though it comes down to a lot of things, ultimately it's just treating somebody how you'd want to be treated. And I think if we can get that right, then a lot of this is the decisions that we make, and a lot of maybe the hurt and the upset that we cause people along the way would be minimized if we really operate from that standpoint. So for me, I just feel like boundaries is something that you should set way before you even start talking of marriage, talking of relationships. Have those things. And I think we discussed already, boundaries obviously can change, and it should change as people mature in marriage, as people mature in just their thinking and how they do things. Absolutely. And I think being able to communicate with your partner should be key. Communication is key, active listening, and just making sure that you're evolving and trying to be the best that you can be for yourself and for your partner. um what else? I think lastly, when it comes to blended families, right? I think if you know that you can't handle being with somebody with children, you know your capacity within yourself, don't go for it. If it's something you feel you can handle, go for it, because it causes a lot more hurt when you try to do something that you know isn't within your capability of doing. And when you involve kids, it has a long-term detrimental impact. I'm 39, and this is something that's happened to me in my childhood, and it still upsets me to today. That's how impactful it is in a negative way, right? So I think people need to, whether you're a man with kids, a woman with kids, just think about the impact on those children and love on each other. That's my takeaway. Thank you, Uncle Ben, for having me. Thank you, panelists. And as usual, we'll see each other in the comments and in the backstage.
Thank you. Thank you, my Sisi. God bless you for sharing with us. We love you always. Sisi! Wala, Sisi, Didi, all of them, Marriott. Una wala too much, but thank you, Sisi. God bless you. Mr. Dio, your final take so that me and Sister Natu can close.
Okay, thank you, Uncle Bernard. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, everybody. Dr. Adama, Uncle Patrick, I respect you so much, sir. God bless you. Thank you, Sister Natu. Thank you, Honey Babe. Thank you, Sisi. Thank you, Simbi. Though Uncle Bernard did not allow you to really talk today, but don't worry, you always have him. Anyway, my final take is simple. I just want us to know that marriage is dynamic. So you should go with whatever works for you. Do not copy a pattern from anybody. Yes, you can emulate anything that is good, but every marriage is unique in itself. Don't say you want your marriage to be like Uncle Beno, Dr. Adama, or whosoever. Work on your marriage, respect each other, love your partner, and then go with whatever works for you. What works for you may not work for me, and what works for me may not work for you. So there is no narrow way to marriage. Marriage is like an open market. Everybody wants to be happy. There are several ways that you can get to that happiness if you follow the normal guidelines. So that's my take. And then secondly, when it comes to blended family, hmm, do not do not bite what you cannot chew. That is what I say. If you know you cannot raise other people's children, don't even venture into it. But if you know God is giving you the grace to do so, please, all those single women out there. Now, let me talk to my gender. All those single women out there, it is not their fault. All those single mothers, I mean, the single mothers, it is not their fault. Some men are just not responsible. Some men are just not responsible because they are the one that caused these single mothers to become single mothers, and then they just abandon them and then abandon the children. But some responsible men will take care of the child, take care of the mother. Because I'm sorry, this is my own experience. I was raised by my stepfather, and the man loved me. That nobody among all his children knows that he was not my real biological father. This is the secret between me and my dad. I mean, secret between me and my mom. Nobody up to today, I am as old as I am, nobody knows that my father that raised me was not my biological father. It was a secret between me and him and my mom. Because all my siblings, they see me as one of them. But my mom told me who my real father was. And later on, I got to meet him in life, and he was so apologetic. But somebody else raised me. So that is why myself, if I find myself in a situation whereby I love a single mother, I will take care of the children as if they were mine because somebody else raised me too. So that's life. I will not be a party to anybody that says that no, because I'm single or I never had a child, I cannot take care of somebody else's child. No, that child that you refuse to take care of may be the one that will take care of you in your whole day. You never know that. So please, marriage is dynamic. Copy whatever is good in anybody's relationship and stick to what works for you. Don't try to be, don't try to emulate anybody verbatim because what works for them may not work for you. Understand your partner and keep your cross, and God will bless you. Thank you.
Amen. 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 Thank you, Uncle Dayo. Uncle Dayo is blowing data all the way from Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir. Sister Natu, my own Sister Natu. I'm just laughing because Sister Natu, na another Wahala sister where I get for here. Sister Natu, let's wrap it up together. What's your final take, ma? Hello, Sister Natu. I can't hear Sister Natu. She don't come out. Can you guys hear me? I've been on my earpiece.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, Okobenu.
Yeah, we can't hear Sister Natu. I don't know. Maybe she received a call or something.
Is she still in the studio?
Okay, I think she received a call. Maybe
Okay.
I just wanted to hear her final take on the matter. Okay, yeah, she's back. My Sister Natu is
Baba,
back.
can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, Sister Natu. Please go ahead,
I
man.
come,
What's the
I
final
come out and go buy meat. I won't make suya plenty business. I get order for suya for tomorrow. It's on.
take?
My husband must have given up on me at this point. So you
No,
know,
bros, don't give up. Sister Natu, you are breaking. Oh. Sister Natu, you are breaking.
am I wait. Am I still breaking?
Okay,
How
yes,
about
we can
now?
hear you better now. Yeah,
Can
we
you
can
hear
hear
me?
you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, like I said earlier, all of us started like with an empty apartment and we decorated it the way we wanted it to be. So don't listen to all our beautiful stories and feel like it started all rosy, rosy. No, there was plenty bad blows and then plenty adjustment. In fact, let me just tell you, marriage is like a kidney transplant. Sometimes your body might accept it, sometimes might reject it. And if you reject it, you have to take it out. That's where divorce comes in. So honestly speaking, it might work for some people, it might not work for some people. But two things I'm gonna say, you have to have patience and plenty of forgiveness. Because it's not like a relationship where you just be upset and like, you know what, it's over, I'm out. You understand what I'm saying? For marriage is a
Yeah.
different ball game, and you're meeting somebody coming from a different background. Maybe the person likes. Thank you very much. Maybe the person likes from a different background with you. Maybe the person is in the bathroom, is pulling and want to be having a conversation with you at the same time. Maybe you are not like that. Like sister Adama, they buy perfume and give you, and say, why do you buy give me perfume? Why my husband? You're supposed to be hearing my smell, and I'm hearing your smell. I feel this is disrespectful. So that's how it is. So you have to give plenty of adjustment, plenty of compromise, but don't just be a mumu. That's just the fact. Don't just be a mumu. Set your standards, set your boundaries. And I believe that if you set those standards and boundaries in the beginning, you know, the person knows the kind of person that he's getting with, and then it's defined or determines how your relationship goes along the way. Some things might come up. You say, oh, you know what? I have a very high emotional intelligence. I know how to handle in-laws. Until you meet one kind of in-law that is like my own. Anytime they say any good thing about you, she has one bad thing to say about you. You not think about how you're going to handle that kind of person. Do you understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it doesn't come with a manual. It's a practical. You learn on the job, honestly speaking. But like I said, we're praying for everybody that are not there yet, that they be able to make good decisions, make informed decisions. And like Adayo said, if you don't have to take care of people, children, don't collect them. I have one friend that all of us are TTC mother trying to conceive women together. So when we're talking about adoption, but then she told me point blank period. She said, "Not I can't do adoption. I don't know how to take another person's child. I cannot." So if you call in that WhatsApp, you don't start. Don't just start. And if you don't see because you know this man is done go say he's going to give you soft life, so you lie because later you tell him when the time comes, you collect your by yourself. That's your bed, you lie on it. That's all I have to say, honestly speaking. Yep.
Thank you.
And like I said, there are some things that some compromise don't come in the beginning of the marriage. It comes later if you're patient. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like me, I don't like to cook. I'm not going to lie. My husband is not a foodie. Like today, I went to my niece's school. She has an event. They told her to bring a special guest. She said she wants me to come. Before I came, the mom had already brought out his tomato in the freezer, and I was cooking rice and beans because he's not going to wait for me. Another man will say, I have to wait for my wife to come and make it for me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So people are just different. So that was not like that in the beginning for us. But later, he now realized that, listen, we want to have peace. I'm not going to be forcing this man to cook every day. But because he doesn't ask for that thing every day, anytime my husband comes over and says he wants to eat anything of the bread, even if it's 12 at night, I'm making it. You are lying. Even if it's 12 at night, I will make it. Only that's the reason why you don't like to tell me some things late at night because you know that I will make it. So that's what I have to say. You have a lot of compromise, forgiveness, give grace. The same grace you want the man to give to you, you have to learn to give. Say, some of us are selfish. One will bring our own issue, we want the other person to understand. When the person brings their own, we just like, no, why do I have to understand? This is not right, this is not right. No?
Imagine.
Yep, yes, you have to learn to. And oh, lastly, there's something Ola used to say. Sometimes you will say that, oh, because he's the man, I want you to take the lead. My dear sister, if you are listening to me, there are times that you have to take the lead. Allah says if you are the one complaining, that means that you really want to start the work, honestly speaking. So sometimes you're like, oh no, why should I be the one to do it? Sometimes you have to do it for the other person to see. Me and my husband grew up in different dynamics. I grew up, their parents died when they were much younger, they showed them to other people. I grew up with my parents. I grew up with so much love. My parents have their own business, but because of that, there are things that I will have to like my husband will have to like lay back and just let me. There are things I have to offer him grace because he didn't grow up with that. So, but sometimes some people will like, so it's just a lot of things. We can't learn everything in one day. But if you are the one doing the talking, you have to be the one doing the starting. I love you, everyone. Cece, I'm sending you a huge cyber hug, and I want you to know that I will love you. But Dayo, I honestly want you to know that we don't take it for granted. I was thinking about it today. I said, I don't know how this man is doing this thing, but you are very, very special to us. And tell your wife that we have adopted her into the sisters WhatsApp group for always not bothering you and letting you with us. We appreciate that. See you and the other ladies. I salute Adama. I'll see you tomorrow. Everybody, I love you, brother Ben. This was a
Thank
good show.
you.
Thank you so much. We love you. Regards to my babies and my sister.
I will. I will. Thank you, Sister Natu. God bless you abundantly, ma. Wow. Jesus. This show, thank you, Holy Spirit. I don't know this show will take this dimension, My coconut head, I will just say, I'll call on my girls and I'll be like, okay, what are we doing show upon today? And since we started this men hangout and ladies hangout, I've been learning a lot. And that is why we decided that, okay, today, let us do the other part of ladies hangout. We're going to continue this series. The next series we're going to work on, that will be on marriage and finances. And with marriage and finances, we are also going to throw in marriage and social media, because I've seen that social media is now becoming a menace in today's marriage. Social media is confusing a lot of brothers and sisters out there. They simply run with the information they saw flying on social media, and they somehow believe that what the people who are telling those toxic stories on social media are describing might be their own portion. But let me tell you, this will not be your portion in Jesus' name. And that is why it's imperative that we are having these conversations. We're going to talk about marriage and social media, as well as marriage and finance, on the next edition. If we can do it tomorrow, fine. If we can't do it tomorrow, and we can't do it on Sunday, definitely I'm off on Tuesday. I can schedule that for Tuesday, so we can really talk about finances in marriage. It's a big deal. Finance is a big deal in marriage, and it's one of the reasons why women and men are scared of marriage these days. A lot of young folks now, they don't want to marry liability. They don't want to marry a man that will become a curse in their lives. And many men don't want to marry women that will become a liability in their lives. And at the same time, there is this fear that I notice with a lot of young ladies. Narcissist start this basketball. So a lot of young ladies now, they are looking for ready-made men. Okay, they are searching for ready-made men. A man who already has his own house, already have huge amount of money in his account balances, a man who is ready to spend all his life savings on them. That is what some girls are looking for. And there is this narrative on social media now that women don't want to build with anybody. I'm sorry, I know I'm generalizing, but it is what it is. What I'm hearing from these younger folks these days, they don't want to build. They don't want to believe in potential. Like my sweet baby girl Simbi will say, Uncle Ben, I don't build with man before. He showed me shaggy. It's very, very important that we speak about this. I would love if my sisters and my brothers can join us on that show where we're going to talk about marriage and finance and marriage and social media. We're going to have a combined male and female hangout. I go beg una my sister, because now on the big pass. I will beg you sisters to please allow my brothers to land their point too before una go begin to give us goes. We want to talk about money. Just as much as money is important to you, beautiful sisters, money is also important to us. And these days, yes, we know men, they are the head of the family. But when it comes to finances, shouldering all the expenditures in a marriage is not easy for a brother that is not making 6 figures. Even now, we don't even talk about 6 figures anymore. Now we talk about 7 figures, and it's not easy to get to 7 figures. So if brothers are making 6 figures, what should you do as a woman if you are coming in? And if you as a man, as we have established on today's show, many young, beautiful, accomplished ladies these days, they are making a lot of money than men. I won't even lie about that. I won't even deny it. I have a lot of friends who are doctors, engineers, they are into techs, they are in leadership positions in many places where they are working. And these sisters, they are making fantastic money. And they want to get married. And I get it. If they say, oh, I don't want to marry to a man who is not at my level. Yeah, I understand it. But what happens to if the man is making certain amount of money that is considerably okay, and you can both build together? That is why for me as Uncle Ben, I don't believe in civil servant. I've always believed in somebody or a man having streams of incomes, because it's rare to find a job that will pay you 100,000, 150K, 200K in a year, unless you have certain degrees. It's not easy to find those men. So, but if you can find a man who is comfortable financially, and you as a lady, you are making this much higher amount of money, how do you work with the man? So if you ask me, I would say go for a man who has flair for side hustles. Even though he hold on a 9 to 5 job, at the same time, he still has something that is bringing in a lot of money on the side. You know me, as a hustler, I always preach that you should have side hustle, you should have side businesses. Okay. And I do believe that some sisters do recognize that even if you are not making 200K, $250,000 in a year, but so far your business is pulling something tangible, they can relate. So we're gonna have that conversation. Please join me. If I can set it up between today and tomorrow, I will set it up on Tuesday, and I will notify my members in the real farm. So on Tuesday, we can come back and talk about marriage and finances. And I will also try as much as possible to throw in some of the things you can do as husband and wife in order to improve on your finances. I've shared my own with you guys. Me and my wife, we have some small business here and there that we established together. Funny enough, we are not even touching the money, because my wife is doing good with her job. I'm doing great with my own job, and whatever is coming in is just a plus. And while we're going to be having this conversation, we're also going to teach you guys, or more or less advise you guys on some of the things you can put your money in order to guarantee wealth generation, generational wealth ideas. We will share it. So thank you to everybody who was on today's show. My sister Adama and Adana. I don't know. People, whether they call Ada, they always come with swag, and they don't take nonsense, they don't back down. And I don't blame them, because they are always making a lot of money. Thank you to my sister Adama and my sister Adana. Thank you to my own sweet honey babe. Thank you so much to Sister Chinye. Sister Chinye mostly is always at work when my show is on, but I do appreciate the fact that she's always in the comment and helping us make it make sense. A big shout out to my sister Marriott, my own. Marriott and D, they won't be like my blood sisters, because we can't bash bows when they give me. You can only give the people you truly like that kind of bash bows, and I appreciate it, because I'm learning so much from them. I've always said something. If you go to a public platform and all the things that people are saying on the platform seems like they are trying to appease the moderator, I don't think that's a platform you're going to learn from. But when you go to a platform where people are free to express their opinion, and the moderator can really understand that, oh, okay, I think I'm mistaken. Oh, I think what these people are saying is right. Oh, yes, that's the platform where you can learn. And that is what I appreciate about all my sisters and my brothers on this platform. When they come here, even though I introduce the topic and I start sharing my coconut head idea, the moment they know that, Uncle Ben, that is not how this thing works. I so much appreciate the fact that they don't hold back. They will just go to the comment, or they can come to the studio and say, hey, Uncle Ben, no be so. It's not like that. To me, that is how I learn. That is how I was able to get to where I am right now. I am open to criticism so that I can learn. I don't want people to just say, oh, you are right. You right on. This thing you are saying, that's we don't learn like that, because we all have unique experiences. We don't have the same background and upbringing. My background is from the street. I told you guys all the time. My own now consequences, black or white. But we live in a world where black or white doesn't really make sense. Okay, so I appreciate you, my sister. So all of now, I'm so happy that you will create the time to come in and you can tell me that, no, Uncle Ben, why are you going this route? No, Uncle Ben, this is not right. Please, now wait me up. I'm here for that all day long. Okay, and you know me, I don't take it against anybody. I don't know Jack. I won't lie to you. I don't know Jack. So my D, I love my D, my D, my Marriott, my CC, only babe. I love you all. Today I'm missing Sister Rose. Okay, I have to check on her after I stop this show. Now I'm missing Sister Rose. Sister Rose is another beautiful, lovely sister. You know, Sister Rose is a New Yorker, and if you are familiar with how New Yorkers roll, New Yorkers, they are just like Lagosians. If they don't agree with you, they don't agree with you. You can't change their mind. New Yorkers, they will tell you exactly what they think. And I love my sister Rose for that. Thank you so much. Now, Uncle Patrick is a blessing in disguise. And I truly appreciate the fact that Uncle Patrick is always creating time to join us on this conversation. Sometimes I wonder how Uncle Patrick do it, because Uncle Patrick is from a different generation. Uncle Patrick is a pastor. Uncle Patrick is a father. All his children, they are all grown. But still, I admire the fact that Uncle Patrick can actually come down to our level, even though we are going crazy with all our mind, with all our thought process. We are all over the place at times. But Uncle Patrick will take everything in, and he will step in as an elder and help us make it make sense. Uncle Patrick, you will live long for us. Okay, my Misty. My Misty, oh man, I don't know. I'm just so blessed. I'm so blessed to have all these my great sisters who are vastly educated, and at the same time they can relate. I'm just so blessed with that. Misty is a lawyer, just like my Marriott and D. And sometimes when we have legal issues we are breaking down, Misty is the one I always run to and say, Misty, come help me. I want to talk about this topic. I don't know the legal consequences of what I'm about to say. And then Misty will find time and step in and help me make it make sense. Sometimes she will even, out of her busy schedule, she will even find time to enter the studio and say, okay, Ben, this is not what the legal stance is all about. This is the way it goes. And I'm not taking that for granted. Okay, my team in Nigeria, the freelancers, you guys are fantabulous. You guys are always like the first people to show up in the studio. Even though Nigeria is crazy right now, things are tough, but you are always here. So I don't take it for granted. And then my own operational team, I really appreciate you. And before I go to my operational team, I think we should give a lot of credit to Mr. Dio. Mr. Dio is one brother that's really impressed me a lot. These days, it's so hard that you can see somebody in Nigeria who will spend his time and his data. For those who don't know about what's going on in Nigeria, Nigeria is not like, their internet is not like what we in the Western world are experiencing. In the Western world, like for instance, in my home now, I only pay one flat bill of $120 in a month. And all my devices, my children devices, everybody devices run on that $120. But in Nigeria, they buy data. And that data runs like, it's like when you are pouring gas into a trailer, it burns so fast. And yet, Mr. Dio, we hang in here with us from beginning to the end. Egbon, I don't take that for granted. God bless you so much, sir, for doing that. All right. So to my team, my Simbi, my Trendy Tosin, and of course, B-Flex. Sorry, guys, if you have not been seeing B-Flex lately, B-Flex is a married woman and she have kids. She got family, and right now she's also a working mother. So it's a lot. So sometimes work demands as well as family demands usually takes her away, but she always does her job. If you have not subscribed to our new channel, Social Trenders, I think that is where you will see a lot of work that B-Flex is doing. B-Flex, Tosin, and Simbi, they do a lot of work on our channel, Social Trender. I'm going to share the link for those who like to follow us there. And one of the way you enjoy our Social Trenders is to always look at the community post. These ladies, they will share everything from the moment they wake up till they go to bed. They always update whatever is trending on Social Trenders. So please, if you haven't followed us there, click the link and subscribe to us. So if you have not been seeing B-Flex here that much, she's always doing her job on Social Trenders. So thank you so much, B-Flex. My own Didi, my sister Didi, our researcher. Sister Didi is our real farm researcher. Just like Marriott and D. You see, I love my platform, honestly speaking. I'm just the coconut head host, but I'm not the one who is creating the content. All my sisters, brothers, and everybody here, we all create the content together. And somehow, everybody they are just playing their part. I don't take this for granted, honestly speaking. I think I'm just blessed. My Didi, for instance, now our researcher, Didi, they always help me with screenshot. You know, when I try to figure some things out and I don't know what it's like, even while Didi is watching, Didi will just go to Google or anywhere real quick. She will get the information and she will share it on our link. But I think Sister Didi is so super busy these days. But I just want you to know, my Didi, I really appreciate what you are doing. God bless you, my sister. All right, thank you. Sister Nessie, I see Sister Nessie pops in earlier, and I think my sister Adeshokon, I'm still trying to pronounce that name. I see them pops in earlier. Thank you all. The reason I'm giving you all this acknowledgement is just for you to know that I'm paying attention. I see everybody. I see how far you are trying to support my platform, and I see how you have accepted this platform, that this is our platform. This is not just about Uncle Ben, and I really love that. Don't mind me, please. I'll continue to say that. Don't mind me. My own Abiagbero. So, and that's why I say God bless you so much for understanding me, understanding where I'm coming from. I really appreciate the fact that none of you look at me like, oh, this guy is supposed to blow grammar. He's supposed to break it down, make it they use grammar. I'm sorry. I'm not just that kind of person, okay? Even though I have 2 degrees, one in Nigeria, and I'm working on the second one right here in the US. From get-go, I just like to express myself with simple English, you know, speak languages that people can easily relate with. That is just me. I really don't invest my time into, oh, let me cram this grammar. It's not just my thing. I like to be free. I like to express myself. And that is why I love you all for at least accepting me the way I am. And I really appreciate the fact that whenever you show up here, you show your competency, you show your fluency, and you all are just like me. You are just being simple, down to earth. It's not day easy. In this day and era of social media, everybody is pretending to be what they are not. But for you guys, it's just so simple. It's just like Me talking to you is like I'm talking to my friend, my paddy. It's like I'm talking to somebody I'm seeing every day, even though we are all over the place, all over the globe. But yet, when we are here, we relate like we've been together for way too long. Isn't that beautiful? Thank you, thank you, thank you. My DD. He's a bro Ben. He's a subtle. I go louder anywhere I go. My sister, life no hard now. What is day? Life no hard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. I'll see you guys in the next one. Do not forget to subscribe, hit the notification bell. I know say not everybody they get notification now, but I will still try my possible best to make sure that I'm always up here and we can always come in here and share with each other. Please help me give a big hug to my Sisi. Seriously speaking, I've known Sisi now since I got to Obodoyinbo TV. Sisi is a hardcore babe. Sisi is a hardcore babe. I've never seen Sisi like literally went deep. And in case you don't know, I did not put on my camera when Sisi was talking because I had tears in my eyes, and you know, I'd be man. I know men are see me like that. Sisi, we love you. You are such a sweet sister. I love you to the moon, even though they say I'm cheating on you. I don't care. Say cheating on you, I'll be cheating on my wife with you. I don't even know how that my beautiful sister described her. But like I said, I know that my sister was just messing with me. It's one of my Obodoyibo sisters. So I know she's a sweet soul. She was just like, oh, Ben, you are sister, you are sister. Sisi, we love you. We love you, my sister. Thank you for sharing with us. All right. I'll see you in the next one. Please, this is weekend. Make una enjoy. Have fun. Okay? I will say it again. Make you have fun. Life is so short. Please enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Life is too short. I tell my madam all the time, babe, give me the best food. If we go kerewa, babe, may we kerewa like say tomorrow no go come. Life is too short. Okay? Please walk, but at the same time have fun. Now, where they try to be like Sisi and Atibi that make me say they go on vacation. Sisi, this year alone, now Sisi don't go vacation like how many times? About 3 times already. Sisi don't go vacation like 3 times. I will get there. So please, gentlemen, have fun. Spend time with your loved one. Spend time with your children. We spoke about children today. Don't blame me. I think God beg you. I love children. I don't care. Either they are my children or not my children. So far, they are children. I love them. Spend time with them. Work. Especially those of us who live in the diaspora, we work too much. Bros, I mean, also, I have been there when people took their last breath several times. I'm a videographer. I have covered events for people when they were alive. And I have also covered events when they pass. I have covered burials where a wife hold on to the hands of her husband even when the man is already dead, lying in his coffin. And the wife continues to say, thank you, baby. Thank you, baby, for the life you give me. Thank you, baby, for the world you created for me. Thank you, baby, for how you loved me. The man was lying in the coffin. And I know them. I've covered several events for this man and his wife. And when the man passed, I was called to cover the event. And the wife was there, holding his hand, kissing him, even in the coffin. And she continued to say, thank you. Thank you, baby, for the life you gave me. So, my brotherhood, if you're watching this, I'm just going to ask you, what kind of life did you give to your woman? That's the question I will ask you. What kind of life did you give to your wife? What kind of life did you give to your husband? If God says now is the time for you to come home, will your wife miss you? Or will your wife say, oh, thank God, I'm free at last? These are the questions you should ask yourself. So leave now. Work less overtime and spend time with your wife and your children. Okay? Forget the houses you are building in Nigeria or any part of Africa. Spend time with your wife. When we pass, what we leave behind is the memories, the time we shared with the loved ones. I'll continue to remind you guys. Me, as I did like this, like my wife have warned me severally, Ben, stop talking about this. I am not afraid of death. Though. If Mr. Death come today and say, okay, boy, it's your time, I am so ready. And I am happy. You know why? Because I have been able to give my wife peace. I've been able to show my wife love. I've been able to show my children love. I've been able to show my friends and loved ones love. I've been able to bring happiness to a lot of people. If I pass today, people will still remember me. They will say, oh, that coconut head Ben, I remember that guy. Oh, you know, that's the way it is. So live a life that people will be happy and appreciate to have associated with you. Create time for your loved ones. Create time for your children. For those of us who live in the diaspora, our kids, they grow faster. Honestly speaking, our children, they grow faster. My phone that I'm using, with that phone, so you see this phone? I think this is iPhone 14 or something. I've bought several phones after this phone, but guess you what? This phone memory is filled up. Every now and then I go inside, I try to delete a couple of things so that I can have just maybe like 1 gig. But you know what happened? In this phone, I have memories, a lot of memories of my children when they were small, very, very small. My Isaac is now 4.9. Vicky is as tall as Vicky, even not, he don't talk past him, mama. He don't talk past blessing. Now only me and Vicky, they try to talk past now. I have all their memories here when they were very, very small. And it just be like, say, I close my eyes, I open it, and they are grown. I'm telling you this for you to know that you have to spend time with your children. Those of us in diaspora, once these kids, when they hit age 18 and they go to college, you won't have that opportunity to have them around you all the time again. So, bros, don't work too much now that you will miss out on their lives. Don't work too much now that you will miss out on spending time with your wife. Sisters, don't work too much that you will miss out on spending time with your husband. Life is too short. That's my closing message. Oh, message full here. CC, thank you. See, CC and Didi don't come. CC say, oh, Uncle Ben, no, don't make me cry. No, I don't want to make you cry. You are the one that made me cry, CC. I didn't know that this was so deep. Don't do me like that again, CC. I don't cry easily, but because I love you so much, you got me there today. But I love you, CC. You are such a wonderful woman. A fantastic sister. And just like all of my sisters say, I love you. I see where my D said, Uncle Beno reminds me of my dad. That is why I naturally gravitated towards him. Oh, really, D? Oh my God. I don't know, D. I just love you too, my D. Honestly speaking, me, I just love people that accepted me the way I am. I'm just being honest now. I love people that accepted me the way I am. I love people that see my flaws, and besides my flaws, they can see the greatness in me. That is just me. I love people that can pick a fight with me today, and by tomorrow, we are grinding as if nothing happened. That is just me. And that is why I always love my Marriott, my D, my Misty, Didi, all my beautiful sisters like Sister Rose, my honey baby, CCO. That's why I love them so much, because they go fight me today. Tomorrow we are doing another show, and it was as if we were not having argument yesterday. You see, D, that's why I love you too, my sister. God bless you. All right. Oh, Sisi don't go 6 vacation this year. Sisi, you need deliverance. This is just April. You already went to 6. When I never even go 1. Okay. When we are talking finances, you will come and explain yourself. Oh. You don't go blow money for 6 vacation, and I never go 1 yet. No wahala. Thank you, everybody. Man, I really enjoyed today's show. Mom, I enjoyed today's show, no be small. My wahala sisters. All right, I see you guys in the next one. God bless you all. This is okay, not 6, 3, I beg. God save you, say you clear this up, Sisi. Say what happen? I never even go 1. You don't go 3. Even that 3 is too much, Sisi. It's just April. You don't go 3 vacation. Soft life, sister. Oh God. All right.
2025 na my year. No matter waiting, them go talk. I go to shine for front, yeah. God don't bless me with good luck. See me the rise every dawn. Enemies go on, make I fall, but God they carry me good. Faith is strong, I know good dog. Hallelujah, they echo loud. 2025 now my breakthrough now. No shaking, I go shout, I'm proud. Now my year, I go testify now. Storms go come, but I go stand. God take my side, I no go fear. Blessings, they like grains of sand. With him around that day, yeah.
Welcome to Trends Reality, your go-to channel for trending social politics. Subscribe, like, and leave your thoughts in the comments. Welcome to Trends Reality, your go-to channel for trending social political updates. Subscribe, like, and leave your thoughts in the comments.